Welcome, dear friends, to a gentle spring evening where the air is filled with the promise of renewal and the whisper of blooming dreams. Tonight, let the warmth of our stories wrap around you like a soft, comforting blanket. As the world blossoms anew, we invite you to relax and let your imagination take flight to magical and peaceful places. Embrace the serenity of these tranquil tales and allow them to prepare you for a restful night and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds upon the deepest black, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet wonder, built long ago by starfarers who valued silence and solitude over speed and noise. Its domed roof was made of a crystalline material that shifted from transparent to opaque with the gentlest thought, and within its circular chamber grew a garden of bioluminescent flora that pulsed with soft, breathing light. Here in this sanctuary among the stars lived two beings from worlds so distant from one another that their suns had never been seen in each other's skies. The first was a creature of crystalline form and gentle spirit named Kaelen. He hailed from the planet Luminar, where beings communicated not with spoken words, but with shifting patterns of colored light that bloomed across their facets. Kaelen's body was like a cluster of pale amethyst geodes, and when he was happy, he shimmered with hues of gold and rose. When thoughtful, he glowed in deep indigo and silver. He had come to Starlight Haven to study the slow, beautiful dance of the nebulae, and to tend the starlight garden that thrived in the observatory's core. The second was a being of soft, flowing shape and resonant heart named Nuri, from the world of Aura. Nuri's people were like living music, their forms reminiscent of gently swirling mist, and their language a series of harmonic hums, chimes, and vibrations that conveyed meaning through tone and rhythm. Nuri had arrived at the station seeking refuge from a solar storm, and had decided to stay, captivated by the peace of the place and the silent, glowing presence of Kaelen. At first, their coexistence was one of quiet, curious distance. Kaelen would tend the glowing mosses and star blossoms in the garden, his facets shimmering with polite, pale blue inquiry whenever Nuri drifted near. Nuri, in turn, would hum a questioning, gentle chord, their misty form billowing softly in what Kaelen soon learned was a gesture of friendly attention. Their first true meeting came one evening, or what passed for evening in the timelessness of space, as Kaelen was adjusting the observatory's central lens to focus on the Veil Nebula, a great swirl of violet and emerald dust light years away. Nuri drifted closer, their form vibrating with a low, awe-strummed hum that made the star blossoms tremble in sympathy. Kaelen turned, his facets shifting to a warm, welcoming amber. He had no mouth to speak, no voice to form words, but he let his light ripple in a pattern that meant, "I see you. You are welcome here." Nuri responded with a cascade of silvery notes that rose and fell like a distant melody. Neither understood the other's native language, and yet in the stillness of that chamber, something passed between them, a flicker of shared wonder, a mutual reverence for the beauty unfolding beyond the dome. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a friendship. It started with small offerings. Kaelen would leave a freshly polished starstone, a smooth, glowing rock that held the warmth of the garden's light, on the low bench where Nuri often rested. Nuri, in return, would weave delicate harmonies that caused the crystalline leaves of the garden's trees to chime softly, a sound that filled the observatory with music. They created a shared space, a corner of the garden where Kaelen grew luminous, sound-sensitive plants that changed color in response to Nuri's songs, and where Nuri strung together wind chimes made of hollow meteorite fragments that caught the light and cast dancing rainbows across the walls. It became their sanctuary within the sanctuary, a place where light and sound met in perfect harmony. But not every moment was seamless. Their differences, though charming, sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelen noticed Nuri's form had grown pale and faint, their hums weak and thin. Worried, Kaelen pulsed a bright, urgent crimson, the luminarian's signal for distress. To Nuri, however, such a bold and flashing color was a sign of great alarm or anger. They recoiled, their melody turning sharp and defensive. Kaelen, confused by the reaction, glowed even brighter. Nuri shrunk further, their mist thinning as if ready to vanish. For a long, tense moment they hovered there in misunderstanding, one shining with concern, the other vibrating with fear. Then Kaelen remembered something from his studies. On Aura, strong light was considered aggressive. He softened his glow to a gentle, pulsing lavender, the color of patience and care. At the same time, Nuri recalled that among luminarians, sustained bright light was a way of showing deep emotion. They let out a soft, reassuring chime. The tension melted away. Kaelen gently nudged a basin of liquid starlight, a nourishing drink for Auran beings, toward Nuri, who drank gratefully, their form brightening and their song returning to its usual warm cadence. They had stumbled, but they had learned. And in the learning, they grew closer. As the cycles passed, they developed their own way of communicating, a blend of light, pattern, and melody, of color and chord. Kaelen learned to express joy not only with gold, but with a quick, trilling series of chimes from Nuri. Nuri discovered how to show sympathy not only with a low, soothing hum, but with a soft, blue-green glow that rippled across Kaelen's form. Their favorite ritual became the nightly vigil at the Great Dome. Together they would dim the garden's light and turn the crystal ceiling transparent, revealing the infinite tapestry of the cosmos. Kaelen would settle into a bed of glowing moss, his facets reflecting the starlight, while Nuri would drift beside him, their forms shimmering with the faint, rhythmic pulse of deep contentment. One night, as they watched a meteor shower streak like fiery tears across the darkness, Kaelen let his light flow in a slow, complex pattern, a story in color. He showed the deep blue of loneliness, the soft yellow of discovery, the rose gold of friendship. Nuri listened, then answered with a melody that began in minor key, the song of isolation, and rose into a major, soaring harmony that spoke of connection, trust, and belonging. They didn't need a common tongue to understand one another. In the quiet beneath the stars, their hearts spoke clearly. One day a small ship, sleek and silent, docked at Starlight Haven. From it emerged another luminarian, a wanderer whose facets shone with the weary gray of long travel. His name was Auran, and he had come seeking temporary refuge. Auran was surprised to find Kaelen not alone, but in the company of an Auran. At first he communicated only with Kaelen, his lights flickering in the rapid, formal patterns of their people. Nuri hovered at a respectful distance, their song muted. But Kaelen would not allow this separation. He moved to Nuri's side and let his light glow in a pattern Auran had never seen, a pattern Kaelen and Nuri had created together, one that meant friend. Slowly Nuri joined in, humming the chord that, in their shared language, meant the same. Auran watched, his own light shifting from uncertain gray to curious silver. He had never known a luminarian to communicate with an Auran. Their species were so different, their worlds so far apart. But here, in this garden of light and music, he saw something new, a bridge built not of technology or treaty, but of kindness. By the time Auran prepared to leave, he too had learned to exchange simple greetings with Nuri, a soft amber pulse paired with a rising triplet of notes. As his ship vanished into the star-flecked darkness, Kaelen and Nuri returned to their garden, their sanctuary now a little larger for having shared it. Years flowed like a gentle river. The garden grew ever more beautiful, a living tapestry woven from two cultures, two ways of being. Kaelen's light patterns grew more musical, Nuri's harmonies took on the cadence of shifting color. They were no longer a luminarian and an Auran sharing a space. They were keepers of a new kind of language, one born of patience, empathy, and the simple, universal need to connect. One evening, as they watched the great spiral of the Andromeda galaxy turn slowly in the void, Kaelen glowed in a soft, sustained pattern of violet and gold, the colors of gratitude and peace. Nuri answered with a long, low hum that resonated through the garden, a sound of deep, abiding contentment. They had not overcome a great enemy or solved a cosmic mystery. Their adventure was quieter, simpler, and perhaps because of that, more profound. They had learned to see the universe through one another's senses, to hear the music in the light and see the color in the song. And in that silent, star-dusted observatory at the edge of everything known, two friends from different worlds rested together, bound by the oldest magic of all, the gentle, unspoken language of a kindness that needs no translation, a friendship that bridges any sky, and a peace that grows like a garden in the sheltered spaces between the stars. Story 2. The village of Stillwater Bend was a place where time seemed to move just a little slower than anywhere else. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river widened into a silver mirror, the village was known for three things: the soft chime of its clock tower marking each hour with a melody like raindrops on petals, the wind chimes hanging from every eave that whispered secrets to the breeze, and the way the stars shone brighter here than anywhere else in the world. That is, until they began to disappear. It started subtly. A young boy named Finn, who made a habit of counting stars from his windowsill each night before sleep, noticed one evening that the constellation called the Weaver's Shuttle, a small, delicate pattern of 7 stars, was missing its brightest point. He mentioned it to his grandmother over breakfast the next morning, but she simply patted his head and said, "Perhaps the stars are just feeling shy tonight, dear one." But the next evening, 2 more stars from the shuttle had vanished. And the night after that, the entire constellation was gone, leaving a dark, empty patch in the velvet sky. The village began to murmur. The clock tower's chimes seemed to ring with a question mark at the end of each phrase. The wind chimes whispered more urgently. In the town square, beneath the ancient oak tree where children played and elders shared stories, conversations turned to the missing stars. "It's the work of the night snatcher," declared the baker, dusting flour from his apron. "My great-grandmother spoke of a creature who stole starlight to power its lantern." "Nonsense," said the village weaver, her fingers never still. "The stars have simply woven themselves a new tapestry elsewhere. They'll return when the pattern is complete." But Finn, a quiet boy with observant eyes and a heart that listened more than it spoke, felt there was more to the mystery. He spent his days not in frantic search, but in gentle observation. He noticed how the fireflies in the meadow now glowed with a slightly silver light, different from their usual gold. He observed that the dewdrops on the spiderwebs at dawn seemed to hold tiny, trapped constellations. And he felt rather than heard a soft humming that vibrated through the earth after sunset, as if the world itself was singing a lullaby to the vanishing stars. Finn's best friend was a girl named Leora, whose laughter was like the ringing of the clearest wind chime. Together they decided to investigate, armed not with swords or spells, but with curiosity and a well-loved, cloth-bound book of nursery rhymes and star maps that had belonged to Finn's great-grandfather. One rhyme in particular, the Song of the Celestial Weaver, caught their attention. "When the silver shuttle flies, and the daylight softly dies, find the thread where rivers meet. Beneath the gentle rhythm's beat, follow where the echoes sleep. Secrets that the starlight keep. The silver shuttle must be the missing constellation," Leora exclaimed, her eyes wide. "And where rivers meet," Finn mused, tracing the old map in the book. "That's Whisperwillow Glen, just beyond the old stone bridge." Their first clue led them to the glen as the afternoon sun cast long, lazy shadows. The air was filled with the gentle patter of a light rain, each drop plinking musically onto the broad leaves of the willow trees. At the confluence of 2 small streams, they found nothing but a perfectly circular, still pool. But as they watched, Finn noticed something peculiar. The raindrops, when they hit the surface of the pool, did not create expanding rings. Instead, they seemed to freeze for a heartbeat, and then slowly sink downwards into the depths, pulling the light with them. "It's like the pool is drinking the light," Leora whispered. This was their first red herring, a delightful one. They initially thought the pool was stealing the starlight. They spent an entire day trying to unplug it with long sticks and clever contraptions, only to realize, after a friendly badger trundled by for a drink, that the pool was merely reflecting the sky above. It wasn't stealing the light, it was faithfully mirroring its absence. A little discouraged but not defeated, they returned to the rhyme. Beneath the gentle rhythm's beat, the rhythm of the village was marked by the clock tower. They spent an evening sitting in the tower's shadow, listening. The chimes rang, and on the seventh note Finn heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible echo that seemed to come not from the air, but from the ground beneath the tower's foundation. Investigating the mossy stones at the base, they found a loose one. Behind it was not a stash of stolen starlight, but a tiny abandoned mouse nest woven from thistledown, and curiously, strands of what looked like solidified moonlight. Another red herring, but a beautiful one. It told them that the starlight was being gathered, not stolen, and by someone or something with a gentle, nesting instinct. They were getting closer. The final line of the rhyme, "Follow where the echoes sleep," now seemed the most important. They thought of all the echoes in Stillwater Bend, the echo in the valley, the echo of the wind chimes, the echo of the clock tower. But an echo that slept. Where could an echo rest? It was Leora, lying on her back in the meadow and listening to the hum of the earth, who made the connection. The humming, it's not a sound you hear with your ears, not really. It's a sound you feel. It's like a sleeping echo. Finn sat up. The rhyme says the secrets are kept by the starlight. What if the starlight isn't being stolen, but is being put to sleep? Their investigation shifted. They stopped looking for a thief and started looking for a lullaby. They revisited the pool in Whisperwillow Glen at midnight. In the darkness, they saw that the sinking raindrops weren't just sinking. They were carrying the faint, reflected glimmer of the remaining stars down into the water, where they settled on the sandy bottom, glowing softly like a submerged galaxy. They went to the clock tower at the stroke of 12. As the last chime faded, the humming in the earth grew stronger, and they saw that the strands of solidified moonlight from the mouse nest were vibrating, pulling tiny, sleepy motes of light from the air and weaving them into the stonework of the tower. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place when Finn, looking at his old star map, realized that the missing Weaver's shuttle constellation aligned perfectly with the layout of the village's oldest streets and the clock tower at its center. The stars weren't gone, they were here, being woven into the very fabric of Stillwater Bend. They followed the feeling of the humming, the sleeping echo, to its source, the ancient hollow oak in the village square. Inside its vast, sheltered trunk, they found the answer to the mystery. It was not a monster or a thief. It was a family of star nymphs, tiny, luminous beings with wings of gossamer and voices like rustling leaves. They were the celestial weavers, and they were in distress. Their eldest, a nymph with kind, tired eyes, explained in a soft, chiming language that Finn and Leora understood with their hearts. A great weariness had fallen over the star fields of the sky. The constellations were growing old and faint. To renew them, the nymphs had to gather the starlight, bring it down to the quiet, rhythmic, peaceful heart of Stillwater Bend, a place filled with the music of chimes and the pulse of kind lives, and let it rest. They were weaving the sleepy starlight into the village itself, using the clock tower as a loom and the harmony of the place as their thread, to cleanse and rejuvenate it before sending it back to the heavens. The missing stars were all around them, sleeping in the dewdrops, dreaming in the pool, being gently woven into the wind chimes and the clock tower's song. The village wasn't losing its starlight, it was being trusted with its care. Finn and Leora didn't solve the mystery by capturing anyone or breaking any spells. They solved it with empathy by understanding the Weaver's plight. They explained it to the villagers, who, rather than being angry, were deeply honored. From that night on, the people of Stillwater Bend became active participants in the great celestial renewal. Children would leave out bowls of milk and honey for the star nymphs. The clockkeeper would play special, soothing lullabies on the tower bells at midnight. The weaver used silver thread in her tapestries to help guide the light. The baker made star-shaped cookies that shimmered with a dusting of sugar that looked like frosty starlight. And slowly, night by night, the stars began to return to the sky, brighter and more vibrant than ever before. The weaver's shuttle now sparkled with a new, joyful energy, and beneath it, a new, small constellation appeared. 2 figures holding hands, a boy and a girl, a tribute to the kindness and observation that had woven the village and the heavens closer together. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, its rhythm a soft drumming on the rooftops, Finn sat at his windowsill. The wind chimes sang their peaceful tune, the clock tower chimed a melody of perfect harmony, and the sky was a sprawling, brilliant tapestry of light. He knew the stars were not just distant suns, but friends who sometimes grew tired and needed a quiet, kind place to rest. And as he closed his eyes, the last thing he saw was the friendly wink of the newest star in the shuttle, a star that glowed with the warm, cozy light of home, promising sweet dreams and a universe held together by the gentle, unbreakable threads of friendship. Story 3. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest. This was no ordinary woodland. Here, moonlight didn't just illuminate, it liquefied, pooling in clearings like quicksilver and dripping from pine needles to water the dreams of sleeping flowers. The magic here was old and patient, woven into the very bark of the trees and the breath of the earth. Our story begins on such a night, under a sky freckled with 1,000,000,000 stars. A young fox whose coat was the color of autumn rust sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan, and a restless feeling fluttered in his chest like a trapped moth. While the other creatures of the night, the badgers, the hedgehogs, the mice in their root cellars, were settling into the gentle hum of nocturnal life, Rowan felt out of sync. The forest was speaking, he was sure of it, but its language was a murmur just beyond his hearing. The clearing was alive with bioluminescent wonders. Pale green foxfire clung to fallen logs, pulsing softly. Tiny mushrooms, no bigger than his claw tips, glowed with a steady blue light, charting paths through the moss. Overhead, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light and air, danced silent reels, their forms shifting from sparks to swirling motes. But it was the sounds that truly painted the night. The gentle patter-tap-tap of a recent rainfall dripping from 1,000 leaves. The soft shush-shush of a breeze combing through the canopy of ancient oaks and pines. And beneath it all, the constant, comforting gurgle and chuckle of the whispering stream that cut through the heart of the forest. These were the sounds of the forest breathing, and Rowan longed to understand their meaning. He ventured further in, his paws making no sound on the carpet of moss and decaying leaves. He passed the sentinel stones, 3 massive granite boulders covered in velvety emerald moss. If one pressed an ear against their cool, rough surface, it was said you could hear the slow, deep thoughts of the mountain from which they came, a low, resonant hum of geological patience. "Hello, little runner," a voice murmured, not in his ears, but in his mind. It was the old oak, its trunk so wide it would take 10 foxes nose to tail to circle it. Its bark was deeply grooved, each line a recorded season, and its leaves whispered secrets to the moon. "Old one," Rowan replied with respect, sitting back on his haunches. "The forest speaks, but I cannot understand its words. I feel unrooted." A gentle rustle passed through the old oak's leaves, a sound like pages turning in a sacred book. "The understanding you seek is not found by chasing it, little runner. it is found in stillness. Listen not with your ears alone, but with your whole being. The stream does not try to babble, it simply does. The stone does not try to be still, it simply is. It was wise, but it felt like a riddle. Rowan thanked the tree and continued, the restless feeling still gnawing at him. He came to the whispering stream. Moonbeams danced upon its surface, and the water chattered over smooth, polished stones. He dipped his nose to the water, and for a moment he felt a flicker of something, a story of far-off mountains and hidden springs, a tale of perseverance and constant, gentle flow. But the moment his tongue touched the cool water, the feeling vanished, replaced only by the taste of minerals and damp earth. His wanderings led him to the foot of the Moon Hollow, a great, gnarled beech tree where the most ancient of the forest's wise ones resided, the great horned owl. She was not old in the way the oak was old. She was old in the way the stars were old. Her feathers were the color of tree bark and shadow, and her eyes were two polished moons, holding depths of countless nights. She did not hoot a greeting. She simply turned one of those vast, luminous eyes upon him, and the forest around them seemed to grow even quieter, the drip-drip of the water and the rustle sigh of the leaves becoming a sacred hush. "Your heart is a frantic leaf in the wind, young Rowan." Her voice was a soft, resonant vibration in the air, a sound that felt like velvet on the soul. "You search for a song, but you are only hearing the notes." Rowan bowed his head. "I want to hear the forest's song, wise one. I want to know its secrets." The owl blinked slowly. "The greatest secret is that there are no secrets, only things we have forgotten how to perceive. You rush from stone to stream to tree, asking them to speak in your tongue, but you have not yet learned to listen in theirs." She shifted on her perch, the sound of her feathers a soft whisper. "The magic of this forest is the magic of the seasons. It is a cycle of speaking and listening, of giving and receiving. Right now, the forest is in its time of whispered speech. The loud, bright magic of summer has passed. The vibrant shout of autumn is yet to come. Now is the time for the soft voice, the gentle touch, the magic of rest and subtle renewal." She gestured with a wing, a graceful arc that encompassed the glowing clearing. "This rest is not idleness, it is deep work. The trees are sending their energy down into their roots, dreaming of spring. The stream is gathering the stories of the rain. The stones are storing the warmth of the departed sun. To be part of this, you must learn the language of this season, the language of patience." "And how do I learn that?" Rowan asked, his voice a small, hopeful thing. "By becoming still enough to hear the world breathe," she replied. "Stay here in this clearing, do not seek, do not chase, simply be, let the moonlight wash over you, let the sounds of the night, the drip, the rustle, the gurgle, become the only things in your world. Listen until you are no longer listening, but are simply a part of the listening itself." And so Rowan did. He found a soft patch of moss between the roots of the old oak and curled up. At first, his mind was a tangle of thoughts. He wondered what his family was doing. He itched to explore. The rustle of a mouse in the undergrowth made his ears twitch. But he remembered the owl's words and willed his body to relax, muscle by muscle. He focused on the sensations. The cool, damp touch of the moss on his belly. The weightless brush of a moth's wing against his ear. The clean, cold scent of the night air, carrying the perfume of wet earth and night-blooming jasmine. He listened. Really listened. He stopped trying to translate the stream's babble and instead let its rhythm wash through him, a constant, cheerful persistence. The plink-plink plop of water droplets from a broad sycamore leaf onto a flat stone below began to sound less like random noise and more like a slow, peaceful melody. The wind, as it moved through the different trees, spoke in different dialects. A soft shh through the pines, a dry rattle-click through the oak leaves, a gentle sigh-whisper through the willows by the stream. Hours passed. The moon arced across the sky, and slowly, imperceptibly at first, something shifted. He wasn't just hearing the sounds anymore, he was feeling their meaning. The stream's chuckle was a story of joy and endless journey. The wind's sigh was a lullaby for the sleeping seeds buried deep in the soil. The deep, resonant silence of the sentinel stones was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a profound, grounding stability. And then he heard it, not with his ears, but in his heart. A single, clear note, pure as starlight. It hung in the air, and then another joined it, and another, until the entire clearing was filled with a silent, harmonious music. It was the music of the forest itself, the song of things being exactly as they were meant to be. The glowing mushrooms pulsed in time with the melody. The will-o'-the-wisps traced its shape in the air. The old oak's leaves trembled in appreciation. A deep, warm peace settled over Rowan, seeping into his bones, quieting the frantic moth in his chest. The restless feeling was gone, replaced by a sense of belonging so complete it brought a quiet tear to his eye. He was not separate from the forest, he was a note in its eternal song. The great horned owl, who had been watching from her hollow, gave a soft, approving click of her beak. She did not need to speak. Her lesson had been received. As the first hint of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, turning the deep indigo to a soft lavender, Rowan uncurled himself. He felt different. Lighter, yet more substantial. He walked to the whispering stream and drank. This time the story of the water flowed into him effortlessly, a cool, clear narrative of travel and transformation. He pressed his forehead against the old oak's trunk and felt not just bark, but a slow, thrumming pulse of life, a patient, enduring strength. He had learned the language, not by studying, but by surrendering. He had learned that the magic of the forest, the magic of rest and renewal, was available to all who were still enough to receive it. He made his way back to his den as the world turned from silver to gold. The nocturnal creatures were retiring, and the diurnal ones were stirring. But Rowan carried the peace of the deep night within him. He understood now that the cycles were not separate. The rest of night nourished the activity of day, the quiet of autumn prepared for the abundance of spring. He curled up in his cozy den, the sounds of the waking forest now a familiar, comforting chorus outside. The gentle patter of a new morning rain began on the leaves above, a soothing rhythm that lulled him to sleep. And as he drifted into dreams, he knew he was not just a creature in the forest. He was the forest, its rustle, its stillness, its endless, gentle, renewing magic. And in that knowing, he found a home that could never be lost. Story 4. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a chorus of gentle pops and hisses that seemed to breathe along with the quiet of the evening. The flames danced in hues of gold and deep orange, casting long, wavering shadows that stretched across the room like sleepy cats. It was in this warm, flickering light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a whisper of loneliness carried on the chill autumn wind. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a vast and whispering wood lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was one of quiet routine, of tending her garden and mending her clothes, of watching the seasons turn from her window. It was a good life, a peaceful one, but sometimes, in the deep silence of the evening, a hollow feeling would settle in her chest, a longing for something she could not name. She felt like a single ember, glowing warmly but separate from a greater fire. One such evening, as a particularly brisk wind moaned under the eaves, Anya was drawn to a small, forgotten chest in the attic. It had belonged to her grandmother, a woman known for her strange and wonderful stories. Dust motes stirred from their slumber, danced in the beam of her lantern like tiny fairies. With a soft creak, she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, was a single object. It was a stone no larger than her palm, smooth and cool to the touch. But as she held it, a most remarkable thing happened. A soft, pulsing light began to glow from its heart, a deep, ruddy orange, like a captured ember from a long-dead fire. It was not a harsh light, but a gentle, breathing luminescence that warmed her hand and cast a cozy, rosy glow on the rafters above. There was no note, no explanation. Just the stone and its quiet, mysterious light. That night, Anya slept with the stone on her bedside table. Her dreams were not of darkness, but of dappled sunlight filtering through ancient trees, and of a path she had never seen, beckoning her forward. When she awoke, the stone was still glowing, its pulse a little quicker, a little brighter, as if it shared her dream and was eager for the day. A restlessness she hadn't felt in years took hold of her. Packing a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of water, and wrapping the warm stone in a soft cloth to tuck safely in her pocket, she stepped out of her cottage and towards the edge of the whispering wood. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling a welcome. The ember stone in her pocket throbbed gently, a comforting, warm heartbeat against her side. The journey began easily enough, along a well-worn path carpeted with fallen leaves of crimson and gold. But as the morning wore on, the path grew fainter and the woods grew deeper. The sunlight became a filtered, green-gold substance, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Anya walked for hours, the only sounds the crunch of her own footsteps and the distant call of a bird. The loneliness she had felt in her cottage began to creep back, magnified by the immense, ancient silence of the forest. Just as doubt was beginning to cloud her heart, she heard a different sound, a small, frantic scrabbling. Peering through a thicket of brambles, she saw a flash of russet fur. A young fox, no more than a kit, was trapped. Its hind leg was caught fast in a tangle of cruel, thorny vines, and it was trembling, its bright eyes wide with fear. Anya's heart went out to the little creature. She approached slowly, her movements soft and deliberate, speaking in a low, soothing murmur. "There now, little one," she whispered, her voice blending with the forest sigh. "I won't hurt you. Let me see if I can help." The fox stared at her, its body tense. As she knelt, the ember stone in her pocket flared, casting a warm, gentle light onto the brambles. The thorns seemed to shrink back from the radiance, and the vines loosened their grip ever so slightly. Working carefully, her fingers gentle and patient, Anya began to untangle the knotted tendrils. It took time and a few pricks from the stubborn thorns, but finally, with a last gentle pull, the fox was free. It scrambled back a few paces, shaking its sore leg. But instead of darting away into the undergrowth, it paused. It looked at Anya, then at the pocket from which the warm light still emanated. It took a tentative step forward, then another, until it was close enough to gently nuzzle her hand with its cool, damp nose. A bond, silent and immediate, was forged in that quiet clearing. From that moment, the fox did not leave her side. He became her companion, a silent, sure-footed guide through the labyrinth of trees. Anya called him Rowan, for his coat was the color of rowan berries in autumn. With Rowan trotting beside her, the forest no longer felt lonely. It felt alive with a secret companionship. He would stop to listen to sounds she couldn't hear, his ears swiveling like delicate satellite dishes, and she learned to trust his instincts, to see the forest through his eyes. The ember stone continued to be their guide. As they walked, its glow would brighten when they were headed in the right direction, and dim if they strayed. It was as if the stone itself had a destination in mind, a memory of a place it yearned to return to. After 2 days of travel, they came to a part of the wood that felt different. The trees were older, their trunks massive and gnarled, draped with silvery moss that glowed in the stone's light. The air was still and hushed, filled with a profound, respectful quiet. And then they found it. Hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow branches that shimmered with a light of their own was an entrance. It was not a grand archway, but a simple, arched opening in the side of a great mossy hill, from which spilled a soft, golden light and the faint, sweet sound of laughter. Hesitantly, Anya pushed the willow branches aside. Rowan gave a soft, encouraging chuff, and together they stepped through. The world inside the hill was not a dark, cramped cave, but a vast, breathtaking cavern. The ceiling was so high it was lost in a soft, luminous mist, from which hung thousands of tiny, glowing crystals that twinkled like a captured starfield. The walls were covered in intricate, living tapestries of glowing moss and luminous fungi in colors she had never seen, soft blues, gentle violets, and warm ambers. A small, clear stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its banks soft with velvety moss, and its water sang a quiet, tinkling song as it flowed. This was the Glimmerhold, a hidden world nestled deep within the heart of nature. And it was filled with people. They were not tall or imposing, but small and slender, with kind, wise eyes that held the same gentle light that permeated their home. They stopped their activities, weaving on looms of root and vine, tending to glowing gardens, chatting in soft voices, and turned to look at the newcomers. There was no fear in their gazes, only a calm curiosity. An old woman, her hair as white as moonlit snow, and her face a road map of gentle laughter, stepped forward. In her hands she held a stone that was the mirror image of Anya's, glowing with the same warm, ember-like light. "Welcome, child," the old woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "We have been waiting for you. I am Alara. We felt the waking of the Heartstone. It has been many years since one of the outside world has carried its light." Anya, her heart pounding with a mixture of awe and trepidation, pulled the stone from her pocket. It was glowing brighter than ever, pulsing in time with the stone in Alara's hands. I found it," Anya stammered. "In my grandmother's chest." Alara's eyes softened. "Ah, Lyra, she was one of us long ago, a guardian of the Glimmerhold, but her heart longed for the wide-open sky, and she left to build a life under the sun and stars. She took one of the Heartstones with her, a promise that she would someday return, or that her blood would." She gestured for Anya to follow her. "The stone does not glow for just anyone, my dear. It glows for those whose own inner light is ready to be kindled. It called to your loneliness and to the kindness in your heart." Alara led Anya and Rowan to the center of the cavern, where the stream widened into a small, placid pool. In the center of the pool, on a pedestal of smooth, dark rock, was a depression shaped exactly like the Heartstone. "The Glimmerhold is sustained by the combined light of its people and the central Heartstone," Alara explained. "But our central stone has been dimming, fading with the passing seasons. It needs a new spark, a new connection to the world outside. Your stone, born from this one, can reignite it, but it requires a willing heart, a heart that has known solitude and understands the value of connection." Anya looked from the fading stone in the pool to the vibrant one in her hand. She thought of her quiet cottage, of the hollow feeling in her chest. She thought of finding Rowan, of the instant friendship that had warmed her journey. She thought of the kindness in Alara's eyes and the peaceful hum of this hidden world. Her loneliness had not been a curse, but a quiet space waiting to be filled. Her journey had not been an escape, but a transformation, burning away her isolation and leaving behind the steady, true glow of belonging. Without a word, she stepped into the shallow, cool water of the pool. Rowan waited on the bank, watching her with his intelligent, trusting eyes. She waded to the center and placed her Heartstone into the depression on the pedestal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft chime resonated through the cavern, a single, pure note that hung in the air. The stone in the pedestal began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter and brighter, its light a brilliant, warm gold. The light spread, flowing up through the water, racing along the mossy tapestries on the walls, and shooting up to the crystal-starred ceiling, which now blazed with a glorious, daylight-bright radiance. The entire Glimmerhold was flooded with light and warmth, and a collective sigh of joy and relief rose from its people. Anya felt a corresponding warmth flood her own chest. The hollow feeling was gone, replaced by a profound and peaceful fullness. She had not given her light away, she had shared it, and in doing so it had grown stronger. She spent several days in the Glimmerhold, learning its ways and its stories. She learned that the gentle mystery of the Heartstone was not one of power, but of connection. It was a bridge between souls, a reminder that even the smallest, quietest light could push back the dark when it was joined with others. Rowan was celebrated as a hero, his friendship with Anya a testament to the bonds that could form across the most unexpected of divides. But Anya knew her place was not forever within the hill. Her heart, like her grandmother's, belonged to both worlds, the hidden, magical one and the sun-dappled, open one. On the morning of her departure, Ilara pressed the Heartstone back into her hands. It still glowed, but its light was now a constant, steady warmth, no longer pulsing with restless energy. "It is yours," Ilara said. "A part of you now, it will always light your way, and it will always connect you to us. You are a guardian, Anya, a keeper of the light between worlds." The journey back through the Whispering Wood was different. The path seemed clearer, the birdsong sweeter. She was not the same lonely woman who had entered the forest. She carried within her the warmth of the Glimmerhold, the memory of its light, and the steadfast friendship of a russet-colored fox who walked by her side. When she finally saw the smoke from her cottage chimney curling above the trees, it felt like coming home, but to a home that was now filled with a new meaning. She had brought the magic back with her. And so Anya's life resumed its quiet rhythm, but the rhythm was no longer lonely. Rowan made his home in a cozy den under her porch. Some evenings, sitting by her own crackling fire, the Heartstone glowing softly on the mantelpiece, she would hear a soft rustling at the edge of the wood. She would look up to see a flicker of soft light among the trees, and she would smile, knowing that her friends were nearby, that the connection remained unbroken. The gentle mystery had unfolded, not with a shout, but with the soft, sure kindling of a heart. Her personal growth had been a slow, steady burn, transforming her from a solitary ember into a vital part of a greater, enduring fire. She had found that the warmth she had been seeking had been inside her all along, waiting for a journey, a friendship, and a shared light to help it burn steady and true. And as the fire in your own mind begins to dwindle to glowing embers, remember Anya's story. Remember that even in the quietest moments, there is a light within you, a warmth waiting to be shared. The world is full of hidden wonders and unexpected friendships, and sometimes the most transformative journeys lead us not away from home, but back to it with a heart full of new light. Let the steady glow of the Heartstone and the soft rustle of the forest guide you now into peaceful dreams, where your own inner light can shine, warm and safe, through the gentle night. Sleep well. Story 5. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the walls like shy, flickering sprites. The logs shift with a gentle sigh, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney to join the stars in the velvety night sky. Settle in now, get comfortable, and let the warmth wrap around you like a well-loved blanket. Tonight I shall tell you a story about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that refused to go out. Our story begins in a small, sleepy village, nestled in a crook of the rolling, pine-covered hills. In this village lived a boy named Finn. Finn was a quiet child, with a thoughtful heart and eyes the color of a forest pond. He was not like the other children, who loved to shout and run and play games of chase. Finn preferred the company of the quiet things, the patient moss on the north side of the trees, the slow unfurling of a fern, the secret language of the birds at dawn. Because he was so quiet, and because he spent so much time alone, walking the paths that ribboned through the ancient woods, the other children sometimes called him Faint-Heart Finn. They did not mean to be cruel, not truly, but their words settled on his shoulders like a fine, cold mist. Finn felt this mist deep inside, a small, chilly doubt that wondered if they were right. Was his quiet heart a weakness? Was his love for stillness something to be outgrown? One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Finn was walking his favorite path, a little-used trail that wound its way up to a high, rocky ledge overlooking the village. He liked to sit there and watch the lights in the windows below blink on, one by one, like earthbound stars. As he walked, his hand brushed against a gnarled oak tree, its bark rough and familiar. But this time his fingers caught on something that was not bark. He stopped and looked closer. Tucked into a crevice, almost invisible, was a small, smooth stone. It was no bigger than a robin's egg, and it was a deep, smoky gray. But as Finn's shadow fell over it, the stone began to glow. Not with a fierce, blinding light, but with a soft, pulsing warmth, the color of embers in a dying fire. It throbbed gently, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Finn's breath caught in his throat. He carefully pried the stone from its hiding place. It was warm to the touch, and holding it felt like holding a captured piece of sunset. A deep, resonant hum, so low it was more a feeling than a sound, vibrated up his arm. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary stone. He closed his fingers around it, and the ember glow shone through the cracks between his fingers, painting them with a soft, rosy light. He decided to call it his heartstone. He took it home and kept it on the windowsill by his bed. That night, as he lay watching it pulse in the darkness, he had the most vivid dream. He dreamt he was walking through the woods, but the woods were different. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmered with a silver light, and the air tasted of damp earth and wild honey. In the dream, the heartstone in his hand glowed brighter, and a path of soft, phosphorescent moss appeared at his feet, lighting his way. When he woke, the memory of the dream was as clear and sharp as the morning air. The heartstone on his sill was once again a dull, smoky gray. But an idea as small and persistent as the first green shoot in spring had taken root in his mind. The next evening, as twilight began to weave its purple threads through the forest, Finn took the heartstone and walked back to the gnarled oak tree. He held the stone in his palm, and as the last of the daylight faded, the stone began to glow. And just as in his dream, the world around him began to change. The colors deepened, becoming richer and more vibrant. The sounds grew clearer, the rustle of a leaf was a symphony, the trickle of a distant stream a crystal-clear song. And there, at the base of the oak, was the path of glowing moss, winding away into the heart of the woods. Finn's quiet heart beat a little faster, a rhythm of excitement and trepidation. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. This was the Whispering Woods, a world hidden within his own, a place of magic that only revealed itself in the liminal hours, and only to those who knew how to look. The air was indeed warm and smelled of honey and pine. Fireflies, larger and slower than any he had ever seen, drifted through the air like living embers, their light a perfect match for the glow of his stone. He hadn't walked far when he heard a sound, a small, frustrated snuffling. Peering around the broad trunk of a willow tree, he saw a most peculiar creature. It was about the size of a fox, with fur the color of cinnamon and ash. It had large, dark eyes that shone with intelligence, and a bushy tail that twitched with annoyance. It was trying to reach a cluster of glowing, blue berries growing high on a branch, but its short legs and lack of wings made the task impossible. It let out a little huff of steam, and Finn saw with a start that the steam was faintly warm and carried the scent of a smoldering campfire. The creature turned and saw him. It did not startle or run. Instead, it tilted its head, its dark eyes fixed on the glowing heartstone in Finn's hand. It took a cautious step forward, then another, sniffing the air. "Hello," Finn said, his voice barely a whisper. The creature made a soft, chuffing sound in return. It padded closer, its movements graceful and silent. It stopped a few feet away and sat, wrapping its warm, ash-colored tail around its feet. It looked from the stone to Finn's face, and then pointed a delicate paw towards the unreachable berries. "You're hungry?" Finn asked. The creature chuffed again, a clear affirmative. Finn was tall for his age. He reached up easily and plucked the cluster of berries. He held them out on his flat palm. The creature hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward and delicately taking the berries, its warm breath tickling Finn's skin. It ate them with obvious relish, then made a contented, purring sound deep in its chest. It butted its warm head gently against Finn's leg in thanks. And so, Finn made his first friend in the Whispering Woods. He learned that the creature was called an Emberkin, a gentle being of warmth and hidden light. Its name it conveyed through a series of images and feelings that blossomed in Finn's mind was Ember. They could not speak in words, but they understood each other perfectly, in the way that true friends often do. For many nights, Finn returned to the Whispering Woods. With Ember as his guide, he explored the hidden valleys and shimmering streams. He met other shy inhabitants, the moss folk, small, green-skinned people who mended torn spiderwebs with threads of dew, the lumen birds who sang with voices of chiming crystal and lit their own nests with the light stored in their feathers. He learned the rhythms of this gentle world. He discovered that his quiet nature, which felt like a burden in the village, was a gift here. His stillness allowed him to hear the secrets the woods were telling. His patience allowed him to watch a flower unfold over the course of an hour, its petals releasing a soft, sleeping dust into the air. But as the weeks turned into a month, Finn began to notice a change. The light in the Whispering Woods was growing dimmer. The glowing moss on the path was less bright. The lumen birds' songs were slower, more mournful. The fireflies were fewer in number. A subtle chill was creeping into the air, and the vibrant colors were beginning to fade, like a beautiful tapestry left too long in the sun. Ember grew anxious, its warm puffs of steam coming more frequently. One evening it led Finn deep into the woods to a place he had never been, a silent, dark clearing where a great, ancient tree stood in the center. This was the heartwood tree, Ember showed him. It was the source of all the light and warmth in the Whispering Woods. But now the great tree was sickly and pale. Its leaves, which should have been shining like 1,000 tiny lanterns, were dull and drooping. Its massive trunk was covered in a creeping gray lichen that seemed to suck the very light from the air. The moss folk were gathered around the base of the tree, their tiny hands pressed against the bark, weeping silent, glistening tears. The mystery was unfolding before Finn's eyes. The hidden world was dying. An old, wise moss man, his beard a cascade of silvery moss, hobbled forward. He looked at Finn and then at the heartstone, which was glowing in Finn's hand, pulsing in time with Finn's own heartbeat. "The great gloom has taken our heartwood," the moss man said, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "It is a blight of forgetting, of silence. It feeds on doubt and fear. Our own light is not strong enough to fight it anymore. We have been waiting for a light from the outside, a quiet light but a true one." All eyes, both large and small, turned to Finn. The weight of their hope settled upon him, and the old chill of doubt, the name Faint-Heart Finn, whispered in his mind. How could he, a quiet boy from the village, save an entire magical world? He looked at Ember. His friend looked back, its dark eyes steady and trusting. It nudged his hand with its warm nose, and Finn felt the steady, reassuring pulse of the heartstone against his palm. It was not a loud or boastful light. It was a constant, gentle, and enduring one, just like his own heart. He understood then. The journey through the Whispering Woods had been transforming him, as surely as fire transforms wood. It had burned away his uncertainty and left behind a stronger, clearer version of himself. His quietness was not a lack of courage, but a different kind of strength, the strength of listening, of patience, of a steady, burning will. What must I do? Finn asked, his voice clear and firm in the hushed clearing. The old moss man pointed a gnarled finger at the heartstone. That stone is a piece of the first light, a seed of the original sun that warmed this world. It answers to a true heart. You must take its light to the very heart of the tree, but the way is guarded by the gloom. It will try to frighten you, to make you doubt. It will show you your fears. You must not let its chill extinguish your light. Finn nodded. He took a step towards the massive, ailing tree. As he approached the trunk, the gray lichen seemed to writhe and pulse. The air grew cold, and whispers began to swirl around him, voices that sounded like the children from the village. Faint heart, Finn, you're not brave enough. You'll fail. You don't belong here. A cold tendril of fear wrapped around his ankle. He looked down and saw the gray lichen creeping towards him. He felt a wave of dizziness, a desire to turn and run, to go back to the safety of his quiet room. But then he felt a warmth at his side. Ember was there, pressing close, its own inner fire a small but defiant beacon. Finn looked at his friend, then at the heartstone in his hand. It was glowing fiercely now, a deep ruby red, its light pushing back the immediate darkness. He thought not of grand, heroic deeds, but of small, authentic moments. The warmth of the stone in his hand the first day he found it. The grateful nudge from Ember. The silent understanding in the eyes of the moss folk. The simple, profound joy of walking a path of light in a hidden wood. These were the things that were real. These were the things that were true. He took another step, and then another. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, but they were just noise now, like the wind against his window. The lichen tried to crawl up his legs, but the light from the heartstone made it recoil, sizzling softly. He was at the base of the tree now. There was a hollow there, dark and deep, from which a profound coldness emanated. This was the source of the great gloom. He knew what he had to do. He closed his eyes, pouring all his feelings into the stone, his friendship for Ember, his love for the quiet beauty of the woods, his newfound acceptance of his own gentle nature. He focused on the warmth, the constancy, the enduring glow of a heart that burned steady and true. The heartstone flared. It was not an explosion, but an expansion. A wave of pure golden warmth flowed out from him, washing over the tree, through the clearing, and into every corner of the whispering woods. It was the light of a comforting hearth, of a kind word, of a loyal friendship. The gray lichen shattered like glass, dissolving into nothingness. The whispers ceased, replaced by a profound, peaceful silence. The heartwood tree began to tremble. Then one by one its leaves began to glow, first a soft green, then a brilliant gold. The light traveled up the trunk and out along the branches, until the entire tree was a blazing pillar of gentle, life-giving radiance. The light spread through the roots under the earth, and all through the woods. The moss on the path shone brighter than ever. The lumen birds burst into a chorus of joyous song, and thousands of fireflies rose into the air like a constellation of living embers. The warmth returned. The colors bloomed back, richer and more vibrant than before. The whispering woods was saved. Finn stood there breathless, the now dormant heartstone still warm in his hand. The moss folk cheered, their tiny voices like the ringing of silver bells. Ember leapt around him in joyful circles, leaving trails of warm, happy steam in the air. The old moss man approached and laid a hand on Finn's arm. "You see," he said, his voice now warm and strong. "A quiet light can drive away the deepest darkness. You did not fight with a sword, but with a heart. That is a magic that never fades." When it was time to go, Finn said his goodbyes. He knew the path would always be there for him, as long as he carried the warmth of the memory in his heart. Ember walked with him to the edge of the woods, to the gnarled oak tree. It gave his hand one last, warm nuzzle before turning and padding back into the shimmering light of its home. Finn stepped back into his own world. The night was deep and quiet, the village lights below were mostly dark. He walked home, the memory of the golden light warming him from the inside out. He placed the heartstone back on his windowsill. It was once again a simple, smoky gray stone. But he knew the light was not gone, it was merely resting, and it lived on inside him. The next day in the village, Finn was still quiet. But the chill of doubt was gone. When the other children ran past, shouting, one of them tripped and fell, skinning his knee. While the others stood around, unsure what to do, Finn walked over. He didn't say anything. He simply knelt, helped the boy up, and offered a quiet smile. It was a small thing, a moment of simple kindness. But the boy saw something in Finn's eyes he hadn't noticed before, a steady, warm light, a deep and quiet strength. Finn was still Finn, but he was no longer faint-heart Finn. He was just Finn, the boy with the kind eyes, who understood the language of the woods and carried a hidden warmth inside him. And that was more than enough. So, as the fire in the hearth settles into a bed of glowing coals, and the room is filled with a soft, peaceful radiance, remember Finn's story. Remember that the most powerful light is often the gentlest one. It is the light of a steadfast heart, of a loyal friend, of a quiet courage that burns steady and true through the long nights. It is the light that guides you home, and the light that assures you that you are, and always have been, enough. Let that warmth fill you now, from the tips of your toes to the top of your head. Let your breathing become slow and deep, like the peaceful sigh of the woods at rest. The story is over, the mystery is solved, and all is well in the hidden world and in this quiet room. Close your eyes and let the ember glow of this tale carry you gently into the land of dreams. Story 6. In the velvet expanse where stardust gathers like cosmic dandelion fluff, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet hums and gentle, pulsing lights, a sanctuary left behind by starfarers who had moved on to brighter corners of the galaxy. It was here that two very different souls found their way, drawn by the same longing for companionship beneath the silent, watching stars. The first was a being from the world of Lyra, a planet where the very soil shimmered with soft, opalescent light. His name was Kaelen, and he was shaped not unlike a slender sapling, with limbs that moved with the fluid grace of willow branches in a breeze. His skin was the color of moonstone, and when he felt an emotion, it would ripple across his surface in gentle, shifting hues, a soft blue for contentment, a warm gold for curiosity. He did not speak in words, but in a symphony of colors and delicate chimes that floated from the tiny, bell-like flowers that grew along his arms. The second was a creature from the gaseous world of Vespera, a floating orb of gentle light named Orin. Orin had no solid form, but was rather a collection of shimmering, mist-like tendrils that swirled in a constant, slow dance. Communication for Orin was a matter of harmonies, a low, resonant hum for sadness, a bright, trilling melody for joy. He perceived the world not through sight, but through vibration and sound, reading the music of the universe in the way a gardener reads the soil. Their first meeting was one of startled confusion. Kaelen had been tending to a small, crystalline garden he'd begun in the observatory's solarium, his arms glowing a soft, nervous silver. Orin, drawn by the unfamiliar, gentle chiming, had floated into the room, his own form pulsing with a questioning, low C-sharp. For a long moment they simply observed one another, Kaelen seeing a swirling cloud of soft light, Orin hearing a hesitant, tinkling melody. Kaelen, wishing to express welcome, reached out a hand, his skin flushing a warm, sunny yellow. But Orin, whose culture saw sudden, bright light as a sign of alarm, recoiled with a sharp, dissonant hum. Kaelen's color flickered to a confused, muted gray. It was their first misunderstanding, a clash of color and sound that left them both feeling a little lonely in the vast, quiet station. But loneliness was a language they both understood. Slowly, cautiously, they began again. Kaelen discovered that if he moved his colors slowly, in gentle gradients, Orin would respond not with alarm, but with curious, matching harmonics. Orin learned that by humming a soft, steady drone, he could create a vibration that made the tiny flowers on Kaelen's arms chime in a delighted, cascading chorus. Their shared shelter, the Starlight Haven, became their laboratory of friendship. They decided to build something new together, a garden, but not like any other in the galaxy. In the heart of the observatory's main dome, where the ceiling was a clear crystal that looked out onto the swirling nebulas and distant suns, they began their work. Kaelen used his knowledge of crystalline flora, planting shrubs that grew not in soil, but in pockets of starlight, their leaves refracting light into tiny rainbows. Orin, with his control over subtle vibrations, taught the plants to resonate, so that when they caught a particular frequency of starlight, they would emit a soft, melodic tone. It was a garden of light and song, a place where their two forms of communication wove together into something entirely new. Their progress was not without its moments of gentle comedy. One day, Kaelen, feeling particularly joyful after discovering a new nebula blooming outside the viewport, let his entire body flash a brilliant, celebratory magenta. Orin, who had been carefully tuning the harmonic frequency of a newly sprouted singing vine, was so startled by the sudden burst of color that he hit a high, squeaking note that made the entire vine shudder and droop. For a moment there was silence. Then Kaelen's color shifted to a soft, pulsing lavender, the Lyran equivalent of a chuckle. Orin responded with a warbling, laughing trill. The shared laughter, one of color and one of sound, was more bonding than any perfectly executed plan could have been. Another time, Orin tried to show Kaelen a Vesperin game, which involved creating complex, interweaving harmonic patterns. Kaelen, having no way to produce sound, tried to replicate the patterns with his colors. The result was a frantic, flashing strobe of hues that gave Orin a delightful case of the vibrational hiccups. They spent the next hour, Kaelen glowing in steady, calming azure waves, Orin humming a slow, rhythmic pattern, until the hiccups subsided, both of them sharing a quiet, profound sense of camaraderie. Their favorite times were the quietest ones. When the station's orbit brought it to a peaceful stretch of space, they would float together before the great crystal dome, watching the ballet of distant suns and the slow, majestic drift of galactic currents. Kaelen's light would soften to a deep, contented indigo, speckled with points of silver like a mirror of the cosmos outside. Orin would hum a low, warm melody, a sound that vibrated through the floor and up through Kaelen's roots, a feeling of utter peace and belonging. In those moments, there were no barriers of biology or culture. There was only the shared wonder of the universe and the quiet joy of not having to experience it alone. The true test of their friendship came when a silent, deep space current caused the station's main power crystal to flicker and dim. The gentle hum of the life support systems grew faint, and the lights in their beautiful garden began to wane. Kaelen felt a cold fear, his skin paling to a worried, ashen white. Orin swirled in agitated, silent patterns, his own light dimming with anxiety. They needed to realign the secondary energy relays, a task that required one of them to venture into the station's oldest, least stable wing. They went together. Kaelen, with his delicate, light-giving touch, could manipulate the tiny crystal filaments. Orin, with his vibrational sense, could guide him, seeing the energy pathways that were invisible to Kaelen's eyes. It was a slow, painstaking process. Kaelen's hands chimed softly with the strain, his light flickering with concentration. Orin hummed a constant, guiding note, a thread of sound in the darkness, keeping his friend steady. When the final crystal slid into place with a soft click, a wave of warm, golden light flooded the corridor. The station sighed back to life, and their garden erupted in a triumphant, harmonious chorus of light and song. In that moment, Kaelen glowed the brightest, purest gold Orin had ever seen, and Oren responded with the richest, most resonant chord his being could produce. They had not just fixed a machine, they had woven their trust and care into the very fabric of their home. And so, the Starlight Haven remained a beacon of quiet joy in the silent vastness. A place where a being of light and a creature of song had learned that the simplest language of all, the language of patience, of laughter in the face of misunderstanding, and of kindness offered without expectation, was the one true currency of the cosmos. They continued their quiet lives, tending their garden of singing light, always learning, always sharing, and always watching the stars together, two friends who had discovered that the universe, for all its immensity, feels wonderfully small when you have a hand to hold, even if that hand is made of light or a hum of perfect harmony. Story 7. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a boy whose hands held a secret. He was a quiet child, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that beat in time with the falling rain. His name was Leo, and he did not know he was extraordinary. He only knew that sometimes when he felt a particularly strong emotion, a surge of happiness at the sight of a fledgling bird, a pang of sadness for a withered flower, a strange warmth would bloom in his palms. The change began subtly. One afternoon, while tending to his small, rather neglected patch of earth behind his cottage, he felt a familiar loneliness creep into his chest. It was a hollow, echoing feeling he knew well. As it settled, he noticed a faint, silver dust shimmering on his fingertips, like powdered moonlight. He brushed it off, thinking it was pollen, but the next day, a single, pearl-white flower had sprouted where the dust had fallen. Its petals were velvety and soft, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, inner light. Leo was bewildered. He showed no one, fearing they would think him strange. He began to wear gloves, tucking his secret away like a forbidden treasure. His little garden, however, began to respond to his hidden nature. The vegetables grew a little taller, the colors of the few flowers he had became more vibrant, and the air around the patch always smelled sweet, even in the dead of winter. The true turning point arrived on a day when the sky was the color of bruised peaches. Leo had tried to build a small wooden birdhouse, but his clumsy fingers had resulted in a lopsided, sorry-looking thing. Frustration, hot and sharp, coiled in his stomach. He threw the pieces of wood down and sat heavily on the damp earth. The familiar warmth surged in his hands, and this time, when he pulled off his gloves, he saw not silver dust, but tiny, perfect leaves, the size of his pinky nail, unfurling from his skin. They were emerald green and veined with gold, and they rustled with a sound like distant wind chimes when he moved his fingers. Terrified, he scrambled back, but the leaves simply detached, floating to the ground and dissolving into the soil. From that spot a vine erupted, coiling up the leg of the broken birdhouse. In moments it was covered in a canopy of heart-shaped leaves and tiny, star-shaped blue flowers that chimed softly. A curious sort of magic, a voice said, gentle as the rustling leaves. Leo spun around. An old woman stood at the edge of his garden. She was not there a moment before, he was sure of it. She wore a cloak the color of moss and carried a walking stick that seemed to be a living branch, with a single, persistent leaf clinging to its tip. Her eyes were the deep, knowing brown of ancient soil. "Who are you?" Leo whispered, hiding his hands behind his back. "I am a gardener of a different sort," she said, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "I tend to things that are in the process of becoming. You, my dear boy, are a living seed, and it seems you are ready to sprout." She did not visit him every day, nor did she offer grand speeches or complicated spells. She appeared only when Leo needed her most, always arriving with the quiet inevitability of dawn. She became his mentor in the art of being. The first lesson was patience. Leo wanted to understand his magic, to control it. He would concentrate fiercely, trying to force the leaves or the silver dust to appear. Nothing happened. You cannot force a seed to grow by shouting at it, the old woman said one evening, sitting beside him on a worn wooden bench. You provide the soil, the water, the sunlight. The seed does the rest in its own time. Your heart is the soil. Your feelings are the rain and sun. You must simply be present with them. So Leo stopped trying to force it. He began to sit quietly in his garden each day, simply feeling. When he felt joy, he let it wash over him. When he felt sorrow, he did not push it away. He observed the warmth in his hands as it came and went, no longer with fear, but with a budding curiosity. His small victories began to accumulate, each one a tender leaf in his own metamorphosis. He spent an afternoon feeling content, watching clouds drift like lazy sheep. The warmth in his hands was a soft, steady glow, and when he looked, his palms were covered in a golden moss that felt like warm velvet. He gently pressed his hands to the bark of an old apple tree. The next morning the tree, which had borne only sour fruit for years, was heavy with sweet, ruby-red apples. Another day a friend from the village confided in him about a deep worry. Leo listened, his heart aching with empathy. As his friend spoke, a faint, lavender light emanated from Leo's fingertips. When his friend left, feeling lighter, Leo found a cluster of lavender bushes had sprung up where his tears had fallen, their scent a balm to the anxious soul. The old woman nodded in approval when she saw it. You see, compassion is a powerful fertilizer. The most profound change happened after a failure. Leo had tried to mend a quarrel between two neighbors, but his words had only made things worse. He felt the hot sting of shame and inadequacy. He retreated to his garden, the warmth in his hands turning cold and sharp. He expected thorns or nettles to sprout. Instead, from his palms grew a soft, gray lichen. It was humble and resilient, clinging to his skin. The old woman was there, her presence a silent comfort. Even in our stumbles we grow, she said softly. Lichens are the first to return after a fire. They are a promise that life continues. Your shame is not an ending, it is simply a different kind of soil. Leo looked at the lichen, and for the first time, he did not see a strange affliction. He saw a story of joy, of empathy, of resilience. His hands were not cursed, they were a reflection of his inner world. He was like a caterpillar in a cocoon, not trapped, but being patiently, beautifully remade. The seasons turned. Leo's garden was no longer a simple patch of earth. It was a vibrant, living tapestry that responded to his every mood. A patch of sky-blue flowers bloomed where he had felt particularly hopeful. A fountain of crystal-clear water bubbled up from a spot where he had laughed until he cried. The entire place thrummed with a gentle, magical energy. One evening, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, the old woman came to him. She did not sit, but stood looking at the transformed garden, her face serene. The cocoon has served its purpose, she said. You have learned to listen to the quiet voice of your own heart. You have learned that change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed as a part of life's beautiful, endless cycle. Leo looked at his hands. They were just hands now. The warmth was gone, not vanished, but settled, having become a permanent part of him. He understood. The magic had not left, it had finished its work. It had taught him how to feel, how to grow, and in doing so, it had woven itself into the very fabric of his being. What happens now? He asked, his voice quiet in the twilight. The old woman gestured to the garden, to the sleeping mountains beyond, to the whole wide world. Now, she said, her voice as soft as a falling petal, you begin. You take everything you have learned, the patience of the seed, the courage of the sprout, the wisdom of the full-grown tree, and you live. Your garden is not just here. It is everywhere you go. Your presence will be like sunlight for other seeds waiting in the dark soil. She smiled, a look of deep and abiding love in her eyes. Then she turned and walked away, not down the path, but seeming to dissolve into the gathering shadows between the trees, becoming one with the night. Leo was alone, but he did not feel lonely. He felt full, complete, and yet thrillingly open, like the first page of a new book. He sat on his bench, breathing in the scent of his magical garden, feeling the cool evening air on his skin. He was no longer the boy with a secret in his hands. He was a young man with a garden in his heart. He looked up at the emerging stars, each one a tiny point of light in the vast, dark cocoon of the sky. He knew his story was not ending here by the dying embers of the day. It was only just beginning, and he was ready to see what would bloom next. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elm Shadow. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in breaths, not in days, but in dreams. The sun was a beloved visitor who painted the canopy in dappled gold, but the true soul of the forest awoke only when the moon, a great silver pearl, ascended its velvet throne in the sky. On this particular evening, a soft, misty rain had just ceased, leaving every leaf and needle bejeweled with crystal droplets. The air itself tasted of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves, a perfume of profound peace. It was in this hush that a young fox, whose coat was the color of autumn rust, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan, and though his heart was brave, it was also filled with a quiet, persistent worry. He felt a restlessness, a sense that something in the forest was out of tune, a note held too long in a silent song. A gentle rustle, like silk brushing against silk, came from the boughs of a great oak. From its shadows emerged Orion, a great horned owl whose feathers were the color of storm clouds, and whose eyes held the patient light of forgotten stars. He did not hoot, but rather his presence made a sound, a soft exhalation of wisdom. "You are listening to the silence too intently, little one." Orion's voice was not heard with ears, but felt in the soul, a low vibration of comfort. The silence is not empty, it is full of answers. Rowan looked up, his whiskers twitching. "The stream doesn't babble as joyfully as it did last moon," he confessed. "The moss on the stones feels thin. I hear a sighing in the wind that wasn't there before." Orion blinked slowly. "The forest speaks a secret language, Rowan. It does not use words as we know them. It speaks through the texture of bark, the melody of water over stone, the scent the air carries from distant valleys. To understand what troubles it, you must learn to listen not with your ears, but with your whole being. Come." With a whisper of wings, Orion glided from his perch and led Rowan deeper into the woods. The path was soft with centuries of fallen needles, muffling their steps. They walked until they came to the whispering stream, a ribbon of liquid silver that curled through the forest floor. Normally, its song was a cheerful, bubbling chatter. Now it was a subdued murmur. "Place your paw upon the bank," Orion instructed. Rowan did so, closing his eyes. At first he felt only the cool, wet soil. But then a sensation began to bloom, a gentle thrumming that traveled up his leg and into his heart. It was not a sound, but a feeling of weariness. The stream was tired. It felt the weight of the coming winter, the deep sleep that was approaching, and it was resisting. It wanted to stay lively and awake, fearing the stillness and the ice. "It is afraid of the quiet," Rowan whispered, understanding dawning. "All things need rest," Orion's thought voice replied. "The stream believes its purpose is only in its movement. It does not yet understand that its deepest magic is woven in its stillness, when it becomes a mirror for the stars and a window to the world beneath the ice." They continued on, following a trail of luminous fungi that pulsed with a soft, greenish-gold light. These were the forest's lanterns, bioluminescent wonders that dotted the darkness like fallen constellations. They arrived at a circle of ancient stones, each one taller than Rowan and draped in thick, velvet moss. This was the circle of elders, where the oldest stones gathered. Now press your forehead to the moss, Orion said. Rowan approached the largest stone, its surface cool and rough beneath the spongy moss. He leaned forward until his brow touched the green fur. A deep, resonant hum filled his skull, a vibration so low and ancient it felt like the very heartbeat of the earth. This stone, too, was troubled. It remembered the long, dark winter, the blanket of snow that would cover it. It missed the warmth of the sun on its granite skin, and felt that its long vigil through the cold months was a lonely, forgotten duty. It feels its purpose is to be seen, to be warmed, Rowan murmured, the stone's melancholy seeping into him. Its purpose is to endure, Orion corrected gently. To hold the memory of the sun within its core so it can share that memory with the first shy roots of spring. Its stillness is not emptiness, it is a promise. The final part of their journey took them to the grandmother willow, a tree so vast her branches formed a cathedral of weeping green. Her trunk was gnarled and twisted with age, and her long, trailing leaves shimmered with captured moonlight. As they approached, a soft breeze stirred her branches, and the sound was 1,000 tiny wind chimes, a natural ASMR that soothed the soul. Orion did not need to instruct Rowan here. The young fox simply sat at the base of her vast trunk and waited. He listened to the gentle patter-patter of the last raindrops falling from her leaves onto the ferns below. He felt the caress of the wind, a breath that carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine. He watched the dappled patterns the moonbeams painted on the forest floor through her canopy. And then he heard it. Not with his ears, but in the quiet center of himself. It was a song, a slow, deep, resonant hum that came from the roots beneath him, from the sap rising in the willow's veins, from the very air that she breathed. It was a song of cycles, of pushing forth with vibrant life in the spring, of basking in abundant joy in the summer, of letting go with glorious color in the autumn, and of sinking into deep, restorative rest in the winter. The grandmother willow was not worried. She was preparing. She was teaching the forest how to sleep. Rowan understood. The sighing wind was not a lament, but a lullaby. The stream's subdued flow was not sorrow, but a slowing of its pulse for a long nap. The stone's coolness was not loneliness, but a gathering of inner strength. He looked at Orion, his heart now still and clear. They are not breaking, they are bending, they are preparing for the great turn. The owl's star-filled eyes seemed to smile. Yes, the most beautiful magic is not always in the blooming, but often in the root, not in the rushing, but in the pool, not in the shout, but in the quiet breath between. The forest knows that to truly renew, one must first truly rest. As if in response to this newfound understanding, the forest around them seemed to exhale. The whispering stream gave a contented gurgle, finally accepting its coming stillness. The ancient stone in the circle seemed to settle, its hum deepening into a note of patient resolve. And the wind, weaving through the grandmother willow's leaves, sang its lullaby a little sweeter, a little softer. Rowan and Orion made their way back to the starlit clearing. The bioluminescent fungi glowed a little brighter, casting their friendly, greenish light upon the path. The world was the same, and yet entirely different. The tension Rowan had felt was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace. The forest was not in trouble. It was simply following the oldest rhythm of all, the gentle, inevitable dance of rest and renewal. Orion settled back on his oak branch. Remember this night, little fox. When you feel your own seasons changing, when you feel the need to pull inward and be still, do not fear it. It is not an ending. It is the forest's wisdom living within you. It is the quiet time when the most important dreams are woven. Rowan curled up at the base of the tree, the rustle of the leaves above him a gentle whisper, the distant murmur of the stream a soothing rhythm. He watched the moonbeams paint silver patterns on his paws and listened to the peaceful symphony of the night, the patter of a last few drops, the sigh of the wind, the hum of the sleeping earth. He was no longer restless. he was part of the song. And as he drifted into sleep, he knew that the magic of Elm Shadow was not just in its light, but also in its shadows, not just in its sounds, but also in its profound and comforting silence. It was a magic of wholeness, a tapestry woven from both activity and rest, and he was now a single, peaceful thread in its eternal, beautiful design. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. Each pop and hiss was a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, a sound that promised warmth and safety. It is in such a cozy, flickering light that our story begins, not in a grand castle or a bustling city, but in a small, quiet cottage on the edge of a great, slumbering wood. In this cottage lived a boy named Leo, a child with a thoughtful heart and eyes the color of the twilight sky. Leo often felt a peculiar loneliness, a quiet space inside him that the warmth of the fire and the love of his family couldn't quite fill. He was a watcher, a listener, more comfortable with the patterns of frost on the window pane than with the boisterous games of other children. His greatest secret, when he held close like a smooth stone in his pocket, was that sometimes, when the world was very still, he could see things that others could not. Faint, shimmering trails of light, like the last breath of a sunset, would appear to him, weaving through the air or clinging to the bark of an ancient tree. One evening, as a particularly brisk autumn wind whispered secrets to the eaves of the cottage, Leo saw something new. A thread of light, not faint and fading, but bright and pulsing like a captured ember, drifted past his window. It was a deep, warm orange, the color of the heart of the fire, and it seemed to beckon him. Pulling his softest, thickest woolen blanket around his shoulders, its familiar weight a comfort against the unknown, he slipped out into the deepening dusk. The world outside was a symphony of soft sounds and cool air. The crunch of his boots on the frosted grass was a steady drumbeat. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a gentle chorus. And there, always just ahead, was the glowing thread, weaving through the trunks of the trees like a needle through dark cloth. It led him deeper into the wood than he had ever dared to go alone. The familiar, friendly trees gave way to older, grander ones, their branches forming a cathedral roof high above. The air grew still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp moss and decaying leaves. Just as a sliver of doubt began to chill his heart, the glowing thread dove downwards, not fading but intensifying. It swirled around the base of an immense, ancient oak, a tree so vast that its roots formed great, gnarled arches above the forest floor. There, nestled between two moss-covered roots that curved like a pair of protective arms, was a door. It wasn't a door of wood and iron, but one woven from living vines and studded with luminous fungi that glowed with the same soft, ember-like light as the thread that had led him here. The light pulsed gently in a slow, sleeping rhythm. Leo's heart thumped a nervous, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He reached out, his small hand hesitating just before the woven vines. They felt warm to the touch, humming with a quiet energy. He pushed, and the door swung inward without a sound, revealing not a dark hollow, but a downward-sloping tunnel illuminated by more of the glowing fungi. Taking a deep breath that smelled of warm earth and sweet, unknown flowers, he stepped inside. The tunnel was not cold and damp, but surprisingly warm, as if the very heart of the earth was breathing gently upon it. The walls were not stone, but packed, rich soil held in place by a lattice of silvery roots. The glowing fungi provided a soft, dappled light, and from somewhere far ahead came the faint, musical sound of dripping water. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, the gentle slope carrying him deeper, the blanket still snug around his shoulders. The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavern so breathtaking that Leo simply stood, his mouth agape. It was a hidden world, a vast, subterranean grotto. A ceiling high above was studded with thousands of crystals that reflected the soft light from below, creating the illusion of a starry, eternal night. In the center of the cavern lay a still, black lake, its surface so perfectly smooth it looked like a slab of polished obsidian. And all around the edges of the lake, growing in profusion, were flowers. But these were no ordinary flowers. Their petals were the color of moonlight, and from their centers shone a soft, white luminescence, casting a gentle, dreamlike glow over the entire cavern. They were moon petals, though Leo did not yet know their name. But the most astonishing thing was not the crystals or the lake or the glowing flowers. It was the creature sitting on a smooth, flat stone by the water's edge. It was about the size of a large fox, with fur the color of ashes and smoldering coals. Its ears were long and tufted, and its eyes, when it lifted its head to look at Leo, were two pools of molten gold. From its chest, right over its heart, emanated a soft, pulsing light, the same warm orange as the thread that had led Leo here. But this light was fading. It flickered weakly, like a candle guttering in a draught. The creature looked at Leo not with fear, but with a deep, profound sadness. It let out a small, whimpering sound, a puff of smoke curling from its nostrils. "Hello," Leo said, his voice a small, odd whisper in the vast, quiet space. The creature blinked its golden eyes. To Leo's astonishment, a voice, not heard with his ears but felt directly in his mind, clear and thin as a spider's silk, replied, "You can see me." "I can," Leo said, stepping closer slowly, so as not to startle it. "I followed your light." "My light is dying," the creature thought, its mental voice filled with a weary sorrow. It looked down at the faint glow on its chest. "I am a cinderling. My kind are the keepers of hidden warmth, the guardians of secret, cozy places. Our inner light is our life, and it is fed by stories, by shared wonder. But I have been alone for so long. The stories have faded from my heart, and my light fades with them." Leo sat on the ground a few feet away, drawing his knees up under his blanket. He understood loneliness. He understood the quiet ache of it. "What's your name?" he asked gently. The cinderling seemed to ponder this. "I had a name once. It was given to me by a child who found this place, many turnings of the world ago. But I have forgotten it." Without a voice to speak it, a heart to remember it, it drifted away like smoke. A great wave of compassion washed over Leo. "Then I will call you Finn," he said, thinking of the warm, glowing embers in his own fireplace. "If that's all right." A tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of brightness pulsed in the light on Finn's chest. "Finn," the creature repeated, tasting the name in its mind. "It feels warm. Thank you." This was the beginning of their unexpected friendship, a bond forged in the quiet, hidden heart of the world. Leo visited Finn every evening. He would wait until the fire was banked and the cottage was asleep, then wrap himself in his blanket and follow the now familiar, though still faint, thread of light to the woven door and down into the warm, glowing grotto. Their time together was not filled with grand adventures, but with small, authentic moments that began to stoke the dim ember of Finn's spirit. Leo would tell Finn stories. He told him about the world above, about the crunch of autumn apples, the way the morning frost painted silver ferns on the window pane, the sound of his mother singing while she kneaded bread dough. He described the feeling of the warm wool blanket, the taste of honeyed milk, the way the stars looked on a clear, cold night. And Finn, in turn, would share the secrets of the grotto. He showed Leo how the moon petals would slowly turn their glowing faces to follow the unseen passage of the moon far above. He taught him that the still, black lake was called the Mirror Well, and that if you gazed into it with a very quiet heart, you might see not your reflection, but the memory of a happy dream. Leo tried, and once, just for a second, he saw himself laughing, truly laughing, without a trace of the loneliness he so often carried. With every shared story, every moment of quiet companionship, Finn's inner light grew a little stronger. It was no longer a guttering flicker, but a steady, warm glow, like a well-tended fire. His golden eyes lost their weary film and began to sparkle. He even began to move more, padding softly around the edge of the mirror well, his ashen and ember fur rippling in the soft light. But a gentle mystery began to unfold alongside Finn's recovery. Leo noticed that the glowing fungi that lit the tunnel and the grotto were also connected to Finn's well-being. When his light had been weak, their glow had been dimmer. Now that he was brighter, they shone with a renewed vigor. And Leo began to see more of the shimmering trails he had always been able to glimpse. They were everywhere in the grotto, delicate, silver threads connecting the moon petals to the crystals in the ceiling, golden threads dancing over the surface of the mirror well. He realized he was seeing the web of life and magic that held this hidden world together, and he saw that Finn was a bright, vital knot at its center. "Finn," Leo said one evening, as they sat watching the light of the moon petals shimmer on the black water. "The light I followed to find you, it was outside my window in the world above. Can you leave this place?" Finn was quiet for a long time, the only sound the soft plink of water dripping from the cavern roof into the lake. Once he thought, his mental voice soft with memory. "When my light was strong, I could walk in the world above. I could bask in the warmth of a real sun, feel the wind in my fur. I could seek out lonely hearts and leave little glowing signs for them to find, little embers of hope. But my light grew too dim. The path between the worlds requires a steady flame to keep it open. The door you used, it was my last, fading effort." Leo looked at the bright, steady glow on Finn's chest. It was stronger now than it had ever been. "Is it strong enough now?" he asked, his own heart feeling both hopeful and fearful. Hopeful for his friend, fearful of losing him. Finn looked at him, his golden eyes seeming to see right into the heart of the lonely boy. "It is," he thought. "But a journey alone holds little warmth. It is the sharing of the journey that truly feeds the light. Will you walk with me, Leo?" And so, their friendship deepened into a shared journey. The next evening, instead of staying in the grotto, they walked back up the warm, root-lined tunnel together. When Finn stepped through the woven door and his paws touched the cold, crisp leaves of the forest floor, he let out a shuddering, joyful breath. A puff of glowing sparks, like a swarm of friendly fireflies, danced around his head. His own chest light flared, bright and triumphant. They walked through the sleeping wood, and it was a transformation. Leo, who had always felt like an observer, now felt like a part of the forest's secret life. With Finn by his side, he saw the world with new eyes. Finn showed him a badger's set, the occupants snoring softly within. He pointed out an owl perched high in a pine, its eyes closed in regal slumber. He led Leo to a clearing where a ring of mushrooms glowed with a faint, phosphorescent light, and Finn lay down in the center, his own light blending with theirs, a look of pure, simple bliss on his fox-like face. Leo's own personal growth was as steady and true as the burning of Finn's recovered light. The quiet loneliness that had lived inside him began to shrink, replaced by a warm, glowing confidence. He laughed more easily. He found himself noticing the small beauties of his own world with the same wonder he felt in the grotto. He helped his father stack firewood, feeling the satisfying weight of the logs and the promise of warmth they held. He listened to his mother's stories with a new appreciation, understanding now that stories were not just words, but food for the soul, kindling for the inner light. Their journey together was not about reaching a destination, but about the walking itself. They explored hidden streams and sun-dappled clearings. They sat under the vast, starry sky, and Finn would tell Leo stories of constellations, tales woven from starlight and ancient memory. Leo, in turn, shared his own fears and hopes, things he had never spoken aloud to anyone. He spoke of his feeling of being different, of his struggle to find his place. Finn would listen, his warm presence a silent comfort, his steady glow a constant reassurance. One night, as the first snow began to fall, dusting the world in a blanket of silent white, they stood at the edge of the wood, looking back at the warm, golden lights of the village. Finn's light was now a brilliant, cheerful beacon, pulsing with health and happiness. Your light has grown, too, Leo, Finn thought softly. Leo looked down at his own hands, then back at his friend, understanding. He hadn't needed a magical glow on his chest. His light was the newfound warmth in his heart, the courage to be himself, the ability to see the magic in the ordinary. He had been transformed just as surely as fire transforms wood, from a lonely watcher into a connected, beloved part of the world. I have to go back now, Leo said, his breath making a small cloud in the cold air. But I'll come back tomorrow. Finn nuzzled his hand, his fur impossibly warm against Leo's cold skin. I will be here, he thought. And remember, the path is always open to you. You carry its warmth inside you now. Leo walked back to the cottage, the snow crunching softly under his feet. He didn't feel the cold. He felt wrapped in the lingering warmth of friendship, in the memory of glowing grottos and shared stories. He slipped back inside, the familiar scent of wood smoke and baking bread welcoming him home. He banked the fire, watching the embers glow red and gold, a smaller, homely version of the light in his friend's chest. He climbed into his bed, pulling the soft wool blanket up to his chin. As he drifted towards sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or epic battles. He was thinking of the quiet sound of dripping water in a cavern, the feel of warm, silken fur under his hand, the shared silence of watching moon petals turn their faces to a hidden moon. He had found a friend, and in doing so, he had found a missing piece of himself. Outside, the snow continued to fall, hushing the world. In the hidden grotto, a cinderling named Finn slept peacefully by the mirror well, his light burning steady and true, a guardian no longer alone. And in a small cottage on the edge of the wood, a boy named Leo slept without a trace of loneliness, a soft, contented smile on his face, his dreams filled with the gentle, ember glow of a friendship that would warm him for all his days. The fire in the hearth gave one last, soft crackle, and settled into a bed of glowing, peaceful coals, its work done for the night. All was well, and the world, both seen and unseen, was at rest. Story 10. The rain tapped gentle fingers against the window pane, a soft pit-pat that made the fire in the hearth seem all the warmer. Inside, the air smelled of old books and beeswax, and the dancing flames cast long, wavering shadows that seemed to breathe in time with the room. In a quiet house on a quiet street, there lived a boy named Leo, who often felt that the world was a very large and loud place, and he was a very small and quiet part of it. He spent much of his time in the one place that felt perfectly sized for him, the attic. It was a kingdom of forgotten things, reached by a creaking staircase that groaned a friendly welcome whenever he visited. Up there, beneath the slanted roof where dust motes danced in the sunbeams, treasures waited. There were trunks with tarnished brass clasps, stacks of National Geographic smelling faintly of vanilla, and a dressmaker's dummy that stood like a silent, headless guardian. One afternoon, with the rain whispering its steady song outside, Leo was exploring a particularly promising corner behind an old roll-top desk. His fingers, brushing against the rough wood, dislodged a small, velvet-covered box. It was no bigger than his palm, and it smelled of cedar and thyme. With a gentle click, he opened it. Nestled inside on a bed of faded silk was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its case was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was not marked with N, S, E, and W, but with symbols. A tiny carved heart, an open book, a smiling sun, and a single shining star. The needle itself was not of magnetized steel, but of what looked like spun silver, and it didn't point north. It quivered, spinning in a slow, lazy circle, as if searching for something. Just then, a floorboard near the chimney stack let out a soft creak. From behind a stack of hatboxes emerged a cat the color of smoke in twilight. This was Barnaby, the attic's resident philosopher. His purr was a low, rumbling engine of contentment. A curious find, Barnaby observed, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. He sat, wrapping his tail neatly around his paws, his green eyes fixed on the compass. That is no ordinary wayfinder. It is a heart compass. It does not point to places, but to feelings, to needs. Leo looked from the cat to the compass, the silver needle still spinning its silent dance. How does it work? It requires a question, Barnaby purred. Not a question spoken aloud, but one held truly in your heart. Hold it flat in your palm and think of what you seek. Leo closed his eyes. The world felt so big and he so small. What did he seek? He thought of the feeling of being a little lost, a little unseen. A wish to feel significant. To feel that he mattered in the vast map of the world. He opened his eyes. The silver needle had stopped its wandering. It pointed, steady and sure, directly at the symbol of the shining star. Ah, Barnaby murmured. The star of significance, a noble quest, but the journey is not measured in miles. It is measured in moments of courage. As if in answer, a deep, resonant bong echoed through the attic. It came from the grandfather clock that stood against the far wall, a stately old timepiece named Horatio. His face was kind moon, and his pendulum swung with the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. The first step, Horatio's voice boomed gently, each word timed with the slow tick-tock of his workings, is often the quietest. The compass has spoken. You must follow where it leads, not with your feet, but with your heart. Leo looked down. The needle was no longer pointing at the star on the dial. It had shifted, now aiming directly at the attic's small, round window. Through the rain-streaked glass, he could see the sprawling branches of the old oak tree in the garden, and nestled in its crook was a squirrel's dray. A feeling, not a voice, tugged at him. A sense of quiet worry. He walked to the window and peered out. There, on a sodden branch just below the nest, was a young squirrel. She was trembling, her fur plastered to her tiny body, her eyes wide with a fear so palpable Leo could feel it in his own chest. She was stranded, too scared to make the slippery leap back to the safety of her home. This was the journey. Not to a distant land, but to the base of an old oak tree. The challenge was not a dragon, but a small creature's terror. She is afraid, Barnaby said, appearing silently beside him. Fear makes the world feel immense and unkind. How do I help? Leo whispered, his own smallness feeling like an advantage for the first time. He could understand being scared. With patience, rumbled Horatio from his corner. Tick-tock and a steady presence. Leo didn't hesitate. He took his own yellow raincoat from its hook and an empty biscuit tin from the kitchen. Down the stairs he went, out into the gentle rain. The world was a symphony of soft sounds, the drip-drip-drip from the gutter, the swish of wet grass under his boots, the distant chime of a church bell marking the hour. He stood at the base of the oak tree and looked up. The squirrel flinched, pressing herself against the bark. "It's all right," Leo said, his voice soft and low, like the rain. He didn't shout. He didn't move suddenly. He simply stood there, a small, steady figure in a bright yellow coat. He opened the biscuit tin. It was empty, but he held it up as if offering a great treasure. He began to hum, a tuneless, comforting sound, matching the rhythm of the falling rain. He stood for what felt like a long time, just being there. Not demanding, not frightening, just present. A safe thing in a scary world. Slowly, ever so slowly, the squirrel's trembling ceased. She uncurled slightly, her bright, black eyes fixed on Leo. He was not a threat. He was just a boy standing in the rain. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and made the leap, a swift, scrabbling dash along the branch and into the dark, dry safety of her dray. A moment later, an adult squirrel poked its head out, chittering softly, a sound like tiny, grateful castanets. A warmth bloomed in Leo's chest, a feeling that was the very opposite of small. He looked down at the compass in his pocket. The needle had moved again. It now pointed firmly at the symbol of the smiling sun. He walked back inside, his clothes damp and his heart full. In the attic, Barnaby was washing a paw with immense dignity. A thing does not need to be large to cast a long shadow of kindness, the cat remarked. You have lit a small sun in a damp world. The next part of the journey was quieter still. The compass led him not outside, but to the bookshelf in the hallway. It pointed to a specific, thick volume of fairy tales. The feeling this time was not of fear, but of loneliness. He pulled the book out. Tucked behind it was a forgotten photograph of his grandmother, a woman he had never met, holding the very same book. She looked kind and a little lonely herself. An idea, quiet and clever, sparked in his mind. He took the photograph to his father, who was working in his study. "Papa," Leo said, holding out the picture, "could you tell me a story about her, the one she liked best?" His father looked up, his tired eyes softening. He put down his pen. The scratch of it had been the only sound in the room. He took the photograph, a smile touching his lips. "She loved the story of the Velveteen Rabbit," he said, and he began to speak, his voice weaving a tapestry of memory and love. Leo listened, curled up in the big armchair, the fire crackling a soft accompaniment. He wasn't just hearing a story, he was mending a tiny tear in the fabric of his family's history, stitching a connection across time with the simple thread of a question. The loneliness in the air dissipated, replaced by a shared, warm memory. Leo checked the compass. The needle now glowed, pointing to the symbol of the open book. His final challenge appeared in the form of his little sister, Lily. She was sitting on the bottom stair, her shoulders slumped, a half-finished drawing of a dragon crumpled in her fist. The feeling coming from her was one of frustration and defeat. "It's wrong," she mumbled on the verge of tears. "I can't make the fire look right." Leo sat down beside her. He remembered the squirrel, how his quiet presence had been the only thing needed. He didn't try to take the crayon from her. He didn't tell her how to fix it. "I think it's a wonderful dragon," he said softly. "He looks very brave. What's his name?" Lily sniffled. "Sparky." "Sparky is a great name," Leo said. He picked up a green crayon. "Maybe his fire is a special kind, not a roaring fire, but a shimmering emerald mist." He gently drew a wispy, green cloud around the dragon's mouth on the corner of the paper. Lily watched, her frustration melting into curiosity. She picked up a yellow crayon and added a few bright sparks within the green mist. Then an orange one for a glowing ember in his chest. They sat there together on the creaky stair, their heads bent close, the only sounds the soft scratch-scratch of crayons and their shared breathing. They weren't just drawing a dragon, they were building a world together. When they were finished, Sparky the dragon was magnificent, breathing a plume of multicolored, magical fire. Lily's face was lit with a triumphant smile. The feeling of defeat had been entirely painted over with joy. Leo felt the compass grow warm in his pocket. He didn't need to look. He knew the needle was pointing to the final symbol, the carved heart. He climbed the creaking stairs back to the attic. The rain had stopped. Moonlight streamed through the round window, painting a silver puddle on the floorboards. Barnaby was asleep in a beam of it, his sides rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. Horatio's pendulum swung tick-tock, a sound as constant and comforting as a heartbeat. Leo took out the heart compass. The silver needle was perfectly still, no longer pointing to any one symbol, but resting peacefully in the center of them all. The quest was complete. He hadn't traveled far. He hadn't fought any monsters. But he had been brave with the quiet courage of patience. He had been clever with the simple cleverness of kindness. He had journeyed deep into the territories of fear, loneliness, and frustration, and he had left behind maps of comfort, connection, and joy. He placed the compass back in its velvet box. The click of the lid closing was a soft, final sound. He was still a small boy in a very large world. But he now knew a wonderful secret. Even the smallest compass, guided by the truest heart, can help you find your way to the most extraordinary places. And the most important journeys are the ones that help others find their way, too. Barnaby in his sleep let out a soft, rumbling purr. Outside, a gentle wind rustled the leaves of the old oak tree, a sound like a contented sigh. And in the quiet, cozy attic, surrounded by forgotten treasures, Leo felt, with a certainty that warmed him more than any fire, that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 11. The fire crackled and whispered in the hearth, a living thing of light and shadow that painted the room in shifting hues of gold and amber. Its warmth was a gentle hand upon your cheek, and its light was a soft blanket against the encroaching night. So settle in, my dear listener, as the embers dance and the wind hums a low tune outside the window. Let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a small, steady glow, a story of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a friendship that warmed from the inside out. In a village nestled in the crook of a sleepy, snow-dusted valley, there lived a boy named Kael. He was a quiet child, with eyes the color of a winter twilight, and a heart that often felt as cold. While other children his age raced through the cobbled streets, their laughter ringing like bells, Kael preferred the company of his own thoughts. He felt he was made of different stuff than them, quieter, slower, like the deep roots of the ancient pines that guarded the mountain pass, rather than the chattering stream that flowed through the town square. He often felt a strange, hollow ache in his chest, a loneliness that not even the loving fuss of his parents could quite fill. Kael's greatest comfort was his grandfather, a gentle woodcarver with hands as gnarled and wise as an old oak. His workshop was a sanctuary of smells, sharp pine resin, rich beeswax, and the dusty, sweet scent of cedar shavings that littered the floor like golden snow. One evening, as the first true frost of the season was painting silver filigree on the window panes, his grandfather called him to the fireside. The old man's eyes, usually twinkling with mischief, were soft and serious. "Kael," he said, his voice a low rumble like stones shifting in a riverbed. "The cold is settling in, not just outside, but in places we cannot see. It is a time for keeping things warm." From a small, intricately carved wooden box, his grandfather drew out an object that made Kael catch his breath. It was a locket no larger than a robin's egg, forged from a metal that seemed to drink the firelight. It was not silver nor gold, but something in between, with a deep, smoky sheen. And in its center, held fast by delicate silver claws, was a stone. It was a dark, opaque crimson like a dying ember, and it pulsed with a soft inner light. Thump, thump, a slow, steady rhythm that echoed a heartbeat. "This is an ember stone," his grandfather said, placing the cool metal and the warm stone into Kael's palm. The moment it touched his skin, a wave of profound comfort washed over him. The subtle, hollow ache in his chest seemed to lessen, soothed by the stone's gentle, rhythmic pulse. "It is very old. It does not create heat, you see. It finds the warmth that is already there, the hidden sparks in the world and in people, and it helps them glow." Kael clutched the locket, the metal quickly warming to the temperature of his skin. "Where did it come from?" he whispered. His grandfather gazed into the fire, his eyes seeing other times, other places. It is said there is a place high in the mountains where the oldest trees grow, a hidden grove where the last of the true fire-keepers tend to the world's oldest warmth. This stone is a piece of that place, but the path is forgotten and the grove sleeps, waiting for a heart that can feel its call. He looked at Kael, his gaze piercing yet kind. I have a feeling, my boy, that your heart is one that listens more than it shouts. That is a rare and powerful kind of warmth. That night, Kael fell asleep with the locket held tightly in his hand. He dreamed not of blazing suns, but of deep, root-woven earth, and a soft, golden light humming just beneath the surface. When he awoke, the first snow had fallen, muffling the world in a deep, silent blanket. And the emberstone around his neck glowed a little brighter, its pulse a little quicker, as if it recognized something in the crisp, cold air. A few days later, driven by a curiosity that felt both new and ancient, Kael ventured to the edge of the village, where the houses gave way to the wild woods. The emberstone was tugging him, a faint, insistent pull, like a compass needle seeking its north. He followed a deer path, his boots crunching softly in the snow. The world was hushed and still, the only sounds the sigh of the wind through frosted branches and the distant call of a lone crow. It was there, beneath the skeletal branches of a great, lightning-blasted oak, that he found the fox. It was a small, fragile-looking creature, its red fur dulled by the season, one of its back legs held at an awkward, painful angle. It was shivering violently, its breath pluming in thin, desperate puffs. Its dark, intelligent eyes were wide with fear and exhaustion. Most boys might have rushed forward, or thrown a stone, or run to tell their fathers. But Kael simply stood still. He felt a kinship with this small, wounded, solitary creature. Slowly, so as not to startle it, he knelt in the snow. The fox flinched, a low whimper escaping its throat. "It's all right," Kael murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "I won't hurt you." He didn't know what to do. He had no food, no bandages. All he had was the locket. Almost without thinking, he cupped the emberstone in his palm. As he focused on the small, trembling animal, something remarkable happened. The stone's gentle glow intensified, casting a soft, rosy light onto the fox's fur. The light seemed to pool around the creature's injured leg, and the violent shivering began to subside, replaced by a calmer, deeper breathing. Kael stayed there for a long time, kneeling in the snow, his hand outstretched. He didn't move, didn't speak. He simply offered the quiet, steady warmth of the stone. Slowly, the fear in the fox's eyes faded, replaced by a weary curiosity. It sniffed the air, its nose twitching, and then, with a great effort, it limped a few steps closer, until it was just within the circle of the emberstone's light. It lay down in the snow, curled its bushy tail around itself, and rested its head on its paws, its eyes fixed on Kael. A sense of profound peace settled between them, a silent understanding that needed no words. From that day on, the fox, whom Kael simply thought of as Rusty, was his constant, secret companion. Every afternoon, Kael would bring a scrap of food from the kitchen, and Rusty would be waiting at the edge of the woods. The emberstone's light seemed to ease the fox's pain, and within a week, the limp was almost gone. Their friendship was built not on grand adventures, but on quiet moments, sitting together on a sun-warmed rock as Kael whittled a stick and Rusty dozed, watching the snow fall in thick, silent flakes, sharing a companionable silence as the short winter day faded into a violet dusk. The hollow ache in Kael's chest was gone, replaced by a new, steady warmth. He was no longer just the quiet boy. He was the boy who was friends with a fox. One afternoon, as a weak sun tried to break through the gray clouds, the emberstone began to behave strangely. It was no longer just pulsing, it was humming, a low, resonant vibration that Kael could feel in his bones. And its light was no longer a soft glow, but a bright, insistent beacon, pointing like a finger deep into the heart of the mountains. Rusty, sitting beside him, pricked up his ears and let out a soft, questioning yip. He looked from the stone to Kael, his head cocked. "It wants us to follow," Kael said, his heart beating a little faster. The fox stood up, gave a determined little shake, and trotted a few paces into the woods, then looked back as if to say, "Well, are you coming?" And so their true journey began. It was not a dramatic, perilous trek, but a slow, meandering ascent, as if the mountain itself was guiding them. The emberstone lit their way, its light pushing back the deep blue shadows of the forest. It illuminated things Kael would have never seen otherwise: the intricate frost feathers on a spider's web, the hidden entrance to a badger's set dusted with snow, the deep, vibrant green of moss clinging to the north side of the trees. The world was full of secret, quiet life, and the stone helped him see it all. They walked for hours, the air growing colder and thinner. Just as Kael began to feel weary, his legs aching, they came to a place where the path seemed to end in a solid wall of granite, thick with frozen ivy. But the emberstone blazed so brightly it hurt to look at, its light focused on the rocky face. Rusty trotted forward and began to sniff at a particular spot, scratching gently at the stone with his paw. Kael stepped closer, pushing aside the brittle, frozen vines. Hidden behind them was not solid rock, but a narrow, dark opening, just wide enough for a boy and a fox to slip through. A breath of air, surprisingly warm and smelling of damp earth and blooming things, sighed out from the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Kael ducked his head and stepped inside, Rusty padding silently at his heels. The tunnel was short and sloped downward. After only a dozen steps, it opened up into a place that stole the breath from Kael's lungs. It was a grove hidden deep within the heart of the mountain. The ceiling was open to the gray winter sky, but the air within was as warm as a late spring evening. Great ancient trees, their bark gnarled and silvery, grew in a perfect circle, their branches intertwining high above to form a living dome. And in the very center of the grove grew the most magnificent tree Kael had ever seen. It was vast, its trunk so wide that 10 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, copper, and deep crimson, and they glowed with their own soft, internal light, illuminating the entire grove in a perpetual, peaceful sunset. This was the source of the warmth. This was the hidden world. But something was wrong. As Kael's eyes adjusted to the glorious light, he saw that the great tree was not well. Many of its magnificent leaves were dull and brittle, and some had fallen to the mossy ground, their light extinguished. A deep, sorrowful humming filled the air, a sound that resonated with the fading ache Kael used to feel in his own chest. From the base of the great tree, a figure emerged. It was an old woman, or so she seemed. She was small and bent, her skin like the wrinkled bark of the ancient trees, and her hair was a wild tangle of silvery moss and dried vines. But her eyes held the light of the glowing leaves, warm and ancient and infinitely kind. She was the fire keeper. She did not seem surprised to see them. Her luminous eyes went first to the emberstone glowing fiercely on Kael's chest, then to Rusty, who sat calmly by Kael's side, his tail sweeping the moss. "You have come," she said, her voice the sound of leaves rustling, of sap flowing, of deep roots drinking. "The grove has been calling, the great heart tree grows cold, its memories are fading, and with them the world's oldest warmth. What can I do?" Kael asked, his own voice small in the vast, humming silence of the grove. The firekeeper gestured to the fallen leaves littering the ground, their light gone out. "The tree does not need a fierce, roaring fire. That would only consume it. It needs the small, steady warmth of remembrance. It needs the quiet, kind stories that are often overlooked." She pointed a gnarled finger at the emberstone. "Your stone does not create, it reflects, it amplifies. Show it what you have found. Show it the warmth you carry." Kael was confused. He wasn't a storyteller. He was just a quiet boy. But as he looked around the sorrowful grove, he thought of his grandfather's workshop, of the smell of cedar and the feel of a rough-hewn block of wood transforming into something smooth and beautiful under a patient hand. He thought of the first time he saw Rusty, shivering and afraid, and the peace that had settled between them as the Emberstone's light did its work. Hesitantly, he walked toward the great tree. He placed his hand upon its trunk. The bark was warm and throbbed with a slow, fading pulse. He closed his eyes and thought of his grandfather's kindness. He poured the memory into the stone, the sound of his laugh, the twinkle in his eye when he told a story, the safe, warm feeling of being in his workshop. The Emberstone flared, and a soft, golden light flowed from Kael's hand into the tree. On a high branch, a single dull leaf shivered, and then slowly, gently, began to glow again with a soft, buttery yellow light. A thrill ran through Kael. He thought of Rusty. He poured the memory of their first meeting into the stone, the fear in the fox's eyes turning to trust, the quiet afternoons, the unspoken friendship. The stone pulsed, and another stream of light, warmer and rosier this time, flowed into the tree. Another leaf, this one a coppery orange, flickered and then shone brightly. One by one, Kael offered his quiet, small memories. The taste of warm bread from his mother's oven on a cold morning. The sound of the stream trickling under a skin of ice. The sight of the first brave snowdrop pushing through the frost. The feeling of his own loneliness and how it had been comforted. He offered not grand tales of heroes, but the small, authentic moments that made up the fabric of his life. Each memory was a different color, a different quality of warmth, and with each one, another leaf on the great tree glimmered back to life. The grove began to change. The sorrowful humming deepened into a contented, resonant thrum, like the string of a giant cello. The light grew brighter, warmer, washing over Kael and Rusty and the watching firekeeper. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed vitality. When Kael had given all he could, he opened his eyes and stepped back. The great heart tree was now a blazing canopy of glorious, shimmering light. Its leaves rustled though there was no wind, and the sound was like a million soft, thankful whispers. The firekeeper approached him, her bark-like face crinkled in a smile. "You see," she said softly, "the greatest fires are not always the loudest. The most powerful warmth is often the quietest, the most patient. You did not come with a shout, but with a listening heart. You reminded the tree of the small, steady sparks that keep the world from growing cold, kindness, friendship, memory. That is the warmth that burns steady and true." She reached out and touched the Emberstone on his chest. It was no longer pulsing erratically, but glowed with a deep, constant, and peaceful light, as if it had been fully charged, its purpose fulfilled. "This will glow for you always now," she said. "A reminder of the warmth you carry within, and your connection to this hidden place." The journey home felt different. The world seemed brighter, more vivid, as if Kael was seeing it with new eyes. The snow seemed whiter, the sky a clearer, deeper blue. Rusty walked beside him, his brush held high, a silent, loyal presence. When they reached the edge of the woods, the fox paused. He nudged Kael's hand with his cool, wet nose, gave a soft, affectionate yip, and then turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees. It was not a goodbye, Kael knew. It was a see you soon. That night, as Kael sat by his own fireside, the Emberstone warm against his skin, he felt a profound sense of peace. He was still a quiet boy, but the quiet no longer felt like loneliness. It felt like depth. It felt like the quiet of the hidden grove, full of light and warmth and ancient, humming life. He had been on a journey that had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away the cold doubts and leaving behind a stronger, truer self. He looked into the crackling fire in the hearth, watching the logs settle into a bed of glowing embers. They pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, a gentle, constant reminder that the most important warmth is not the fierce, fleeting blaze, but the deep, enduring glow that remains long after the shouting flames have died down. It is the warmth of a kind word, a loyal friend, a happy memory, a listening heart. It is the warmth that guides us toward restful dreams and waits for us when we awake. And as you listen to the soft pop and sigh of the fire, my dear listener, feel that same warmth settling around your own shoulders. Let it soothe your thoughts and slow your breathing. For you too carry an ember of that same gentle, steadfast light within you. Let it glow in the darkness, a small, sure friend in the quiet of the night, guiding you gently into a deep and peaceful sleep. The story is told, the fire burns low, sleep now. Story 12. The fire crackled in the hearth, its flames dancing like ancient storytellers against the soot-stained brick. Each pop and hiss was a syllable in a language older than memory, and in its warm, flickering light, the shadows on the walls seemed to shift into the shapes of those who had sat here long before. In a quiet house at the edge of a slumbering town lived a young man named Leo. He had always felt a little adrift, like a leaf carried on a stream with no sense of the tree from which it had fallen. His days were spent in the comfortable, modern rhythm of work and screens, but his nights were filled with a quiet, persistent longing for something he could not name. It was during the first true chill of autumn that his grandmother, a woman whose hands were as familiar with soil as they were with storybooks, came to stay. With her, she brought a single, worn trunk. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was an object that would change everything, a quilt. It was not a beautiful quilt in the conventional sense. Its patches were a faded mosaic of worn flannel, frayed velvet, and sturdy cotton. Some squares were embroidered with clumsy, hopeful stitches. Others were printed with patterns so faded they were like ghosts of flowers. In the center was a single, larger square of deep indigo fabric upon which was embroidered a scattering of silver stars, connected by fine, silken threads into constellations Leo did not recognize. His grandmother laid it over his knees one evening as they sat by the fire. "This," she said, her voice a soft rustle like turning pages, "is the remembering quilt. It holds our weather." Leo ran his fingers over the patches. "Our weather." "The sunshine and the storms," she said with a gentle smile. "The warm days and the long winters of the heart, it remembers." And then she hummed a few notes of a simple, haunting melody, a tune that seemed to have no beginning and no end. "Sleep, little sapling, roots run deep," she sang softly. "Under the stars, the memories keep." That night, wrapped in the weight and warmth of the quilts, Leo dreamed. He was no longer in his bed, but standing in a field under a sky ablaze with stars. The constellations from the quilt's center square glittered vividly above him. A woman was there, her back to him, her hair silver in the starlight. She was humming his grandmother's tune. As she turned, Leo saw she held a needle and thread, and in her hands was a patch of fabric the color of a summer sky. She did not speak, but her thoughts flowed into his like a quiet stream. "This is the piece from my wedding day," her voice whispered in his mind. "The sky was so clear, and my father told me our family was like the sky, vast, connected, and full of light, even when we couldn't see it." She held up the patch, and Leo saw not just cloth, but a memory, a young woman laughing, her hand in a young man's, dancing under a canopy of paper lanterns that mimicked the stars above. The joy was so palpable he could feel it, a warmth against his skin. Then the woman in his dream pointed to a neighboring patch, a somber gray wool. And this, the whisper came now from a different presence, a man with kind, tired eyes, is from the winter the fever took my little brother. I carried this piece of his favorite coat to keep him close. The quilt is for warmth, you see, both for the body and for the spirit. The dream shifted, and Leo was now watching the man, his great-great-grandfather, sitting by a sict, holding the gray wool, stitching it slowly and deliberately next to the bright blue patch. The sorrow was a cold stone in Leo's chest, but it was a sorrow held, shared, and softened by the surrounding pieces of joy. He awoke with a start, the quilt tangled around him. The fire had died to embers, but the room did not feel dark. It felt full. He looked at the quilt with new eyes. It was no longer just an old blanket, it was a map of lives. The next day he asked his grandmother about the woman and the man from his dream. Her eyes widened, then grew soft. "You met Clara," she said. "And you met Thomas. The quilt has chosen to speak to you." She taught him the full lullaby then, the one that had been hummed in his dream. "Sleep, little sapling, roots run deep. Under the stars the memories keep. Through joy and sorrow, stitch by stitch. A story woven, rich and rich." That evening Leo wrapped himself in the quilt again, this time with intention. He focused on a small crimson patch near the edge, one that felt strangely rough to the touch. As sleep took him, the now familiar field of stars materialized around him. This time a young man stood there, his face etched with anger and regret. He held the crimson patch, which Leo now saw was from a soldier's uniform. "I ran away," the young man's thought was a sharp, pained thing. "I was afraid of the farm, of the quiet, of my father's expectations. I thought glory was on a battlefield. I was wrong." The memory unfolded not as a happy scene, but as a storm. Leo saw the young man, his name was Samuel, arguing with his father in the very same kitchen Leo now ate his breakfast. Harsh words were spoken, words that could not be taken back. Samuel left, taking nothing but the clothes on his back and a deep, stubborn pride. The crimson patch was from the uniform he wore when he was wounded, not heroically, but in a meaningless skirmish. As he lay recovering, his only comfort was the memory of his father's hands, patiently teaching him how to mend a fence. "I never went back," Samuel's thought whispered, thick with a century-old grief. "I sent letters, but I was too proud to return. I thought he would never forgive me. I never knew he kept my letters tied with a ribbon in his desk." Leo awoke, his cheeks wet with tears that were not his own. He went to his grandmother, telling her of Samuel's story, of the unmended rift. His grandmother nodded slowly. "We have that desk," she said. "It's in the attic." Together they climbed the creaking stairs. In a dusty old roll-top desk, in a small, hidden compartment, they found them. A bundle of letters tied with a faded red ribbon, and a small, worn journal. The journal belonged to Samuel's father. On the page following the date of their terrible argument, he had written, "My son is gone. The house is too quiet. My pride was a wall I built with my own hands. I would tear it down with my teeth if I could hear his voice again." The regret of two men, separated by miles and years, echoed in the quiet attic. It was a cold, lonely feeling. But as Leo held the journal and the letters, wrapped in the quilt that had witnessed both the argument and the longing, he felt the coldness begin to thaw. The quilt had not erased their regret, but it had held it, and in the holding had softened its sharp edges. It had kept the story safe until someone was ready to listen, to understand, and to forgive on their behalf. That night, Leo did not just wait for dreams. He sat by the rekindled fire, the quilt over his shoulders, and he sang the lullaby to the empty room, to the shadows, to the ancestors in the patches. "Sleep, little sapling, roots run deep. Under the stars the memories keep." He understood now. The heirloom was not the important part. The quilt was a key, but the lock was in his own heart. The heritage was not in the object itself, but in the act of remembering. It was in the willingness to listen to the whispers in the cloth, to feel the joy and the sorrow of those who came before, and to carry their stories forward not as burdens, but as lessons in resilience and love. He looked at the quilt and saw the new, empty patches his grandmother had left at the bottom. They were not for her. They were for him. for his future, for the memories he had yet to live. His grandmother joined him, her knitting needles clicking a soft rhythm. "You see now, don't you?" she said. "We are not just living our own lives, we are adding patches to the quilt. We are the next verse in the lullaby." Leo nodded, the final piece of his drifting feeling settling into place. He was not a lone leaf on a stream. He was a branch on an ancient, deeply rooted tree. His life was connected to Clara's joy, to Thomas's grief, to Samuel's regret. Their stories were his soil. And his own story, with all its yet unwritten weather, would one day become soil for those who came after. He hummed the lullaby again, its repetition no longer just a melody, but a prayer, a connection, a chain of love stretching back through the generations and forward into the future. The fire crackled its approval, its ancient light glowing on the remembering quilt, which now, finally, felt like home. Through joy and sorrow, stitch by stitch, he whispered into the peaceful night, a story woven rich and rich. And in the quiet that followed, he knew it was true. Story 13. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose skin shimmered with the faintest dusting of what appeared to be morning dew, no matter the hour. This gentle shimmer was the first whisper of the change moving through them, a change that had begun as a quiet unease, a feeling of being not quite settled in their own skin, like a seed waiting underground for some unknown signal to sprout. Rowan lived in a cottage with a garden that responded not to the sun or rain alone, but to the shifting seasons of the human heart. When Rowan felt uncertain, the flowers would bow their heads slightly, their colors softening to muted pastels. When a flicker of courage surfaced, the tulips would stand a little taller, their reds deepening to the color of courage itself. The change within Rowan began subtly. One morning they noticed that their shadow no longer simply followed them, but sometimes danced ahead, tracing patterns of light upon the stone path. Another day their breath began to occasionally shimmer in the air, even indoors, leaving behind tiny, suspended crystals that caught the lamplight like miniature constellations. These manifestations weren't frightening, but they were puzzling. Rowan felt like a caterpillar that had suddenly become aware of the tightness of its own skin, sensing a future shape it couldn't yet imagine. One afternoon, as a particular wave of confusion washed over Rowan, the garden gate, which usually groaned on rusty hinges, swung open silently. An elderly woman stood there, her hair the color of thistledown and her eyes holding the deep, knowing calm of a forest pool. She introduced herself as Alara, though she offered no other explanation for her arrival. "You seem to be growing, my dear," she said, her voice like the rustle of silk. "And all growing things need a little guidance." Rowan showed Alara the shimmering breath, the dancing shadow. Instead of surprise, Alara simply nodded, as if these were the most natural things in the world. "Think of yourself as a seed," she said, leading Rowan to a bench beneath a willow tree. A seed does not know it is meant to be a sunflower or an oak. It only knows the urge to push upward. It trusts the dark soil, the patient waiting. Your feelings are your soil, Rowan. You must learn to trust them. Alara didn't stay long that first day, vanishing as quietly as she came, leaving behind the scent of old books and damp earth. But her words took root. Rowan began to watch their own changes with curiosity instead of anxiety. They noticed that when they felt a moment of genuine connection, listening to a friend's story or helping a neighbor carry their shopping, the dew on their skin would sparkle with tiny, prismatic rainbows. This was the first small victory, the shift from fear to curiosity. Days turned into weeks. Alara would appear at moments of significance. When Rowan felt frustrated by the slow, confusing nature of their transformation, the garden flowers would droop, their petals curling inward. It was in one such moment that Alara was suddenly there, kneeling beside a rose bush. "Look at this bud," she said, her finger gently tracing the tightly wrapped petals. It does not force itself open. It unfurls in its own time, responding to the warmth it feels. Your heart is your sun, Rowan. Let it warm you from the inside. She taught Rowan to breathe with the garden, to inhale slowly as the wind stirred the leaves, and exhale as the blossoms swayed. The pacing of their days began to mirror this natural rhythm. In the mornings, Rowan would sit by a small, stone-lined pond and simply watch the water striders skitter across the surface, their own reflection shimmering back at them, slightly different each day. Their hair had begun to hold strands of color that weren't quite there, a flash of moss green when they felt peaceful, a hint of sky blue when an idea delighted them. Another small victory, learning to be still, to observe without judgment. One evening, a deep sadness came over Rowan, a feeling of being utterly alone in this strange process. They retreated to their room, wrapping themselves in a thick quilt. As the tears fell, they didn't soak into the fabric but beaded upon it, each one hardening into a smooth, opalescent pearl. The next morning, a string of these pearls lay on the bedside table, left by Alara, who had come and gone in the night. The note beside them read simply, "Even the most difficult feelings can become things of beauty." This was perhaps the greatest lesson yet, that there was no wrong emotion. Fear, sadness, confusion, they were all part of the soil, all nutrients for the growing seed of the self. The changes became more pronounced. A soft, downy light began to emanate from Rowan's palms when they felt particularly compassionate. Their footsteps started to leave faint, phosphorescent prints on the dewy grass that lingered for a few heartbeats before fading. The garden, in turn, flourished. A tree that had been barren for years suddenly burst into blossom, its flowers shifting color throughout the day from the pale pink of dawn to the deep violet of twilight, reflecting Rowan's own expanding emotional spectrum. Alara found Rowan one afternoon, staring at their reflection in the pond. Their face was still their own, but it was now framed by a gentle, ever-shifting nimbus of soft light, and their eyes held galaxies of understanding that hadn't been there before. "It feels like I'm about to become something else," Rowan whispered, a tremor of the old fear returning. "But I don't know what." "You are not becoming something else." Alara corrected gently, her hand resting on Rowan's shoulder. "You are becoming more truly yourself. A caterpillar does not die in its cocoon. It dissolves into its essential components, the pure potential of what it was always meant to be. It remembers its blueprint. You are simply remembering yours." She led Rowan to a quiet corner of the garden, where a large, silken cocoon hung from a low-hanging branch of an oak tree. It was translucent, and inside they could see the shadow of the creature within, slowly, patiently rearranging itself. "For now," Alara said, "your work is to be like this chrysalis, to be still, to trust the process happening within. The garden and I will keep watch." And so, Rowan entered a period of quiet introspection. They spent hours in the garden, not doing, but being. They felt the sun on their skin, and noticed how the dew there now refracted the light into tiny, perfect halos. They listened to the bees, their buzzing a soothing mantra. They breathed in time with the rustling leaves. The garden became a cocoon around them, a sacred space of unconditional support. The final change came not with a bang, but with a sigh of release. It was a cool, starlit night. Rowan was standing in the center of the garden, feeling a profound and peaceful acceptance settle over them. They felt every emotion they had ever experienced, the fear, the joy, the sadness, the love, not as separate things, but as threads woven into the beautiful, complex tapestry of their being. As this feeling washed over them, the gentle light that had been flickering around their palms and hair intensified, enveloping them in a warm, radiant glow. It was not a blinding light, but a soft, moon-bright luminescence. From their shoulders, diaphanous wings of light and color unfolded, not of feather or membrane, but of pure, solidified starlight and emotion. They were the colors of a sunset after a gentle rain, of moss on an ancient stone, of a deep, quiet joy. Rowan looked at their reflection in the pond. The person looking back was unmistakably them, but it was a version of them that was more whole, more integrated, more radiant. The dew was gone, replaced by this soft, internal luminescence. The changes had not been erased. They had been resolved into this new, beautiful form. Ilara stood at the garden gate, her smile holding the warmth of 1,000 suns. She did not approach, only watched with proud, glistening eyes. Rowan took a tentative step, then another. Their feet no longer touched the ground. They hovered just above the grass, their wings of light causing the sleeping flowers to stir and turn their faces upward, as if greeting the moon. They were not a caterpillar anymore, nor were they simply a butterfly. They were something entirely their own, a being of light and understanding, a creature of gentle metamorphosis. They floated over to Ilara. No words were needed. The love and gratitude that flowed from Rowan caused the night-blooming jasmine to erupt in a shower of fragrant white stars. "What happens now?" Rowan asked, their voice now a soft chime on the night air. Ilara reached out and touched a wing, which chimed softly in response. "Now, my dear, you begin. You take this light you've cultivated and you carry it out into the world. You will find others who are still seeds, still caterpillars, still in their cocoons. Your presence, your understanding, will be the warmth that helps them trust their own change. Your story is not ending. It is simply opening its wings for the first time." Rowan looked out past the garden gate, to the sleeping valley and the starlit hills beyond. The world was vast and full of quiet mysteries. They felt a thrill, not of fear, but of anticipation. The long, patient inward journey was complete. The outward journey, the sharing of this hard-won light, was just beginning. With a final, grateful look at their garden cocoon and the mentor who had tended it so wisely, Rowan took a deep breath, a breath that now swirled with motes of starlight and rose into the night sky. They were a slow-moving constellation, a beacon of comfort, a living story of gentle change, flying toward the horizon where the first hints of dawn were just beginning to blush, ready to greet the new day and all the beautiful beginnings it held. Story 14. The old house at the end of Willow Lane had always held a particular kind of quiet, the sort that settled in corners and wrapped itself around forgotten things. It was in the attic, on a rainy afternoon when the world outside was painted in shades of gray, that a young girl named Clara discovered the music box. It wasn't hidden, exactly. It sat on a low shelf between a stack of yellowed sheet music and a porcelain doll with one chipped eye, covered in a fine layer of dust that shimmered like ground pearl in the dim light. The box itself was carved from a dark, fragrant wood, sandalwood perhaps, and on its lid was an inlay of mother-of-pearl that formed a swirling pattern of constellations. A tiny silver key, tarnished almost black, protruded from its side. Click. The sound was soft, a definitive little snap in the quiet. Clara turned the key. It resisted at first, stiff with years of stillness, then gave way with a gentle, grinding purr. She lifted the lid. Instead of a tinkling melody, a sound emerged that was not a sound at all, but a feeling, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in her very bones. And from the box a soft, golden light blossomed, projecting not an image, but a shimmering, three-dimensional map into the air before her. It showed a winding path through a forest of silver-leaf trees, leading to a distant, glowing spire that pulsed with a gentle, inviting rhythm, thump-thump, like a quiet heartbeat. A voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves, spoke from a nearby stack of old newspapers. "Well now, it's been an age since anyone wound that up." Clara turned to see a small, spectacled badger peering at her over the rims of his glasses. He wore a tiny waistcoat patched with various fabrics and held a magnifying glass in his paw. "I'm Bernard," he said, shuffling forward. "Keeper of the attic archives, and you've just activated the Starlight compass." "The what?" Clara whispered, her eyes fixed on the shimmering path. The compass doesn't point north, Bernard explained, adjusting his spectacles. It points toward, it shows you the path you need to take, not across land, but within yourself. That glowing spire, that's the Heartwood Glade, a place where lost things are found and quiet things are heard. Just then a soft thump-thump-thump echoed from the rafters, and a large, snowy owl landed gracefully on a nearby trunk. The glade calls, the owl said, her voice a soft, melodic hoot. I am Odette, I navigate by the whispers on the wind. It seems your journey begins, little one. Clara, who often felt too shy to speak up in class and whose courage felt as small as a sparrow, looked from the badger to the owl to the glowing path. What journey? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. The one to find your voice, Odette hooted softly. The compass would not show you the way if you were not ready to walk it. And so, without ever leaving the cozy, dust-moted safety of the attic, the journey began. The air around them seemed to shift and change. The scent of rain and old wood was joined by the fragrance of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. The projected path solidified, and Clara found herself standing at its beginning, Bernard at her heels and Odette soaring silently ahead. The forest of whispers was not a scary place. The silver leaves rustled together, creating a sound like 1,000 gentle secrets being shared. Hush, 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 they sighed. Fireflies like drifting embers blinked in and out of existence, lighting their way. The challenge came soon enough. The path led to a wide, dark river, its waters flowing silently and looking impossibly deep. There was no bridge. Ah, said Bernard, tapping his chin. The river of hesitation. It appears when one is unsure of the next step. How do we cross? Clara asked, her old familiar shyness wrapping around her like a cloak. We listen, Odette said, landing on a low-hanging branch. The river itself will tell you. Clara knelt at the water's edge. At first, she heard nothing. Then, as she leaned closer, she heard it, a faint, melodic chiming like distant wind chimes coming from the water itself. She dipped her fingers into the cool, dark current, and the chiming grew louder, forming into faint, watery words. What do you fear? The river chimed. Clara thought. I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing, of my words getting stuck, of being unheard. The chiming softened, becoming sympathetic. Your voice is your own unique music. It does not need to be loud to be beautiful. Listen. From the depths of the river, a single perfect note rose, clear and pure. It was followed by another, and another, until a delicate, watery bridge of sound arched across the river, shimmering and humming. It looked fragile, but when Clara stepped onto it, it held her weight with the resilience of a well-sung song. Hum-a-mem-em, it vibrated beneath her feet, a comforting and steady tone. On the other side, the forest grew denser, the silver trees giving way to great, ancient oaks. Here, the challenge was one of patience. A tiny, frantic moth with wings like stained glass was fluttering in frantic circles, creating a tangled web of shimmering thread that blocked the path entirely. Oh dear, the moth chirruped in a high, reedy voice. I've gone and muddled it all up. I can't find the end or the beginning. Bernard immediately got to work, his magnifying glass scanning the threads. A classic case of creative confusion, he muttered. The threads are all there, but the pattern is lost. Odette offered guidance from above. The center, little one, find the calm at the center. But Clara simply sat down on a soft patch of moss, the purring of a hidden contented cat somewhere nearby adding to the peace of the glade. She watched the moth's desperate dance. She didn't try to untangle the threads. Instead, she began to hum a slow, steady melody, the same one the river bridge had sung. Her hum was quiet, a bit wobbly, but it was hers. The moth's frantic fluttering began to slow. It listened, its antennae twitching. Slowly drawn by the calm rhythm of Clara's hum, It began to follow the thread with purpose instead of panic, weaving it into a beautiful, intricate lantern that glowed with a soft, internal light. "Thank you," the moth whispered, its voice now calm. "I was so busy trying to fix it, I forgot to be still." It offered Clara the glowing lantern. "For your path ahead." The final stretch was lit by the moth's lantern, casting a warm, golden pool of light around them. The glowing spire of the Heartwood Glade was now just ahead, pulsing its gentle thump-thump. They entered a circular clearing where the air was warm and sweet, and the grass was soft as velvet. In the center stood not a tower, but a magnificent ancient tree, its bark etched with patterns that told stories of ages past. Its leaves shimmered with their own inner light, and its roots cradled a small, still pool of water. This was the Heartwood. The thump-thump was the slow, steady pulse of the tree itself. A figure emerged from behind the great trunk, a fox with a coat the color of autumn, her eyes warm and knowing. She carried a small wooden cup. "You have navigated the forest of whispers," the fox said, her voice like the crackle of a friendly fire. "You crossed the river of hesitation not with force, but with listening. You untangled confusion not with haste, but with a calm heart. You have journeyed far in courage, and now you have arrived." She dipped the cup into the still pool and offered it to Clara. "The waters of the glade do not give you a voice," the fox explained. "They simply help you remember the one you already have." Clara drank. The water was cool and tasted of honey and starlight. It didn't feel like a magic potion. It felt like a deep, comforting breath. She looked at the starlight compass, which she still held in her hand. The map was gone. The box was just a beautiful, silent object. But when she turned to thank her companions, the words came easily. "Thank you, Bernard, for your knowledge. Thank you, Odette, for your guidance. Thank you," she said to the fox, "for your welcome." Her voice was still her own, not louder but clearer. It felt steady and true, like a well-anchored ship. Bernard beamed, adjusting his spectacles. A splendid conclusion to the archives. A journey well navigated, Odette hooted in agreement. The fox simply smiled, her tail swishing softly in the comfortable silence. The glade, the forest, and her unusual companions began to fade, the scents and sounds softening, blending back into the familiar atmosphere of the attic. The rain had stopped outside. Clara found herself sitting once more on the dusty floorboards, the starlight compass closed in her lap. It was just a box again. But she was not just the same girl. The journey was over, measured not in miles, but in the newfound quiet confidence that now hummed within her, as steady and comforting as the memory of a distant, glowing tree. She placed the compass back on its shelf, knowing its magic was not gone, only waiting. And as she descended the attic stairs, the world seemed to hold its breath, listening, ready to hear the music of her own unique voice whenever she chose to share it. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. "You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful." The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kaelen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kaelen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kaelen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kaelen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needles stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kaelen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kaelen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kaelen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kaelen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead a mark that shimmered with a soft, internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kaelen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. "Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember," it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. "I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it?" Kaelen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. "I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kaelen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak, Ember would say. Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song. Kaelen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kaelen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kaelen confessed, "I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much." Ember's light pulsed softly. The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world. The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kaelen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset, even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. "Why do you seek the everlasting ember, child of the outer world?" Kaelen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. "I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing." The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. "You have learned well. But the ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service." "What service?" Kaelen asked. "The forest suffers," the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. "A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember." Ember nuzzled Kaelen's hand. "This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another." For 3 days and nights, Kaelen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kaelen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. "Everyone has forgotten me," the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone. Kaelen approached without fear. I will remember you, he said simply, and I will tell others to remember. He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirits form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest. From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kaelen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. This is now yours to safeguard, the tree communicated. It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics. The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kaelen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. You found it, she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. I found more than that, Kaelen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kaelen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. The forest will always remember you, the fox whispered, and I will always be your friend. Kaelen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kaelen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kaelen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest older than memory itself. Here the trees stood as living libraries, their bark etched with stories written in patterns only the night dwellers could read. The streams hummed lullabies composed of raindrops and pebbles, and the stones held the warmth of forgotten suns beneath their mossy blankets. On this particular velvet night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves padded softly through the ferns. He was restless, his heart beating a rhythm out of sync with the forest's gentle pulse. Though his den was warm and lined with sweet-smelling pine needles, sleep eluded him, for he could not understand why the world needed to grow cold and quiet when winter approached. His path led him to a clearing where starlight pooled like spilled milk upon the ground. Here, bioluminescent fungi dotted fallen logs with soft green halos, and will-o'-the-wisps danced in the misty air like wandering stars. In the center stood the grandmother oak, her branches spanning the sky, her leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Perched on her lowest bough sat an owl whose feathers held the patterns of constellations, her eyes glowing with the gentle light of captured moonbeams. "Little fox," the owl hooted softly, her voice like wind moving through pine needles, "your footsteps speak of questions too heavy for one so small to carry alone." The fox sat, wrapping his bushy tail around his paws. "Wise one," he began, "why must the forest prepare for sleep? Why do the flowers close their bright faces, and why do the streams slow their cheerful songs? It feels like the world is forgetting how to be joyful." The owl blinked slowly. "Come," she said, "and we shall ask the forest itself for answers." Their first stop was the crystal stream, where water chuckled over smooth stones. The fox dipped his paw into the cool current. "Why do you slow your dancing?" he asked. The stream's response came in bubbles that rose like liquid glass. "Little guardian," it gurgled, "even rivers need dreams. In my winter stillness, I gather stories from the sleeping earth. The deep secrets roots tell one another beneath the frost. When spring returns, I will carry these stories to awaken the valleys." Next they visited the standing stones, ancient sentinels covered in velvet moss. The fox pressed his ear against the cool granite. "Why do you hold such silence?" he whispered. A vibration hummed through the stone, a resonance felt rather than heard. "Child of the between times," the stone seemed to say, "in our quiet, we remember the warmth of summer suns and store it for the creatures who shelter in our lay. Our stillness is not emptiness, it is a different kind of fullness." As they walked, the forest revealed its nighttime magic. Glowworms traced delicate scripts upon decaying logs, writing messages about transformation and renewal. Moonflowers unfurled their pearlescent petals, releasing fragrance that smelled like starlight and dew. The wind moved through the pine needles with a shushing sound, as if comforting the earth to rest. The owl led the fox to a grove where the trees grew in a perfect circle. "This is where the seasons turn," she explained. "Watch and listen." In the center of the grove, a single silver birch trembled, its last golden leaf clinging to a slender branch. As the fox watched, the leaf released its hold and spiraled downward, caught by an invisible current of air. It didn't fall to the ground, but instead floated upward, joining a constellation of other leaves dancing in the moonlight. "Where are they going?" the fox breathed. "To the dream realm," the owl replied. "Where all things go to gather wisdom before returning, renewed." They continued their journey, the forest revealing more of its nocturnal wonders. They passed through a tunnel of weeping willows whose trailing branches swept the forest floor with a soft rustling sound, like pages turning in an ancient book. They crossed a bridge made of intertwined roots where fireflies pulsed in synchronized patterns, creating living constellations that mirrored the sky above. Beneath a hawthorn tree heavy with crimson berries, they encountered a badger who was gathering the last of the season's mushrooms. His stripes glowed faintly in the moonlight, and when he moved, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. "The forest prepares not for death, but for dreaming," the badger rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a distant creek. Beneath the frost, a great transformation occurs. Seeds split open to remember their future shapes. Roots stretch deeper, learning the earth's oldest songs. Even the stones grow warmer at their hearts, storing summer's laughter for colder days. The fox listened, his ears twitching at the symphony of night sounds, the patter of last leaves falling, the almost imperceptible crunch of frost forming on fern tips, the distant hush of a waterfall slowing to an icy trickle. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with lavender and rose, the owl led the fox to the highest point in the forest, a moss-covered cliff overlooking the sleeping world. From here they could see the tapestry of the whispering woods in all its glory, the dark green of the pines, the silver threads of streams, the patches of mist floating like ghosts between the trees. "Watch," the owl said softly, As the first rays of sun touched the forest, something miraculous occurred. The frost that had gathered during the night began to sparkle, not with melting, but with captured light. Each crystal became a prism, reflecting colors that shouldn't have existed. Deep violets, emerald greens, and sapphire blues danced across the forest floor. The frozen waterfall glimmered like a staircase of diamonds, and the spiderwebs between the branches became laceworks of rainbows. "This is the forest's way of remembering light," the owl explained. "Even in its resting time, it finds ways to keep beauty alive." The fox felt a warmth spread through his chest, a understanding blooming like a flower in the snow. "So the quiet time isn't empty," he murmured. "It's full of different kinds of magic." The owl nodded, her feathers ruffling in the morning breeze. "Just as you need sleep to grow and dream, the earth needs its season of stillness. In the seeming silence, the most important work is done, the gathering of strength, the weaving of roots, the storing of sunlight in secret places." As they made their way back to the fox's den, the forest began its daytime transformation. The nocturnal creatures retreated to their hidden homes, the bioluminescent fungi dimmed their glow, and the morning birds began their chorus. But now the fox could hear the harmony between the waking and sleeping worlds, the way one flowed into the other, each necessary, each beautiful in its time. At the entrance to his den, the fox turned to the owl. "Thank you," he said. "I was afraid of the coming quiet, but now I understand it's just the forest breathing out, gathering itself to breathe in again when the time is right." The owl touched his head gently with her wingtip. "Remember this wisdom when the snow falls deep and the world seems sleeping. Beneath the stillness, magic is working. In the silence, stories are being woven, and after every winter, without fail, spring always returns." The fox curled up in his den, the scent of pine and earth comforting around him. Through the entrance, he could see the forest settling into its daytime rhythms. For the first time, the approach of winter didn't feel like an ending, but like the turning of a page in a story that would continue, cycle after cycle, forever. As he drifted into sleep, he heard the wind moving through the pines, a lullaby of whispers that spoke of patience, of trust in nature's rhythms, of the quiet magic that works in darkness and silence. And in his dreams, he saw the forest not as sleeping, but as dreaming. Great, beautiful, transformative dreams that would blossom into reality when the world was ready to wake again. Outside, the first snowflakes began to fall, each one a tiny star carrying messages from the sky, each one a promise that even in the deepest rest, the world was held in gentle, capable hands. And the fox slept, knowing he was part of something vast and eternal, something that knew exactly when to rest and when to awaken, when to be still and when to dance. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of, was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. Old tree sleeps deep, she whispered. Very deep. Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, maps show the way, but not the why. The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm, but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys he knew weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook that sang lullabies all through the night, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path softened into mossy earth, and where the fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Each evening, as the ancient clock tower chimed 7 times, its bronze bells echoing through the misty air, Anya would sit by her window and watch the stars begin to pepper the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimneys, and the wind chimes hanging from every eave played their gentle melodies, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Well, not all of them. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a swan in flight, was missing entirely from the heavens. In its place was a patch of empty, dark sky that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The next morning the village awoke to whispers and wonder. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and elders squinted at parchments that showed the positions of stars from centuries past. No one could recall such a thing ever happening before. Some thought it an omen, others believed it a trick of the clouds. But Anya, with her curious heart and keen eyes, noticed something else. The flowers in her window box, usually a cheerful sun yellow, had turned a soft, shimmering silver overnight, the same silver of the missing stars. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the thatched roofs and leaves outside, Anya decided to investigate. She pulled on her warmest woolen cloak, its hood lined with rabbit fur, and stepped out into the misty air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bram, the village stargazer, who lived in a crooked little house filled with telescopes and star charts. "The silver swan is gone, child," he murmured, shaking his head as he peered through a brass spyglass. "But look, the other constellations remain unchanged. It's as if those 7 stars decided to take a holiday." Anya frowned thoughtfully. "Elder Bram, have you noticed anything else unusual lately?" The old man tapped his chin. "Well, now that you mention it, the town clock struck 6 times at 7 o'clock last evening. Backwards, you might say, and my morning tea went cold the moment I poured it. Very odd indeed." Thanking him, Anya continued her walk, the rain now a soft drizzle that made the world glisten. She passed by the village baker, who was scratching his head over a tray of burnt scones. "They were perfect a moment ago," he sighed. Then, poof, burnt to a crisp, as if time jumped ahead. Anya's ears perked up. Time jumping. Backwards clocks. Silver flowers. It had to be connected. That evening she sat by her crackling fireplace, a quilt wrapped around her shoulders, and hummed an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. "When the swan takes flight from the velvet night, and time flows like a stream, seek the place where shadows dance. by the light of a silver dream. Could it be a clue? Anya had always thought it just a sweet rhyme, but now it seemed to hint at something more. The next day, she decided to follow the rhyme's advice. The place where shadows dance, that had to be the old willow grove at the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled through leaves in shifting patterns. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider, Anya ventured into the woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes hanging from low branches, left by previous travelers, tinkled softly in the breeze. As she walked, she noticed more oddities, a stream that seemed to flow uphill for a few feet before correcting itself, and mushrooms that glowed with a faint silver light. Deep in the willow grove, she found something extraordinary. There, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree, was a small, trembling creature, no larger than her hand. It had fur the color of moonlight and eyes like liquid starlight. It was shivering, and with each shudder, the air around it flickered. A tiny silver star would appear and vanish above its head. "Hello there," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly. "You look lost." The creature, a starling, she realized, a being she'd only read about in old tales, looked up with wide, fearful eyes. "I am," it squeaked. "I fell from the silver swan constellation when a gust of cosmic wind blew too strong. I've been trying to get back, but every time I try to fly, I disrupt things. Time, colors, light, it's all connected to a star folk." So that was it. The missing stars weren't missing. One was simply earthbound and causing gentle chaos with its distress. Anya sat with the starling for a long while, sharing her oat cake and listening to its story. It had been trying to find a way back home, but grew weaker with each failed attempt. The silver flowers, the backwards time, the burnt scones, all were side effects of its magical energy leaking into Glimmerbrook. "I remember the rhyme now," the starling said softly. "By the light of a silver dream, that means I need starlight to regain my strength, but not just any starlight. I need the light of a kind heart reflected in something silver." Anya thought for a moment, then smiled. "The village well," she said. "Its bucket is made of polished silver, and on a clear night it reflects the stars perfectly." Carefully she carried the starling back to Glimmerbrook, where the villagers had gathered in the square, murmuring about the strange occurrences. When they saw Anya with the tiny celestial being, their fear turned to wonder. Together they devised a plan. As night fell, they polished the silver bucket until it shone like a mirror. They placed it by the well, right where the moonlight could catch it. Then one by one they held out lanterns, not to light the darkness, but to reflect their own warmth and kindness into the silver surface. The starling perched on the edge of the bucket, and as it gazed into the shimmering reflection, a pool of starlight and human kindness, it began to glow brighter and brighter. The silver flowers in Anya's window box lifted their faces, and all across the village, time righted itself with soft, whirring clicks. The clock tower chimed 7 times, perfectly in tune. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the starling rose into the air, growing brighter and larger until it was a brilliant star once more. It soared upward, returning to its place in the constellation, and the silver swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever before. The villagers cheered, not with loud shouts, but with soft laughter and embraces. They had faced a mystery not with fear, but with curiosity and empathy, and in doing so, they had helped a lost friend find its way home. That night, as Anya lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rain and the distant wind chimes, she looked out her window and smiled. The silver swan glowed peacefully in the sky, and the flowers in her window box had returned to their sunny yellow, though now at their centers there was a faint, permanent silver sparkle, a reminder of the night their kindness lit up the heavens. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer together, under the same sky, in the same gentle, starlit peace. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls of the quiet room. Each pop and hiss of the burning logs seemed to whisper secrets only the flames could understand. Outside, the wind murmured through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the sleeping world. But for one boy named Leo, sleep remained just out of reach. Leo lay in his bed, watching the firelight paint stories on his ceiling. He was a boy with a quiet heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb in the morning, or how the old oak tree in the yard seemed to sigh when the wind blew just right. Tonight, however, a restlessness had settled in his bones, a feeling that something was waiting just beyond the edge of the familiar. His gaze drifted to the windowsill, where a small, smooth stone sat. It was an ordinary-looking thing, gray and unremarkable by daylight. But in the fire's glow, something peculiar happened. Deep within the stone's core, a faint, pulsing light began to stir, like embers breathing beneath ash. Leo had found it weeks ago near the creek, drawn to its warmth against his palm. He'd kept it secret, this little stone that glowed only in darkness. Tonight the light within the stone seemed stronger, more insistent. As Leo watched, a soft amber radiance spilled from it, not bright enough to chase away shadows, but enough to paint his hand in gentle gold when he picked it up. It was warm like a living thing, and holding it made the restlessness in his heart soften into a thrum of curiosity. A soft tapping came at his window. Leo sat up, the stone clutched in his hand. The tapping came again, light but persistent. He crept from his bed and peered through the glass. There, perched on the sill, was a small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the clever, knowing glint of old forests. The fox tilted its head, then nudged the window with its nose. Heart beating a curious rhythm, Leo carefully pushed the window open. The cool night air rushed in, smelling of damp earth and distant rain. "You are awake," the fox said, its voice not a sound heard with ears, but a thought that bloomed directly in Leo's mind, warm and dry like rustling leaves. "The ember heart has called, and I have come." Leo looked down at the glowing stone in his hand. The ember heart. A piece of the world's old warmth, the fox thought came. "It glows for those who feel the hidden paths. My name is Sorrel. You are needed in the whispering woods." Without a moment of hesitation, a feeling that surprised even himself, Leo pulled on his thick socks and a warm sweater. He tucked the ember heart into his pocket, where it pulsed gently against his leg, a tiny, reassuring heartbeat. He climbed out the window, his feet landing softly on the dewy grass below. Sorrel waited, her brushy tail twitching, and then she turned and trotted silently towards the line of dark trees at the edge of his garden, a line Leo had never dared to cross at night. The woods were different in the dark. The familiar daytime paths were swallowed by shadows, and the air was thick with the scent of pine resin and decaying leaves. But the ember heart in his pocket cast a small pool of light around his feet, showing the way. It illuminated the gnarled roots that threatened to trip him, and painted the undersides of ferns in soft gold. Sorrel moved like a wisp of smoke ahead of him, her form sometimes disappearing only to reappear a few feet away, waiting. "Where are we going?" Leo whispered, his voice seeming too loud in the hushed world. To the heart of the woods, Sorrel's thought floated back. The great hearth tree is fading. Its light, which warms all the hidden corners of this world, is growing cold. The ember heart you carry is a spark, a hope. They walked for what felt like both minutes and hours. Time seemed to stretch and soften in the woods. They crossed a small stream where the water sang over smooth stones, and the ember heart's light caught the droplets, making them look like falling stars. They passed a thicket where sleeping moths, with wings like velvet, clung to the bark, and their gentle breathing was a sound like distant chimes. Finally, they arrived in a clearing Leo had never seen before, even in his daytime explorations. In its center stood the most magnificent tree he could have ever imagined. It was vast, its trunk so wide that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread like a canopy over the entire clearing, but they were bare, silvery, and skeletal against the night sky. And they should have been filled with leaves, but instead they were hung with thousands of tiny, crystalline pods, each one dull and gray like extinguished lanterns. Beneath the tree, the air was still and cold. The usual comforting sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the scuffling of small creatures, were absent. It was a silence that felt heavy and sad. "This is the hearth tree," Sorrel said, her thoughts subdued. "Its light has always nurtured the hidden world. It helps the seeds know when to sprout, the buds know when to bloom, and the streams know which way to flow. Now it sleeps too deeply, and the world grows colder. What can I do?" Leo asked, his voice small in the vast, quiet clearing. "The ember heart is a seed of the hearth tree's own fire," Sorrel explained. "It must be returned to the tree's core, but the way is not simple. The tree's heart is protected deep within its roots. The path is a maze of memory and shadow, and it can only be walked by one who carries true warmth in their own heart." Leo looked from the sad, silent tree to the softly glowing stone in his hand. He felt very small and very ordinary. What warmth did he have to offer a sleeping giant? As if reading his doubt, Sorrel nudged his hand with her cool, damp nose. "The journey will transform you, little spark, as surely as fire transforms wood. Trust the warmth you carry." Hesitantly, Leo stepped towards the massive trunk. As he approached, he saw a narrow opening between two great roots, an opening that seemed to lead down into the earth. It was dark, a darkness so complete it felt solid. But the ember heart pulsed in his hand, its light pushing back the blackness just enough to reveal the first step of a descending, root-woven stairway. He took a deep breath, the air cold in his lungs, and stepped into the earth. The world inside the tree was not made of dirt and stone, but of memory and dream. The walls of the tunnel shimmered with faint, ghostly images. He saw the tree as a sapling reaching for the sun. He saw generations of foxes like sorrel curling at its roots, of owls nesting in its branches, of children from long ago playing in its shade. The air was filled with a soft, echoing whisper, the collected memories of 1,000 seasons. The path forked again and again. At the first fork, the left tunnel glimmered with memories of glorious, sun-drenched summers, while the right was filled with the quiet, introspective gray of winter twilights. The ember heart in his hand flickered, and Leo felt a pull towards the winter path. It felt honest and necessary. He walked on, the whispers growing louder. They were not frightening, but sorrowful. He heard the tree's memory of the first time a branch had cracked in a storm, the sadness of a bird's empty nest, the loneliness of long, cold nights. The further he went, the heavier the sadness felt, seeping into his bones. The ember heart's glow dimmed slightly. He paused, leaning against the soft, mossy wall of the tunnel. He was cold and beginning to feel lost. The grand purpose of his quest felt distant, overshadowed by the sheer weight of the tree's sorrow. He closed his eyes, and instead of pressing forward, he did a simple thing. He remembered. He remembered the feeling of the sun on his face after a long rain. He remembered the sound of his mother humming while she kneaded bread dough in their warm kitchen. He remembered the day he'd found a fledgling sparrow that had fallen from its nest, and how he'd sat with it quietly until its mother returned. He held on to these small, warm moments, these little embers of his own life. As he focused on them, a strange thing happened. The ember heart in his palm grew warmer. Its light strengthened, pushing back the cold, sorrowful shadows. The whispers in the tunnel didn't stop, but they softened, as if listening. He continued, and the next fork offered a path shimmering with the vibrant energy of spring growth, and another that held the deep, slow contentment of an autumn harvest. The ember heart pulled him towards the autumn path. It felt steady and true. The journey through the root maze was a slow unfurling, a gentle mystery that revealed itself not in dramatic reveals, but in subtle shifts of light and feeling. Leo wasn't just finding his way, he was learning to listen, to the tree, to the stone, and to the quiet warmth in his own chest. He learned that the right path wasn't about avoiding sadness, but about balancing it with joy. It wasn't about ignoring fear, but walking with it. With each step, the connection between his own heart and the ember heart grew stronger, a cord of gentle light linking them. Finally, the tunnel opened into a vast, cavernous space. This was the heart of the hearth tree. In the center of the chamber was a pedestal of woven roots, and upon it rested a large, crystalline vessel, like a great stone bowl. But within it, where there should have been a roaring fire, there was only a pile of gray, cold ash. The air here was the stillest and coldest of all. Leo approached the vessel, his footsteps echoing in the profound silence. He looked at the ember heart in his hand. It was glowing brighter than ever, its light a steady, confident gold. This was the moment. But as he reached the pedestal, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was not a monster, but a wisp of concentrated shadow and cold, shaped like a man, with eyes that were empty pools of stillness. It was the guardian of the cold, the embodiment of the tree's deep sleep. "Why have you come?" the guardian asked, its voice the sound of frost forming on glass. "The sleep is peaceful, the silence is safe. Your little spark will only bring change, and change is pain." Leo's courage faltered. The creature was right. What if he failed? What if his small spark was not enough? The warmth in his chest flickered. But then he thought of sorrel waiting faithfully above. He thought of the silent gray pods in the branches, and the cold streams, and the seeds sleeping in the frozen earth. He thought of the memories of sunshine and laughter he had seen in the tunnels. This wasn't just about one tree, it was about an entire world waiting to wake up. He looked at the guardian not with anger, but with understanding. "Change can be hard," Leo said, his voice clear in the cavern. "And silence can feel safe, but warmth helps us grow, light helps us find our way. The pain of change is better than the silence of never changing at all." He didn't fight. He didn't shout. He simply held out the ember heart, offering its light to the guardian. The shadowy figure hesitated, then slowly reached out a hand of mist. As the light from the stone touched it, the guardian didn't vanish, but it transformed. The frost in its eyes melted, and its form softened, becoming less a guard and more a guide, a silent witness to what was to come. With a final, deep breath, Leo placed the ember heart into the great ashen vessel. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The stone sat there, its light seeming small and insignificant in the vast, cold bowl. Then a single tiny spark leapt from the stone onto the ash. It flickered, nearly going out. Leo, without thinking, leaned forward and cupped his hands around the tiny spark, as he might have done on a windy day to light a campfire. He didn't blow on it, he simply offered it the shelter of his own hands, the residual warmth of his own journey. The spark caught. It glowed, then grew, spreading through the ash like a slow, golden tide. The gray powder began to glow, turning red, then orange, then brilliant, dazzling gold. A gentle fire awoke in the heart of the hearth tree, not a raging inferno, but a deep, steady, warming glow. It filled the vessel and then began to pulse through the root walls of the chamber, racing up through the immense trunk. Leo felt the change immediately. The cold air warmed, carrying the scent of honey and sun-warmed bark. A deep, resonant hum filled the chamber, a sound of pure, contented life. He found his way back through the tunnels easily now, the path lit not just by the ember heart, which had become one with the tree, but by the tree's own rekindled light. The memory walls now shone with a soft, internal radiance, the whispers now a gentle, joyful murmur. When he emerged back into the clearing, the world was transformed. The silvery branches of the hearth tree were now ablaze with light. Each of the thousands of crystalline pods had ignited from within, glowing like captured fireflies, like tiny lanterns of amber, rose, and gold. Their light painted the entire clearing in a soft, dreamy radiance, banishing the shadows without chasing them away entirely. The air was warm, and from the trees at the edge of the clearing, Leo heard the first tentative chirp of a cricket, soon joined by others, creating a sleepy, contented chorus. Sorrel was waiting for him, her autumn leaf fur painted in the beautiful light. Her clever eyes shone. "You did it, little spark," her thought came, warm with pride. "You found your warmth and shared it." "It was already there," Leo said, surprised by the truth of his own words. "I just had to remember it." He looked at his hands, which had sheltered the first spark. They looked the same, but he felt different inside. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady warmth, a quiet confidence that glowed like the hearth tree itself. The journey had transformed him, not into someone new, but into a truer version of himself. Sorrel walked with him back to the edge of the woods. The journey back felt shorter, the path clearer, as if the woods themselves were grateful and were guiding him home. When they reached his garden, the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern sky a soft, pearly gray. "Thank you, Sorrel," Leo said, kneeling to look at his friend. The fox dipped her head. "The friendship that warms the heart is the truest magic of all, Leo. Sleep now. The woods will remember you." With a final flick of her brushy tail, she turned and melted back into the trees, becoming one with the shadows once more. Leo climbed back through his window. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, their light a perfect, peaceful echo of the great hearth tree's fire. He crawled into his bed, the warmth from his journey still nestled deep in his chest. He didn't feel tired, but he felt deeply, profoundly peaceful. He looked at the windowsill. The stone was gone, of course, but in its place a single perfect leaf from the hearth tree lay, its veins tracing delicate patterns that glowed with a soft, internal light, a gentle reminder of the hidden world nestled within nature's embrace. Leo closed his eyes, and this time sleep came easily. He drifted into dreams not of grand adventures, but of quiet, sun-dappled clearings, of the soft rustle of a fox's passage, and of a great, gentle tree whose light warmed the roots of all growing things. His breathing slowed, matching the slow, steady pulse of the coals in the fireplace, and he slept, a small, steady ember in the quiet of the night, his heart burning steady and true, guiding him toward restful dreams. The fire crackled and whispered in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss was like a tiny secret being told to the night. Outside, the wind murmured through the pines, a soft, distant lullaby. But here, in the warm circle of firelight, all was safe, all was still. So settle in, close your eyes, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like a captured ember. In a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood lived a boy named Leo. He was a quiet child with a heart full of wonder but a voice that often stayed tucked away, like a precious stone in a pocket. While other children shouted and played games of chase, Leo preferred the company of the old oak tree behind his home, or the patient, listening silence of the stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. He noticed things others missed, the intricate lace of a spider's web beaded with morning dew, the particular way sunlight fell through the leaves in late afternoon, dappling the forest floor in gold. One evening, as autumn began to paint the wood in shades of copper and flame, Leo was sitting on the back step, tracing patterns in the cool earth with a twig. The air was crisp, carrying the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke from the cottage chimney. As the last of the sun's light bled from the sky, he saw something unusual. Deep within the gathering gloom beneath the ancient oak, a soft, pulsing glow caught his eye. It was not the sharp yellow of a firefly, nor the cool silver of moonlight. This was a deep, warm orange, the color of the heart of a fire, of a perfect ember just before it turns to ash. Curiosity, a gentle but persistent tug, pulled him to his feet. He crept across the grass, the blades cold and damp beneath his bare feet. The light pulsed again, a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. Nailing, he brushed aside a blanket of crimson and gold leaves. There, nestled in a cradle of gnarled roots, was a small, smooth stone. It was no bigger than his thumb, and it was perfectly round, like a marble made by the earth itself. And from within its depths, that warm, ember-like light glowed, pulsing softly. With a trembling hand, Leo reached out and picked it up. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, a comforting, living warmth that seeped into his palm. As he held it, the light within brightened, casting a gentle, sunset-hued radiance onto his face. He felt a strange sense of calm, as if the stone itself was breathing slowly, and its rhythm was slowing his own heart to match its peaceful pace. He took the stone inside, keeping it a secret tucked in his palm. That night he placed it on the windowsill beside his bed. Its soft glow painted the ceiling with shifting amber patterns, and for the first time in a long while, Leo fell into a deep and dreamless sleep, feeling not alone, but watched over by a tiny, silent sun. The next day and the day after that, he carried the stone with him everywhere. He called it his ember stone. He found that when he was feeling nervous or unsure, its warmth would seem to grow, a silent reassurance. It was a companion for his quiet nature. He would sit by the stream and hold it, and the light would pulse in time with the gurgling water, as if they were having a conversation only they understood. A week after finding the stone, Leo was following the stream further into the wood than he had ever dared before. The trees grew thicker here, their branches weaving a canopy that turned the daylight into a cool, green twilight. The air was still and fragrant with pine and damp moss. He was about to turn back when the ember stone in his pocket suddenly flared, its light bright enough to shine through the fabric of his trousers. He took it out. The stone was no longer pulsing slowly, but flickering with a quick, eager light. It seemed to be pulling him forward, towards a thick curtain of ivy that draped over a large, mossy boulder. The gentle tug he had felt before was now a firm, insistent pull. Hesitantly, Leo pushed aside the ivy. Behind it was not solid rock, but the entrance to a narrow passage, barely wide enough for him to squeeze through. The air that drifted out was warm and carried a scent he couldn't place, a mix of honey, old parchment, and blooming night flowers. Taking a deep breath, the ember stone held before him like a lantern, he stepped inside. The passage twisted and turned, descending gently. The walls were not of cold stone, but of packed, warm earth, threaded with glowing roots that pulsed with a soft, blue-white light, illuminating the way. The sound of the stream faded, replaced by a new music, a delicate, chiming sound, like tiny crystal bells being stirred by a breeze. After a few minutes, the tunnel opened up, and Leo caught his breath. He was standing at the edge of a vast, hidden cavern. It was not a dark, dank place, but a world of its own. The ceiling was so high it was lost in a soft, misty gloom, from which hung thousands of the same glowing roots, casting a gentle, star-like radiance. The floor was a carpet of luminous moss that gave off a soft, green light, and in the center of it all flowed a slow, silent river that shimmered with reflected light, as if liquid silver had been poured between its banks. And there were people, or rather beings. They were small, no taller than his knee, with slender limbs and skin the color of birch bark or twilight shadows. Their hair was like fine moss or flowing lichen, and their eyes were large and luminous, reflecting the gentle light of the cavern. They moved with a graceful, fluid silence, tending to glowing fungi gardens or weaving garments from spider silk. They paused as Leo emerged, their large eyes turning towards him. He felt a flutter of panic and shrank back, clutching his ember stone tightly. But then one of the small beings stepped forward. It was an older creature, his face etched with fine lines like the rings of a tree, and he carried a staff of polished driftwood. His eyes, the color of ancient amber, fell not on Leo, but on the stone in his hand. He spoke, and his voice was the rustle of leaves, the crackle of a distant fire. The hearth glow, he whispered, a note of awe in his tone. It has returned to us. The small being introduced himself as Rowan, the lore keeper of the Glimmer folk. He led Leo to a comfortable seat on a smooth, warm rock near the Silver River and began to explain. Long ago, he said, the heart of their world, a great crystal called the Sundrop, had shattered during a tremor in the earth. The largest piece remained, providing the main light for their cavern, but many smaller shards had been lost, their light fading from the world. These shards were called hearth glows, for they held the essential warmth and comfort of a home's heart. Without them, Rowan explained, his voice soft, our world has grown quieter. The music is not as bright, the moss not as luminous. A slow dimness has been creeping in. Your stone, he said, pointing a slender finger at the ember stone, is one of the lost shards. It must have found its way to the surface, and it has chosen you. Leo looked down at the warm stone in his hand. It had never felt like a mere rock. It had always felt like a friend. Chosen me for what? He asked, his own voice a small, hesitant thing in the vast, beautiful cavern. To help us, said a new voice, softer and lighter than Rowan's. A young Glimmerfolk girl stepped forward. She had hair like a cascade of silver moss, and eyes the color of violets at twilight. My name is Alara. The hearth glows respond to a certain kind of heart, a quiet heart, a noticing heart. They do not shine for those who rush and shout. They shine for those who listen. Alara became Leo's guide. Over the days that followed, he returned again and again to the hidden cavern. With Rowan's ancient maps and Alara's knowledge of the deeper, forgotten tunnels, they began their search for the other lost shards. The ember stone was their compass. When they drew near to another fragment, it would pulse and grow warm, its light flaring like a signal fire. Their journey was not one of great danger or fierce monsters, but of gentle challenges and quiet discoveries. They had to cross the river of whispers, whose waters stole the sound from your voice unless you sang a true and honest song. Leo, who rarely sang, found a simple melody rising in his heart, a song about the comfort of his small room, the taste of warm bread, and the joy of a secret shared. His voice, though soft, was pure, and the waters parted for them, their silent flow now humming with his tune. They had to navigate the caves of echoing memory, where every sound was caught and twisted into whispers of past fears and doubts. Leo heard echoes of his own voice, small and trembling, saying, I can't, and I'm not brave enough. But Alara was there, her hand a small, cool comfort in his. Listen to the stone, she whispered. He held the ember stone to his chest, and its steady, warm pulse drowned out the fearful echoes, reminding him of the quiet strength he carried inside. In a grove of crystal flowers that chimed in a soft breeze, they found their first shard, nestled in the heart of the largest bloom. In a pool where the water was as black as ink but lit from below by glowing fish, they found another, resting on the sandy bottom like a fallen star. Each time Leo recovered a shard, he felt a little spark of warmth not just from the stone, but from within himself. He was speaking more, not in great speeches, but in small, sure sentences. He was leading the way through tunnels when Alara was unsure. The quiet boy was discovering that his quietness was not a weakness, but a different kind of strength, the strength of patience, of observation, of a deep and steady heart. The final shard was the most difficult to find. According to Rowan's map, it was in the highest part of the cavern, a place called the Area of Winds, where the air currents were strong and unpredictable. To reach it, they had to climb a series of natural stone pillars, slick with condensation. The ember stone glowed so brightly it was almost white-hot, pulling Leo upwards. The climb was arduous. The wind tugged at his clothes and whistled in his ears. Below, the glowing world of the Glimmer folk looked like a miniature galaxy. Alara climbed nimbly beside him, her small fingers finding holds his could not. Near the top, Leo's foot slipped on a patch of wet moss. He scrabbled for a hold, his heart pounding in his throat. For a terrifying moment he was suspended, the vast drop yawning below him. Leo, Alara cried out. He looked at the emberstone, clutched so tightly in his hand, its shape was pressed into his palm. He thought of its constant, reassuring warmth. He thought of the friendship he had found with Alara, a friendship that asked for no grand words, only a shared purpose. He took a deep, calming breath, just as the stone seemed to breathe with him. He found a new strength in his limbs, a steady resolve. Carefully, slowly, he regained his footing and continued the climb. At the very top, in a small niche sheltered from the wind, lay the last shard. It was the largest of all, glowing with a fierce, joyful light. As Leo reached for it, the emberstone in his hand and the shard in the niche flared in unison, and for a moment he was bathed in a light so warm and brilliant it felt like being held by the sun itself. He gathered the final shard and carefully made the descent. When they returned to the main cavern, the entire population of the Glimmer folk had gathered around the central crystal, the remaining piece of the sundrop. Rowan stood before it, his staff raised. Leo approached, and one by one he placed the recovered shards, including his own beloved emberstone, into a carved depression at the base of the great crystal. As the last shard clicked into place, a profound silence fell over the cavern. Then a deep, resonant hum began to emanate from the sundrop. The cracks that had marred its surface began to seal, glowing with molten gold. The light that burst forth was not blinding, but profoundly beautiful, a warm, golden radiance that filled every corner of the cavern. The moss on the floor glowed a deeper, richer green. The star-like roots on the ceiling blazed with renewed intensity. The chiming music in the air grew louder, sweeter, a symphony of pure, restored joy. The Glimmer folk erupted into celebration, their movements fluid and joyful. They danced, and the very air seemed to dance with them. Leo stood with Alara, watching, a deep and peaceful happiness settling in his heart. Rowan approached him. "You have returned the heart to our home, child of the surface," he said, his amber eyes glowing. "You have warmed our world." He held out his hand. In his palm lay Leo's emberstone. It had not fused with the great crystal, it had been returned to him. "This one has bonded with you, it is yours to keep, a reminder of the light you carry within and the light you helped rekindle here." Leo took the stone. It felt familiar and comforting, yet somehow more. It was no longer just a companion for a quiet boy. It was a symbol of a journey taken, a friendship forged, and a strength discovered. Alara walked with him to the tunnel that led back to his world. "Will you come back?" she asked, her violet eyes earnest. "Yes," Leo said, and his voice was clear and sure. "I will." He squeezed through the passage, pushed aside the ivy, and emerged into the cool, night air of the familiar wood. The moon was high, casting a silvery light. He looked back at the ivy curtain, now just a normal part of the forest again. But he knew the secret it held. He walked back to his cottage, the emberstone a warm, gentle weight in his pocket. He slipped inside and up to his room, placing the stone back on his windowsill. Its soft, pulsing glow painted the familiar patterns on his ceiling. Leo was still a quiet boy, but his quiet was no longer the quiet of solitude. It was the quiet of a deep, still pool, which holds the reflection of the entire sky. It was the quiet of a heart that knows its own strength, a heart that has learned that even the smallest light can push back the dimness, and that the truest friendships are often found in the most unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the gentle warmth of the emberstone filling the room. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the fire in the hearth downstairs settled with a soft, final sigh. Leo closed his eyes, his breathing slow and even, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with golden light, chiming music, and the gentle, rustling voice of a friend. And so, with a warm heart and a quiet mind, may you too find such peace, and drift gently into your own restful dreams. The fire crackles its good night, and the story is done. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The wood stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature, a small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound, like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. "I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light. It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. My name is Flicker, and you must be lost. I'm Lyo, he said, his voice a little steadier now. And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here. Flicker chimed again, a sound that Lyo was beginning to recognize as laughter. The stone doesn't lie, it responds. You led yourself here, Lyo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful? There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Lyo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Lyo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Lyo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. Where are we? Lyo whispered, afraid to break the spell. The heart of the whispering woods, Flicker replied softly. A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart. They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. The memory tree, Flicker chimed reverently. Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared. As they drew nearer, Lyo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. Go on, Flicker encouraged gently. Touch it. Lyo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. Remember, Lyo, she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise. The memory faded, and Lyo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. She had a kind heart, Flicker chimed softly. She visited here often. Lyo looked at the glimmerwing, surprised. You knew her. All who carry heartstones are known to us, Flicker said. They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree. For a long moment, Lyo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. The heartstone responds to what is already within you, Lyo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves. Lyo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. What do I do with it? He asked. Whatever feels right, Flicker replied. Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember. But before Lyo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree. Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust. Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried and how it had lessened here in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the wood seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out, and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day, Leo baked bread using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. Deep within the heart of the world lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first rainfall, and its tallest branches had once brushed the edges of the newborn moon. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silvery puddles between gnarled roots, and where magic was not a spectacle, but the very breath of the land. The air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten music, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets, the gurgle of streams murmuring tales of distant mountains, and the low, resonant hum of stones dreaming their slow, geologic dreams. On this particular autumn evening, as a crisp wind carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His coat was the color of burnt amber, and his eyes, wide with a restless energy, reflected the shimmering constellations above. He was listening, or trying to listen, to the forest. But all he could hear was the frantic thrumming of his own heart. He was filled with a yearning he could not name, a feeling that he was missing something vital, something that hummed just beyond his understanding. A soft rustle came from the canopy above. An immense snow-white owl named Alaric alighted on a low-hanging branch of the grandmother willow, her boughs sweeping the mossy ground like a gentle sigh. His eyes were twin pools of liquid moonlight, deep and knowing. "The wind speaks of unrest, little one." Alaric's voice was not a sound heard with ears alone, but a vibration that settled in the bones, calm and resonant. It carries the flutter of a heart that has forgotten how to be still. Rowan looked up, his ears twitching. "I feel empty, Elder Alaric, as if the forest is singing a song and I have forgotten the words." Alaric blinked slowly. "The words are not forgotten, young fox. They are waiting for you to be quiet enough to hear them. Come, the moon is generous tonight. She will light our path." And so their journey began. They moved away from the clearing and into the deeper, velvet darkness of the elderwood. Here the magic was thicker. Patches of bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with a soft, blue-green light that pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat. Delicate will-o'-the-wisps, little more than captured starlight, drifted lazily through the air, tracing invisible pathways. "Listen to the stream," Alaric whispered, as they approached a ribbon of water that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. "Do not listen for the sound of water, but for the story it tells." Rowan crouched, dipping a paw into the icy current. At first it was just noise. But as he let his breathing slow, as he let the chill of the water and the soft patter-patter of a light drizzle beginning to fall on the broad leaves above calm his spirit, the noise began to unravel into meaning. It was a story of patience. The water was not fighting the stones, it was singing to them, wearing them smooth over centuries with its gentle, persistent melody. It was a lesson in softness overcoming hardness, in the power of constant, gentle flow. It speaks of perseverance, Rowan murmured, his voice full of wonder. It does, Alaric agreed. And it reminds the stones to dream of the sea. They walked on, the gentle rainfall creating a soothing symphony all around them. A soft pit-pat on the leaves, a steady drip-drop from the canopy, a faint hiss as it met the forest floor. The wind picked up not a gale, but a tender breath that stirred the pine needles into a soft shushing sound, and made the bare branches of the oak trees click together like whispering bones. Soon they came to a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in cloaks of thick emerald moss. In the center stood a monolith of pure obsidian, taller than the rest, known as the Heartstone. Place your ear against it, Alaric instructed. Rowan pressed his sensitive ear to the cool, smooth surface of the Heartstone. He expected silence, the silence of the deepest earth. But instead he felt a low, deep thrum, a vibration so profound it seemed to resonate with the very core of the world. It was the slow, steady pulse of the forest itself, the rhythm of roots stretching deep, of minerals shifting, of time itself passing with infinite patience. It was the language of stability, of being utterly and completely present. It feels eternal, Rowan breathed. It is the memory of the mountain from which it came, Alaric said. It teaches us that even in stillness there is immense life. Now look up. As if on cue, the clouds parted, and the full moon bathed the stone circle in a radiance so pure it seemed to wash the color from the world, leaving only silver and shadow. And in this magical light, the most breathtaking wonder occurred. All through the surrounding glade, flowers that had been closed for the night began to unfurl. They were moon-petal blossoms, their petals the color of moonlight, and as they opened, they released a soft, internal luminescence that made the entire clearing glow. It was a silent, radiant bloom, a celebration of the night. But why do they only bloom now? Rowan asked, his restlessness completely forgotten, replaced by awe. The sun is so much brighter. The sun gives strength for growing, for doing, for becoming, Alaric explained, his form almost glowing in the ethereal light. But the moon gives light for being, for resting, for listening. These blossoms understand that there is a season for basking in the sun's vigor and a season for absorbing the moon's wisdom. They do not fight the cycle, they embrace each part of it. The words settled deep within Rowan. The babbling brook's lesson of gentle persistence. The Heartstone's lesson of profound stillness. The moon petal's lesson of cyclical renewal. They were all pieces of a single truth. He thought of his own restlessness, his feeling of emptiness. He had been trying to fill the quiet with noise, to outrun the stillness. He had forgotten the part of the cycle that was for listening, for absorbing, for simply being present in the grand, quiet hum of the world. He sat down in the center of the glowing clearing, the cool moss soft beneath him, the gentle rain a tender caress on his fur. He closed his eyes and did not try to listen for anything in particular. He just listened. And in that state of open receptivity, the forest spoke to him not in separate voices, but in a single harmonious symphony. He heard the wind's gentle sigh as it wove through the pines. He heard the patient drip of water from a leaf. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth through the soles of his paws. He saw the soft, pulsing glow of the fungi and the blossoms against his closed eyelids. It was no longer a language of words, but a feeling, a vast, comforting presence that held him, a tapestry of sound and light and life woven together with threads of moonbeam and magic. A profound peace, warm and heavy as a quilt of summer wool, settled over him. The emptiness was gone, not because it had been filled with something new, but because he had realized it was not emptiness at all. It was a space, a sacred, quiet space meant for listening, for dreaming, for being part of the forest's endless, gentle song. When he opened his eyes, the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose. The moon petals were slowly closing their luminous faces, storing their light for the next cycle of darkness. The nocturnal creatures were retreating to their hidden dens, their wisdom shared for another night. Alaric was still perched on the hearthstone, a silent, majestic sentinel. He looked at Rowan, and no words were needed. The understanding passed between them as clearly as a moonbeam passes through clear water. Rowan bowed his head in gratitude, then turned and padded softly back toward his den. The forest was different now, or perhaps he was different within it. He no longer felt like a visitor trying to decipher a foreign language. He felt like a single, quiet note in a beautiful, endless melody. He reached his cozy den beneath the roots of a great oak just as the sun's first rays touched the highest branches. The gentle tension of his quest had resolved into the deep comfort of understanding. He curled into his nest of dried ferns, the sounds of the waking day, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of early bees, a pleasant, distant murmur. And as he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the last thing he felt was not the restless yearning of the night before, but the gentle, reassuring pulse of the ancient forest, a lullaby of stone and stream and moonlight humming him into his dreams. In the quiet hours of a twilight evening, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and gold, there was a small house nestled at the edge of a sleeping village. Inside, a young boy named Leo was helping his grandmother sort through old belongings in the attic. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and the only light came from a single lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. Creak went the floorboards underfoot, a familiar sound that seemed to whisper stories of years gone by. Leo's grandmother had always said the attic was a treasure chest of forgotten tales, and today they were uncovering a particularly dusty corner where an ancient trunk sat draped in a faded quilt. As Leo brushed away the cobwebs, his fingers traced the carved patterns on the trunk's lid, swirls that looked like wind and waves, worn smooth by time. With a gentle push, the lid lifted with a soft thump, releasing a puff of dust that sparkled in the lantern light. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and moth-eaten blankets, lay a small, brass compass. It was no larger than Leo's palm, with a face clouded by age, but as he picked it up, the needle began to quiver. Instead of pointing north, it spun slowly and settled in the direction of the attic's dusty window, glowing with a faint, golden light. Leo's grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Some treasures," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "are not found in maps, but in the heart. That compass, my dear, is said to guide those who need it most toward the courage they already possess." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass rested on his nightstand, its glow pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He had always been a quiet child, hesitant to speak up in class or venture beyond the garden gate, and the compass seemed to hum with understanding. As sleep began to claim him, the needle twitched again, pointing insistently toward the window. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the distant sound of bells chiming from the village clock tower, and Leo knew deep down that a journey was beginning, not one of miles, but of the spirit. The next morning, Leo tucked the compass into his pocket, its warmth a comforting weight against his side. He decided to follow where it led, stepping out into the garden where dew-kissed spiderwebs glittered like diamonds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the edge of the property, and as Leo approached, he heard a soft purring from the branches above. A sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds peered down at him. "Lost your way, little one?" the cat asked, her voice a melodic rumble. "Or perhaps you've just found it." This was Seraphina, the garden cat, known for her wisdom and her love of napping in sunbeams. She leaped down gracefully, landing without a sound, and began to weave around Leo's legs. "That compass," she said, nodding toward his pocket, "guides not to places, but to moments where courage is needed. I've seen it before in my 9 lives. Tell me, what fear holds you back?" Leo confessed his shyness, how words often stuck in his throat like burrs, and Seraphina listened, her purring a steady, calming rhythm. "Courage isn't about being loud," she advised, "but about listening first. Follow the compass, I'll join you. And so, with Seraphina padding silently beside him, Leo ventured beyond the garden gate, into the meadow where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the whispering woods, a forest Leo had always avoided for its shadows and secrets. As they entered the woods, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the chirping of hidden crickets. Suddenly the compass needle spun wildly, and from a thicket emerged a small, flustered squirrel with a tail that twitched with nervous energy. Oh dear, he chattered, wringing his paws. I've misplaced my acorns again, the shiny one's eye saved for the winter feast. This was Barnaby, a squirrel whose heart was as big as his forgetfulness. Seraphina introduced him, and Barnaby's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. A guiding light, he exclaimed. I could use one myself, but first can you help me? Kindness shared is courage multiplied, my mother always said. Leo nodded, and together they searched the forest floor, following the trail of scattered acorns Barnaby had dropped. As they worked, Leo found that focusing on helping others eased the tightness in his own chest. With patience, they gathered the acorns, and Barnaby rewarded them with a handful of sweet berries from his stash. The compass glowed brighter, its needle steadying toward a clearing deep in the woods where an ancient stone well stood, covered in moss. But the path was blocked by a thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe like sleeping serpents. Leo hesitated, his old fears rising like a tide. I don't think I can get through, he whispered, his voice small. Just then a gentle wind stirred, carrying the faint ding-dong of bells from the village, and the vines parted slightly, revealing a narrow passage. A voice, soft as the wind itself, spoke. Thorns guard only what is feared, not what is real. Step lightly, and they will yield. It was the spirit of the breeze, a helper unseen but deeply felt. Seraphina nudged Leo forward. Patience, she murmured. Watch and listen. Leo took a deep breath, recalling his grandmother's words about kindness. Instead of pushing through, he approached the thorns slowly, speaking to them in a gentle tone. We mean no harm, we only seek to pass. To his amazement, the thorns loosened their grip, curling back like unfurling ferns. It was not force but respect that cleared the way. In the clearing, the well was dry, but at its bottom lay a single, luminous pearl that pulsed with the same golden light as the compass. Barnaby chattered excitedly. The Heartstone, it's said to reflect the courage of those who look into it. Leo leaned over the edge, his reflection shimmering on the pearl's surface. Instead of seeing a shy boy, he saw someone brave and steady, and in that moment he understood that courage had been within him all along, waiting to be acknowledged. As he reached for the pearl, a shadow fell over the clearing, a large, gloomy cloud that muffled the forest sounds. Leo felt a chill, but Seraphina purred louder, a sound like a tiny hearth fire, and Barnaby began to tell a silly joke about a rabbit in a hat, making Leo laugh. The cloud dissipated, and the pearl lifted into Leo's hand, warm and light. The compass needle settled, pointing back the way they came, its work done. Returning through the woods, Leo felt different. The shadows seemed less frightening, and when they reached the meadow, he spotted a younger child crying by a fallen nest of robin's eggs. Without thinking, Leo knelt down, using his gentle words to comfort the child and help rebuild the nest. Seraphina watched, her green eyes soft with pride, and Barnaby cheered, "Bravo, you found your voice." Back at home, as evening fell, Leo placed the compass and the pearl on the attic trunk, their light fading into a soft glow. His grandmother welcomed him with a cup of warm milk and a knowing smile. "You traveled far today," she said, stroking his hair. "But the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the sounds of the house wrapped around him. the crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the distant bells tolling the hour, and Seraphina's purring from the foot of his bed. He knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind, to listen, and to take one small step at a time. And in the gentle rhythm of his breathing, the story settled like a cozy blanket, reminding all who heard it that the most magical discoveries often lie waiting in the most ordinary of places, ready to light the way home. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Moonhaven. It was a place where chimneys puffed curls of vanilla-scented smoke, where cobblestone paths glistened with evening dew, and where the great brass clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. The villagers were a kindly folk, known for their love of stargazing and their habit of leaving bowls of cream out for the forest sprites. But lately something peculiar had begun to unfold beneath Moonhaven's silver-dusted sky. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Each night, another patch of the heavens would go dark, as if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers would gather on their porches, wrapped in quilts, murmuring in soft, concerned tones as they pointed at the growing emptiness above. Then came the hourglass in the town square, a beautiful, ancient thing filled with sand the color of crushed amethysts. For as long as anyone could remember, the sand had flowed steadily downward. But now it trickled backwards. And if that weren't strange enough, the moon lilies that bloomed only at midnight began changing color, from silvery white to rose pink, then to deep indigo, as if they couldn't quite decide what shade suited the night. No one was afraid exactly. But a quiet puzzlement settled over Moonhaven, as soft and persistent as the gentle rain that often pattered against the window panes after dark. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, with a garden full of sleepy lavender and night-blooming jasmine, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known for her kindness, her patience, and most of all, for how closely she noticed things. While others talked, Lyra listened. While others hurried, Lyra watched. She noticed the way the dew settled on a spider's web, the particular tune the wind played through the pine needles, and the secret language of the stars. One evening, as Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, sipping chamomile tea, there came a soft knock at her door. It was old Finn, the keeper of the town archives, his spectacles perched on his nose and a worried frown creasing his brow. "Lyra, my dear," he said, stepping inside and shaking the rain from his cloak. "The stars, they're vanishing, and the hourglass, it's flowing the wrong way. The council is baffled. Some say it's a sign, others say it's magic gone weary. But I thought perhaps you might have noticed something the rest of us have missed." Lyra smiled gently and offered him a seat by the fire. "I've seen it, Finn, and I've been listening. There's a rhyme the children have been singing lately, a new one. It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain sings low, follow the path where the silver mushrooms grow. Find the key where the two rivers meet, to make the scattered stars complete." Finn adjusted his spectacles. "A children's rhyme, you think it's a clue?" "I think everything is a clue if you listen closely enough," Lyra replied. So it was that Lyra, with Finn trailing curiously behind, set out into the Whispering Woods. The rain had softened to a mist, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny lanterns along the path, and in the distance the clock tower chimed 9 times, each note clear and melodic. They soon found a patch of silver mushrooms, glowing faintly in the dim light, forming a winding trail deeper into the forest. As they followed it, Lyra noticed something odd. The mushrooms weren't just growing randomly. They formed patterns, like constellations underfoot. "Look, Finn," she said, pointing. "That cluster there, it mirrors the Crown constellation, and over there the Swan, but see how some are dimmer than others, as if part of the pattern is fading." Finn nodded slowly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "Just like the real stars. They walked on, the forest growing denser and more mystical around them. Soon they heard the soft gurgle of water. Two streams crossed up ahead, shimmering under the faint starlight that still remained. And there, nestled between the roots of an ancient willow tree, was a small wooden box carved with star-shaped patterns. "The two rivers meet," Lyra whispered. "This must be the key." But when she opened the box, instead of a key, she found a delicate, yellowed piece of parchment. On it was drawn a map of the night sky, but with certain stars connected by lines that didn't match any known constellation. At the bottom, in elegant script, were the words, "Remember what you've forgotten." Finn scratched his head. A red herring or another piece of the puzzle. Lyra studied the map carefully. "I think it's both. Look, these lines don't show constellations. They show relationships, pathways, like the way we're all connected in Moonhaven." Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes. Out stepped a flustered-looking badger wearing a tiny waistcoat and carrying a pocket watch. Oh dear, the badger muttered. "I'm late. I'm always late lately." Lyra knelt down. "Late for what, friend?" "For the star gathering," the badger exclaimed. "I'm Bernard, the keeper of celestial time, but ever since the hourglass started flowing backwards, my schedule has been all topsy-turvy. The stars wait for no one, you know." Bernard explained that once every century, the stars descended to drink from the mystical springs of Moonhaven, which kept them shining bright. But because the hourglass was broken, the stars didn't know when to appear, and Bernard didn't know when to guide them. "But why is the sand flowing backwards?" Lyra asked. Bernard sighed. "It's meant to measure not just time, but memory. The more the villagers forget the old stories, the tales that connect them to the stars and to each other, the more confused time becomes. The hourglass reflects that confusion." Lyra understood now. The vanishing stars, the backwards time, the color-changing flowers, all were signs that the community was losing touch with its shared stories, its history, its magic. She, Finn, and Bernard hurried back to the village, where the concerned murmurs had grown into a gentle hum of curiosity. Lyra climbed onto the base of the clock tower, the old map in hand. "Friends," she called out, her voice calm and clear. "The stars aren't disappearing, they're waiting for us to remember." She showed them the map, explaining that the lines between the stars represented the stories that bound them together. Tales of kindness, cooperation, and wonder that had been passed down for generations, but had lately gone untold. One by one, the villagers began sharing stories. The baker remembered the tale of the first loaf ever baked in Moonhaven, which was said to have been blessed by a star. The woodcarver recounted how his grandfather learned his craft from a talking owl under a full moon. Children giggled as they shared whispered legends of friendly ghosts who helped find lost mittens. With each story told, a star above flickered back to life. Then little Alara, the youngest child in the village, tugged on Lyra's sleeve. "I know a rhyme, too," she said shyly. "My grandma taught me. When the clock strikes backwards and the stars hide away, gather the memories to brighten the day. Sing the old songs, tell the tales true, and the sky will remember its brilliant blue." As the villagers joined hands and sang the old songs under the slowly brightening sky, the hourglass in the square gave a soft shudder. The purple sand ceased its upward trickle and began flowing normally once more. The moon lilies settled into a tranquil, luminous silver. And high above, the stars returned, not all at once, but one by one, each shining brighter than before, as if grateful to be remembered. Bernard the badger checked his pocket watch and beamed. "Right on time," he declared before scurrying off into the night. From that evening on, the people of Moonhaven made a new tradition. Every night they would gather, sometimes in the square, sometimes in cozy homes, and share stories. they laughed, they listened, and they remembered. And the stars, pleased by the revival of connection and wonder, shone down upon them with a gentle, constant light. As the clock tower chimed midnight, its wind chime melody softer now, Lyra stood on her porch, watching the restored heavens. The gentle rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the rooftops and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, wind chimes tingled lightly. All was well in Moonhaven. The mystery was solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, empathy, and the simple, profound power of listening. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep that night, each knew that above them, the stars were winking down kindly, keeping watch over a community that had learned to treasure its light, both in the sky and in each other. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols: a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. "There's a loose stone near the ceiling," she announced. "I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through." But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. "Lumina," he said gently, "if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way?" The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try." With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. "A little to the left," she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. "Well done," Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. "The stories are safe." But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly, the wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It had been abandoned for cycles beyond counting, its corridors silent, its viewports dark. But deep within its heart, something miraculous was beginning to bloom. It began with a traveler named Kaelen, whose homeworld was a planet of perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent light. Kaelen's people communicated not with words, but with shifting hues that danced across their skin, a language of color and gentle glow. When Kaelen first stepped into the Starlight Haven, his skin was pale silver with nervousness, for he was far from home and utterly alone. He spent his first days restoring power to the station's old systems, not with clanking machinery, but by coaxing dormant light vines to grow along the walls. They responded to his presence, glowing softly and filling the halls with a warm, honey-colored radiance. Not long after, another visitor arrived, a being named Rin, from a world of crystalline forests and singing stones. Rin's body was composed of delicate, interlocking facets that caught and refracted light into tiny rainbows. Her people spoke through harmonic vibrations, a language of resonance that rippled through the air like music. When she first entered the station, she did so cautiously, her facets chiming a soft, questioning note. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Kaelen, startled by the sudden musical presence, flushed a bright, alarmed crimson. Rin, interpreting the red as hostility, chimed a sharp, defensive chord. For a long moment they stood frozen in the corridor, one a canvas of worried color, the other a sculpture of wary music. Then Kaelen, remembering his people's teaching, when in doubt, offer light, softened his glow to a gentle, welcoming gold. Rin, in turn, recalled her own elder's wisdom. A stranger's song is just an unheard melody. She softened her chime to a low, humming warmth. It was not yet friendship, but it was a beginning. Over the following days, they explored the station together, each helping the other navigate this strange, shared territory. Kaelen showed Rin how the light vines could be encouraged to bloom in patterns that told stories. Rin taught Kaelen how the station's old crystal conduits could be gently tapped to produce soothing, harmonic tones. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a bridge between color and sound. Their greatest collaboration began in the station's central observatory, a vast, dome-ceilinged chamber with a panoramic view of the swirling nebula outside. The room had once been a garden, and though the plants had long since withered, the soil remained rich and waiting. Kaelen and Rin decided to revive it. Kaelen used his knowledge of bioluminescent flora to plant seeds that sprouted into soft, glowing blossoms, flowers that pulsed with gentle light, their petals shifting hue in response to emotion. Rin cultivated crystal shards that grew like plants, branching into delicate structures that hummed in the presence of starlight. Together, they created a garden where light and music lived in harmony. But their differences still sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelen arranged a cluster of blue light moss into what he thought was a clearly grateful pattern, a deep, steady azure meant to convey heartfelt thanks for Rin's help repairing a water recycler. Rin, however, saw the blue and heard only silence where she expected a musical response. In her culture, blue without sound signified sorrow or distance. She retreated to a corner of the garden, her facets dimming. Kaelen noticed her withdrawal, and his own glow flickered with confusion. He approached slowly, his skin shifting to a soft, questioning lavender. Rin chimed a minor key, tinged with confusion. For a time they simply stood there, two beings separated not by malice, but by mismatched meanings. Then Kaelen had an idea. He gently touched one of the singing crystals Rin had grown. It resonated with a clear, pure tone. He then gestured to his own chest, where his glow had settled into a calm, steady gold, the color of friendship in his people's language. He touched the crystal again, and this time Rin understood. She chimed the same tone back at him, while her facets brightened to catch and reflect his golden light. In that moment they realized they could create a new language, one of combined color and sound. Kaelen would glow a certain hue, and Rin would answer with a complementary harmony. Together they began to weave a dialogue more beautiful than either could have created alone. Their garden became a sanctuary, a place of shared quiet and growing understanding. In the evenings they would sit together beneath the observatory dome, watching distant stars bloom and fade in the velvet darkness. Kaelen's glow would soften to the gentle silver of contentment, while Rin's harmonics would lower to a soothing, continuous hum, like a lullaby sung by the universe itself. During one such evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting streaks of light, Rin chimed a sequence of notes that Kaelen had come to recognize as her story melody. He glowed an encouraging amber, and she began, through a combination of resonant tones and the patterns her refracted light cast on the walls, to tell him of her homeworld's belief that shooting stars were the laughter of the cosmos. Kaelen listened, his colors shifting in fascination. When she finished, he responded with his own story, his skin blooming into swirling patterns of green and violet. He told of how his people believed the nebula outside was a great sleeping creature, dreaming the galaxies into being. Rin's facets shimmered as she absorbed the tale, her harmonic hum layering itself gently beneath the colors of his narrative. They learned that kindness needs no translation. When Kaelen seemed tired, his glow fading to a weary gray, Rin would arrange the singing crystals to play a restful, resonant frequency that seemed to recharge his light. When Rin's harmonics grew discordant with frustration over a stubborn growth of dark crystal in one corner of the garden, Kaelen would gently redirect the light vines to shine upon it, encouraging it to clear. One cycle, a minor systems failure caused the station's temperature to drop precipitously. Kaelen, whose body generated its own warmth, barely noticed, but Rin's crystalline form began to contract with the cold, her harmonics growing faint and strained. Without a second thought, Kaelen led her to the warmest part of the garden, where the light vines glowed brightest. He positioned himself near her, his own glow intensifying to a warm, rosy orange, radiating gentle heat. Rin's facets slowly warmed, her music returning to its normal, vibrant resonance. In thanks, she did not chime or sing, but simply leaned her cool, crystalline form against him, and in that quiet contact, everything was understood. The final test of their friendship came from an unexpected source. A deep space probe, long thought lost, drifted into range of the station. It was from Rin's homeworld, carrying messages and seeds from her family. The news should have brought joy, but instead, it carried a bittersweet melody. The probe's programming indicated it was on a return trajectory. It could carry her home. Rin's harmonics became a complex, sorrowful song. Kaelen's glow dimmed to a muted blue. The thought of separation, now that they had built a world together, was a silent ache in the garden. For 3 days they communicated less, the garden growing quieter, the colors and sounds less vibrant. The easy companionship they had nurtured seemed overshadowed by the impending choice. On the fourth evening, as they watched the twin moons of a nearby gas giant rise in tandem, Kaelen glowed a slow, deliberate pattern, a question he had never asked before. It was a sequence of gold and silver, interspersed with the deep blue of the nebula outside. It asked, without words, what makes a home? Rin was silent for a long time. Then she began to chime. It was not a song from her world, nor was it one she had ever chimed before. It was a new melody, woven from the harmonics of the garden's crystals and the memory of Kaelen's colors. As she chimed, she used her facets to cast a pattern of light on the wall, a pattern that combined the swirling nebula of Kaelen's stories with the star laughter of her own. The message was clear. Home was not a set of coordinates. Home was the space they had built together, the shared language of light and sound, the quiet understanding that transcended worlds. Kaelen's glow brightened into a radiant, sunlit gold. Rin's chime rose into a clear, joyful chord. Together they drafted a response to the probe, not a request for passage, but a message of greeting, an invitation for dialogue between their peoples, and a data packet containing the patterns of their garden's growth. They sent it off with a combined wish, that their small sanctuary might one day become a beacon of connection for others. That night, as the station drifted peacefully through the star-dusted void, Kaelen and Rin sat in their garden, surrounded by glowing flowers and humming crystals. Kaelen's light pulsed in a slow, calm rhythm, the color of deep contentment. Rin's harmonics wove a soft, continuous melody around it, a song of belonging. They watched the stars, silent and together, two friends who had learned that the universe, for all its vastness, grows smaller and warmer when kindness becomes your compass. And in the Starlight Haven, a garden of light and music flourished, a testament to the truth that friendship is the one language every heart understands. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the slumbering world. But within the warm circle of firelight, a story waits to be told, a tale of quiet magic and unexpected journeys, of friendships that glow like embers in the darkness, and transformations that happen not in grand explosions, but in the slow, steady warmth of understanding. Our story begins with a young boy named Rowan, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Rowan was a quiet child, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, the particular scent of rain on dry earth, the hidden pathways of field mice through the tall grass. But lately a restless feeling had settled in his chest, a quiet yearning for something he could not name. It was a hollow sort of feeling, like an unlit fireplace in the depths of winter. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Rowan was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he noticed something unusual. Tucked between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand, and its color was a deep, smoky gray. But as the twilight deepened, the stone began to change. From its very core, a soft, pulsing light emerged, the color of warm embers at the heart of a fire. It didn't blaze or flash, but glowed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if it held a tiny, sleeping star within. Fascinated, Rowan picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, and holding it sent a curious sense of calm through his restless spirit. He tucked it safely into his pocket and carried it home, the ember glow a secret companion in the growing dark. That night he placed the stone on his windowsill. As he lay in bed, its gentle pulse painted his ceiling with soft, shifting patterns of light, and for the first time in weeks he felt a flicker of peace. He fell asleep to its quiet rhythm, and as he slept, he dreamed. Not a dream of wild adventures, but of a path of dappled sunlight that wound deep into the heart of the forest, a path that seemed to call to him. The next morning the yearning in his chest was stronger, now accompanied by the memory of the dream path. The ember stone on his windowsill was dormant again, a simple gray rock in the daylight. But Rowan knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to follow that path. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool water, and with the ember stone tucked securely in his pocket, he stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of damp moss and pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. Rowan walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chirping of unseen birds. He had no map, but he felt a strange pull, an internal compass guided by the memory of his dream and the faint, reassuring warmth of the stone in his pocket. Just as he began to wonder if he had been foolish, he saw it, a narrow, almost hidden trail, exactly as it had appeared in his dream. Ferns bowed over it, and it was carpeted with a thick layer of bronze pine needles. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped onto the path. The further he walked, the more the world seemed to change. The light grew softer, tinged with a golden-green hue. The trees were older here, their trunks wide and wise, their branches woven together like the vaulted ceiling of a great, natural cathedral. He heard the gurgle of a hidden stream and felt the temperature shift to a perfect, gentle coolness. He had entered a part of the forest he had never known existed, a hidden world nestled deep within nature's embrace. It was here in this enchanted stillness that he heard a sound that was out of place, a soft, distressed chittering. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, Rowan found the source. A small, fox-like creature was trapped. Its back leg was caught in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed to have grown around it, tightening their grip. The creature's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were large and intelligent, now wide with fear and pain. Around its neck was a delicate collar of woven bark, from which hung a single, polished acorn that gleamed in the dappled light. Rowan's heart ached for the little animal. He approached slowly, his hands held open to show he meant no harm. "SHHH," he whispered, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It's all right. I'm going to help you." The creature stilled, watching him with a wary but hopeful gaze. Rowan worked carefully, his fingers gentle as he began to untwist the tough, prickly vines. The thorns scratched his hands, drawing tiny beads of blood, but he didn't stop. He spoke to the creature in a low, soothing murmur, telling it about the ember stone, about his cottage, about the restless feeling in his chest. He didn't know if it understood his words, but it seemed to understand his tone, its panicked breathing slowly calming. After what felt like a long time, the last vine snapped free. The creature scrambled back, shaking its freed leg. It looked at Rowan, then at his scratched and bleeding hands, and its large eyes softened. It took a tentative step forward, then another, until it was close enough to gently nuzzle Rowan's injured hand with its cool, damp nose. A wave of warmth, not from the stone but from somewhere deep inside, spread through Rowan. The hollow feeling in his chest lessened just a little. The fox creature then turned and began to limp away, pausing every few steps to look back at him. Rowan understood. He was being invited to follow. Their journey continued, but now it was different. He was no longer alone. His new companion, whom he decided to name Pip for its small, chittering voice, led him deeper into the hidden world. Pip's limp soon vanished, and it moved with a graceful, silent fluidity, its bushy tail held high. As they walked, Pip would occasionally stop to point its nose at a particularly beautiful cluster of glowing mushrooms, or a bird's nest woven from silver thread and spider silk, sharing the wonders of its home. They came to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in velvety moss and intricate carvings worn smooth by time. In the center of the circle burned a small, perpetual fire that gave off no smoke, its flames a silent, mesmerizing dance of gold and blue. Sitting beside the fire was an old woman. Her hair was long and silver, flowing over her shoulders like moonlight, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of the forest itself. She was weaving a basket from river reeds, her fingers moving with a practiced, peaceful rhythm. She looked up as they approached, and a smile touched her lips, as gentle as a sunbeam. "Ah," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "The boy with the quiet heart and the ember stone, and you found Pip. I see you've already begun your journey." Rowan was startled. "You know about the stone." The woman gestured for him to sit by the fire. The warmth it gave off was not just for the skin, but seemed to seep into his very bones, soothing his tired muscles. Pip curled up at her feet, looking completely at home. "I am a keeper of this wood," she said. "And I know the signs. The emberstone does not glow for just anyone. It awakens for those who are on the cusp of a change, whose inner light is ready to burn more steadily. Tell me, Rowan, what is it you are seeking?" Rowan looked into the silent flames, trying to find the words for the feeling that had plagued him. I don't know," he admitted softly. "It's just a feeling, like I'm waiting for something, or like a part of me is missing." The keeper nodded slowly. "A mystery of the heart," she mused. "They are the most gentle and the most persistent of mysteries. They do not shout, they whisper. They do not unravel in a day. They unfold like the petals of a night-blooming flower, or the patterns in smoke rising from a fire." She pointed a long, graceful finger at the stone in his pocket, which had begun to glow again, its ember light pulsing in time with the silent fire. "The stone is a guide, not an answer. It responds to the light you carry within. The restlessness you feel is the friction of your own spirit, growing. Like a seed pushing through the soil, it is uncomfortable, but it is necessary." She told him then of the Glimmerwood, the true name of this hidden realm. It was a place where the boundary between the world of things and the world of feelings was thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here inner light could manifest as soft glows, and sorrow could make the streams run slow and quiet. "Your journey is not to a place but through yourself," she explained. "The path you are on will show you what you need to see. Pip will be your guide, for he knows the hidden trails of the heart, and the emberstone will be your lantern, showing you the way when the path seems dark. But remember, its light is fed by your own courage and kindness." As she spoke, Rowan felt the truth of her words settle over him. The mystery was not something outside of him to be solved, but something inside of him to be understood. He thanked the keeper, and with a renewed sense of purpose, though a quiet one, he and Pip continued on their way. The path led them through landscapes that seemed to reflect the chambers of a heart. They walked through a meadow where the flowers chimed softly like tiny bells when the breeze touched them, a place of pure, simple joy. They crossed a bridge over a stream that flowed with water as clear as crystal, which the keeper had said mirrored one's own clarity of thought. Pip drank from it, and Rowan cupped his hands, the water tasting of clean, cold mountain air. Later they entered a grove of weeping willows, their long, trailing branches creating a private, shadowy space. The air here was still and carried a faint, melancholic scent. As Rowan walked beneath the canopy, memories rose to the surface of his mind, not loud or painful, but soft and bittersweet. The day his old dog, Badger, had passed away. The time he had felt lonely in a crowd of laughing children. The emberstone in his pocket dimmed, its pulse slowing. Pip pressed close to his side, a warm, living comfort. Rowan stopped and sat on a mossy log, letting the feelings wash over him. He didn't fight them or try to push them away. He simply acknowledged them, sitting with them as one would sit with a friend who was sad. He realized that this sadness, this loneliness, was a part of him too. It wasn't an enemy to be defeated, but a color in the vast tapestry of his heart. As this understanding dawned, the emberstone began to glow a little brighter, its warm light pushing back the shadows of the grove. The hollow feeling in his chest shifted, no longer an empty space, but a space that could hold both joy and sorrow. Pip chittered softly as if in approval, and led him out of the willow grove. The greatest test came as dusk began to settle. The path descended into a narrow, dark ravine. No moonlight reached its depths, and the air grew cold. This was the ravine of doubt, Pip conveyed through a series of gestures and empathetic looks. Here shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and whispers echoed off the stone walls, voices that sounded like his own, asking, "Are you lost? What are you even doing here? You're just a boy. You'll never find what you're looking for." A cold knot of fear tightened in Rowan's stomach. The Emberstone's light, which had been his steady companion, flickered uncertainly. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on him. He wanted to turn back. He looked at Pip, whose eyes were wide with a shared anxiety, but who stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Rowan closed his eyes, blocking out the intimidating shadows. He thought of the Keeper's words. Its light is fed by your own courage and kindness. He thought of the warmth he'd felt when he freed Pip. He thought of the quiet strength he'd found in simply acknowledging his own sadness in the willow grove. He took a deep, shaking breath and focused on that warmth, on that strength. He pulled the Emberstone from his pocket and held it in his cupped hands, not as a magic tool, but as a focus for the light he carried inside. "I am not lost," he whispered to the darkness, his voice small but firm. "I am on my path." As he spoke, the Emberstone responded. It did not flare into a blinding beacon, but its glow grew steady and strong, pushing back the immediate darkness around them in a firm, unwavering circle of warm, ember-like light. The whispering voices faded into silence. The shadows ceased their menacing dance. The light was just enough to see the path forward, one step at a time. Pip let out a happy chirp and nudged his hand, and together they walked through the ravine, protected by the steady, true light of Rowan's own spirit. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves at the shore of a vast, still lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the first stars peppering the twilight sky. And in the center of the lake, on a small island, grew a single, magnificent tree. Its bark shimmered with a soft, silver light, and its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, crimson, and orange, as if it captured an eternal autumn sunset. It was the heartwood tree, the keeper of the Glimmerwood's deepest peace. A small wooden boat, seemingly carved from a single piece of driftwood, was tied to a post at the water's edge. Rowan and Pip climbed in, and the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the glassy surface of the lake. The only sound was the gentle dip of the paddle and the soft lapping of water against the hull. As they reached the island, Rowan felt a profound sense of calm. The air was still and fragrant, and the light from the tree bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. He stepped onto the soft grass and approached the tree. There was no grand revelation, no booming voice from the heavens. Instead, he simply felt whole. He sat with his back against the warm, shimmering bark of the heartwood, and Pip curled up in his lap. He held the Emberstone in his hand, and now its light was constant, no longer pulsing but burning with a soft, unwavering flame. He looked out over the still lake at the reflection of the starry sky and the glorious tree, and he understood. The restless feeling was gone. It had been the feeling of his own heart, stretching and growing, learning to hold more of the world, the joy and the sorrow, the courage and the fear, the light and the shadows. He hadn't been missing a piece, he had been becoming more complete. The journey had transformed him, not into someone new, but into more fully himself. The mystery was solved not by finding an answer, but by realizing he had been living the question all along. He had come seeking a magical solution, but the true magic was the friendship he'd found in a small, fox-like creature, the wisdom shared by a quiet keeper of the wood, and the steady, growing light of his own kind and courageous heart. After a long, peaceful while, the little boat carried them back across the lake. The path home seemed shorter, easier. When he arrived at the edge of the whispering wood, right near his own cottage, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Pip chittered a soft goodbye, nuzzling his hand one last time before turning and disappearing back into the depths of the glimmerwood, a flicker of autumn leaves in the morning mist. Rowan walked into his cottage. The fire in the hearth had died to ashes, but the room was warm with the memory of its glow. He placed the ember stone on the mantelpiece. It no longer pulsed but rested, its deep gray surface holding a permanent, soft inner light, a quiet reminder of the journey and the friendship and the light within. He was no longer restless. He was no longer yearning. He was simply Rowan, a boy with a quiet heart who knew that even the smallest light could illuminate the darkest path, and that the greatest transformations often happened in the silence of one's own soul. And as you, dear listener, rest your head upon your pillow, let the warmth of this story settle around you. Let the image of the gently glowing stone and the steadfast friendship bring you comfort. Remember that within you, too, burns a steady and true light, a quiet ember that can guide you through your own journeys, both waking and in dreams. The fire in the hearth has burned low now, its whispers growing softer, its light fading to a warm, dark red. The story is told. The world is quiet. It is time to close your eyes, to let your breathing grow slow and deep, and to drift into a restful sleep, carried on the gentle currents of the glimmerwood and the peaceful, resolved heart of a boy named Rowan. Sleep well. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. Balanced little fern, Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisper wood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the Stone Teeth Mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the mosskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. The night was a deep velvet blanket, pricked with silver stars, and from the hearth of a small, quiet cottage, a cascade of golden sparks spiraled upwards, joining their celestial cousins. It was on such a night, when the air itself seemed to hum with potential, that a young dreamer named Kaelen found his world gently tilting into wonder. He had been tracing the path of a particularly bright spark with his eyes when it did not fade, but instead grew. It swelled into a soft, shimmering doorway hanging in the air before him, its edges rippling like heat haze over a summer field. From it wafted a scent that was both foreign and deeply familiar, the crisp, clean aroma of high-altitude air, touched with the sweetness of honeydew and the faint, dusty perfume of old paper. Without a second thought, but with a heart full of quiet curiosity, Kaelen stepped through. The world dissolved into a swirl of muted gold and silver, and then resolved itself into something breathtaking. He stood on a pathway of what appeared to be solid, warm cloud, soft and springy beneath his bare feet. All around him, suspended in a twilight sky, were cities crafted from cloud stuff and captured starlight. Towers spiraled upwards, their surfaces shifting from pearlescent white to soft rose gold in the eternal evening. It was the sky realm of Ethoria, a place he had only ever glimpsed in the most vivid of dreams. From a small leather pouch at his belt, Kaelen drew his one piece of home, a small, smooth wooden bird carved by his grandfather. It was warm to the touch, its grain familiar under his thumb. He held it tight, an anchor in this sea of wonder. His reason for being here was a quiet, persistent longing. In his own world, a strange silence had begun to fall over the woods near his home. The colors seemed less vibrant, the songs of the birds more faint. He had felt a pull, a whisper on the wind, suggesting that understanding, and perhaps a solution, lay somewhere beyond the known. He had come to Ethoria not for treasure, but for a secret, a melody of restoration. His cloud path led him to the first great landmark, the Whispering Spires. These were not towers of stone, but of crystallized sound. As Kaelen approached, they began to hum, a low, resonant chord that vibrated not in his ears, but in his very bones. The music was a language. It asked a question without words, a simple, "Why do you journey?" Kaelen, unsure how to answer, simply held up his wooden bird and thought of the fading woods, of the muted birdsong. The spires understood. Their hum shifted, becoming a gentle, guiding melody that pointed him toward a bridge of woven light, arching toward a lower, darker part of the sky realm. The bridge deposited him at the entrance to the Glimmer Grottos, a network of caverns that held not darkness, but an underground aurora. As he stepped inside, his breath caught. The walls were smooth, cool obsidian, but upon them danced the borealis itself. Ribbons of emerald, violet, and sapphire light swam and swirled in a silent, graceful ballet. The air was cool and carried the scent of wet stone and ozone after a summer storm. Here, the inhabitants made themselves known. They were the luminals, creatures of pure, gentle light. They had no solid form, but floated like living will-o'-the-wisps, their colors shifting with their mood. They did not speak, but communicated through the patterns they painted in the air. One, a soft amber glow, drifted near Kaelen. It pulsed slowly, and a feeling of warm inquiry washed over him, as comforting as a blanket. He again showed his wooden bird and projected his thoughts of the silent forest. The luminal pulsed in understanding, then began to weave a story in light. It showed Kaelen an image of a great, crystalline tree in the very heart of Ethoria, the world hearth. This tree, it explained through its shimmering tableau, was connected to all living things. A crack had appeared in its core, and from that crack a slow drain of vitality was seeping away, affecting not just Ethoria, but touching distant worlds like his own. The music of existence was faltering. His path was clear. He had to find the world hearth. The amber luminal whom he silently named Ember chose to accompany him, bobbing faithfully at his shoulder, its light a constant, reassuring presence. Their journey led them next to the Library of Echoes, a place that existed between the dimensions of thought and reality. It was not a building of shelves and books, but a vast, open space where memories and stories hung in the air like fragrant blossoms on invisible trees. To find a story, you had only to breathe in its scent. Kaelen inhaled deeply and caught the fragrance of ancient rain on dry earth, of sun-warmed pine needles, and of deep, restorative sleep. This was the story of healing. He walked through the fragrant narrative, the words forming not in his mind, but as textures against his skin. He felt the rough bark of a resilient tree, the cool silk of healing water, and the final, soft warmth of a mended heart. The lesson was simple. To heal the world hearth, one did not need a powerful spell or a magical artifact, but a profound, selfless offering of a memory imbued with pure, unconditional love. It was a resonance that could seal the crack. With this knowledge held close, Kaelen and Ember pressed on, finally arriving at the Nexus glade where the world hearth stood. It was even more magnificent than the light painting had suggested. The tree was colossal, its trunk and branches seeming to be formed of clear crystal, through which flowed rivers of liquid gold and silver light. Its leaves were shifting prisms, casting tiny rainbows across the glade. But at its base was a painful sight, a jagged dark crack from which the luminous sap was slowly weeping, losing its light and falling as dull gray tears onto the moss below. The air, which should have been vibrant with energy, felt thin and melancholic. Kaelen knew what he had to do. He sat before the great tree, the wooden bird cupped in his hands. He closed his eyes and searched his memory for the purest love he had ever known. He thought of his grandfather, of sitting on his knee by the fireplace, listening to tales of his youth. He remembered the feeling of his grandfather's rough, warm hand on his head, a gesture of absolute safety and affection. He remembered the smell of wood smoke and baking bread, the sound of a deep, kind laugh. He poured all of this, the scent, the sound, the texture, the profound feeling of being loved, into the memory of the little wooden bird. It grew warm in his hands, almost hot, thrumming with the power of the recollection. He then gently pressed the bird, this vessel of a cherished memory, against the crack in the world hearth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, golden light began to emanate from the bird, seeping into the crystal. The light spread through the crack, not like a glue, but like a balm, soothing and merging. The jagged edges softened, smoothed, and finally sealed, until the trunk was whole once more. The gray tears on the moss below shimmered and reignited, rising back into the tree as motes of light. The world hearth gave a great, gentle pulse, and a wave of warmth and vitality radiated outwards, so potent that Kaelen could feel it tingling through his own body. High above, in his own world, the woods suddenly seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Colors deepened, and from the throat of a lone thrush, a clear, strong song rang out, soon joined by a chorus of others. Ember the luminal swelled with a brilliant, joyful gold, and spun in happy circles around Kaelen. Its light brushed against his cheek, and he felt an overwhelming sensation of gratitude and friendship, a touch as gentle as a sunbeam. His task was complete. The journey back was a peaceful blur. The whispering spires hummed a triumphant symphony as he passed. The luminals in the glimmer grottos painted the walls with spectacular displays in his honor. He arrived back at the shimmering doorway on the cloud path, feeling both weary and deeply content. He stepped back into his cottage, the wooden portal dissolving behind him into a few last, drifting sparks in the fireplace. The room was just as he had left it, but it felt different. It felt more alive. He looked at the small wooden bird in his hand. It was no longer warm, but it felt more. The grain seemed deeper, the carving more significant. It was no longer just a memento of home. It was a reminder of a journey taken, a heart shared, and a world healed. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky. As he settled into his bed, the cozy weight of his blankets felt like a gentle embrace. He had gone seeking a way to heal his world and had discovered that the greatest magic was not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, enduring power of a loving memory carried close to the heart. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that both here and in a realm of cloud and crystal light, all was and would be well. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path, so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the two stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta-7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The view screen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. Grab, he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. Careful, he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. cryobloom roots. Kip breathed their scientific fascination, momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. Safe, they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. That when pull up. Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see. Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryoblooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced whispers atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling star base. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the room as the last light of day faded beyond the window. The flames whispered secrets in their ancient language of pops and hisses, and in their warm glow, let me tell you a story about a boy named Leo, a hidden world, and a light that burned not with heat but with hope. Leo lived with his grandmother in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. The cottage was a place of constant comfort, smelling always of baking bread and dried lavender. But Leo often felt a quiet ache in his heart, a longing for something he could not name. He was a gentle boy with a mind full of questions and eyes that noticed the small, shy wonders of the world, the way dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, or the particular silence that fell after a bird stopped singing. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and carried the scent of wood smoke, his grandmother handed him a small, worn leather pouch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice as soft as worn velvet. "He said it was for when you felt the world was a little too gray." Inside the pouch, Leo found a single, smooth stone. It was unremarkable in the daylight, a common river stone of dark gray. But as the room darkened and the fire's light waned, he noticed a faint, deep pulse within it, like the heartbeat of a sleeping star. He cupped it in his hands, and the pulse grew stronger, emitting a gentle, russet glow, the color of embers in a dying fire. It wasn't a light that pushed back the darkness, but one that seemed to make friends with it, warming the shadows without chasing them away. He called it his ember stone. A few nights later, a restlessness settled over him. The wind moaned a lonely tune through the eaves, and the ache in his heart felt sharper. Clutching the ember stone in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comfort against his palm, he slipped out into the moonlit night. He didn't mean to go far, just to the old oak tree that stood as a sentinel at the wood's edge. But as he walked, a low, thick fog began to creep from between the trees, muffling the world in a blanket of white. Soon Leo was lost. the familiar path vanished. The moon was a blurry smudge overhead. A cold fear, sharp and prickly, started to climb up his throat. He fumbled for the ember stone, and as his fingers closed around it, its glow brightened, casting a small, warm circle of light around him. It was then he saw it not a path, but a subtle guidance. Where the light touched the fog, it seemed to thin, revealing not the way back, but a way forward, deeper into the wood. The stones and roots on the forest floor seemed to catch the ember light and reflect it in a faint, winding trail. Trusting the gentle pull of the stone, Leo followed. The fog clung to his coat, damp and cold, but the sphere of warmth from the ember stone held it at bay. He walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the soft crunch of his footsteps on the pine needle carpet and the distant, lonely hoot of an owl. His journey had begun, and though he was afraid, the steady, pulsing light in his hand was a quiet companion. Just as his legs began to tremble with weariness, the fog abruptly parted. He stood at the edge of a clearing he had never seen on any map. In the center stood the most magnificent tree he could ever have imagined. Its trunk was wider than his grandmother's cottage, and its branches, bare of leaves, wove an intricate, lace-like pattern against the night sky. But the tree was not dark. From its highest twigs to its deepest roots, it was strung with thousands of delicate, glowing lanterns. They were not all the same color. Some shone with the soft gold of candlelight, others with the cool silver of starlight, and still others with the gentle green of sun-dappled moss. The air hummed with a low, musical thrum, and the light itself seemed to have a sound, a chorus of soft, chiming whispers. This was the glimmer tree, the heart of a hidden world. As Leo stood in awe, a small, rustling sound came from the roots. A creature emerged, no taller than his knee. She had large, luminous eyes the color of amber and delicate, pointed ears that twitched with curiosity. Her fur was the gray of tree bark, and dappled with patterns that shifted like moving shadows. She was a night hopper, a guardian of the glimmer tree. "You are lost," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. It was not an accusation, but a simple, kind observation. "I am," Leo admitted, his own voice a whisper. "My name is Leo. This stone brought me here." He opened his hand to show her the ember stone. The night hopper, whose name was Alara, leaned close. Her amber eyes widened. "The hearth glow," she breathed. "We have not seen its light in many turnings of the seasons." She looked from the stone to Leo's face, her expression a mixture of wonder and deep concern. "You have come at a troubled time. The glimmer tree is fading." She led him closer. Now he could see that many of the lanterns were dim, their light guttering weakly. Some had gone out completely, leaving dark, sad gaps in the beautiful tapestry of light. A chill hung in the air that the collective glow of the tree could not entirely dispel. "What's wrong with it?" Leo asked. "The tree is kept alight by stories," Alara explained sadly. "Stories of courage, of kindness, of friendship and hope. They are collected and woven into light by the story sparrows. But a silence has fallen over the woods. The stories have grown scarce, and the sparrows have grown quiet. Without new stories, the light will fade, and this hidden world will be lost to the eternal fog." Leo's heart sank. He looked at the dying lanterns, each one a story untold, a memory forgotten. The ache in his own heart felt answered, but the answer was a heavy one. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice small. Alara placed a small, cool paw on his hand. "You carry the hearth glow. It is a stone that responds to a kind and questioning heart. Perhaps you can help us find the stories again. Perhaps your journey is not over." And so an unexpected friendship was forged there, under the waning light of the glimmer tree. Leo, the lost boy from the world outside, and Alara, the gentle guardian of a hidden world. Their mission was a gentle mystery, unfolding not with shouts and clashes, but with quiet searching, like tracing the path of smoke on a still night. Their first clue was a single, sorrowful note carried on the wind. It was a sound so pure and so sad that it made Leo's eyes prickle with tears. Alara's ears swiveled. "The river singer," she whispered. "She has fallen silent for weeks. Her songs were always stories of the water's long journey from the mountains to the sea." They followed the sound, a thread of melancholy woven through the trees. The ember stone's glow lit their way, its light seeming to grow warmer as they neared the source of the sadness. They found the river singer at the bank of a slow-moving stream. She was not a woman, but a spirit of the water itself, her form shimmering and translucent, sitting upon a rock with her head in her hands. The water around her was dark and still, and the reeds on the bank were brown and brittle. "She is grieving," Alara said softly. Her dearest friend, the old frog of the reed beds, passed from this world when the last moon waned. He was the keeper of the river's jokes and the listener of all her songs. Now she has no one to sing for. Leo understood that kind of loneliness. He thought of the ache in his own heart, the one that had driven him into the woods. He didn't try to offer grand words of comfort. Instead, he sat on the bank a little distance away and took out the ember stone. He didn't speak. He simply sat, sharing in her silence, letting the stone's warm, pulsing light spill onto the dark water. After a long while, the river singer lifted her head. She looked at Leo, then at the light reflecting on the stream. A single liquid note escaped her, tentative and soft. He loved the way the light danced on the water at dusk," she said, her voice like the trickle of a thawing stream. Leo smiled gently. "Tell me about him." And so she did. She told them how the old frog would puff out his chest and croak a booming, comical tune to greet the morning. She told them how he would patiently listen to her practice her new melodies, offering a thoughtful blink of his golden eyes. She spoke of his kindness to the tadpoles and his ridiculous, failed attempts to catch dragonflies. As she spoke, her form grew brighter, and the water around her began to sparkle. The story itself was weaving a new kind of light. A small silver lantern, faint at first, began to kindle on a low-hanging branch of the glimmer tree, visible even from this distance. When her story was done, the river singer took a deep breath and began to sing. It was a new song, a song of memory and love, of laughter lost but not forgotten. It was the most beautiful story Leo had ever heard. As she sang, the river itself seemed to come alive, gurgling and chuckling along its bed, and the brittle reeds straightened, touched with green at their tips. One story had been found. One light had been rekindled. It was a small victory, but it warmed Leo from the inside, a feeling far more profound than the ember stone's gentle heat. He was learning that a story was not just a tale told, but a feeling shared, a burden lifted. Their next journey took them high into the rocky crags, where the wind whistled a lonely tune. A family of rock wrens, whose stories were usually fierce and brave tales of storms weathered and heights conquered, were huddled silently in their nest. They were frightened. A great, shadowy shape had been circling their peak for days, and they dared not chirp a single saga for fear of attracting its attention. Leo and Alara climbed carefully, the ember stone a brave little beacon in the dark. When they reached the nest, the parent wrens fluttered anxiously. "It is the shadow glide," one of them whispered, its voice trembling. "It feeds on fear and silence." Leo peered into the gloom. He saw the shape, a large, sleek creature with wings like torn black silk. It didn't seem malicious, only hungry and terribly lonely. It circled not with menace, but with a desperate, searching rhythm. "It isn't trying to hurt you," Leo realized, his voice full of sudden understanding. "It's listening, it's looking for a story." He remembered the deep silence of his own loneliness before he found the ember stone. He thought of the shadow glide, forever circling in the dark, never hearing a kind word or a brave tale. He stood up, making himself visible on the rocky outcrop. He held the ember stone high. The shadowy creature banked and swooped closer, its form becoming clearer. It had large, intelligent eyes that were not cruel, but deeply sad. "I have a story," Leo called out, his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. "It's about a boy who was lost, and a small stone that glowed like a friend in the dark." And he told his story. He told the shadow glide about the fog and his fear, and the kind-eyed night hopper who had become his friend. He spoke of the glimmer tree and its fading lights, and the river singer's song of remembrance. As he spoke, the shadow glide settled on a nearby crag, folding its vast wings. It listened, its sad eyes fixed on Leo and the pulsing ember stone. When Leo finished, the creature let out a soft, sighing sound. Then it did something astonishing. It opened its beak, and instead of a screech, a melody emerged, a low, hauntingly beautiful tune that was the story of the wind and the stars, a story of endless journeying and vast, quiet spaces. It was a story no one had ever asked to hear. As the melody filled the air, the rock wrens, their fear forgotten, began to chirp along, adding their own brave harmonies. A new lantern, this one a deep, velvety blue speckled with points of white light, flared to life on the glimmer tree. The shadow glide dipped its head in a gesture of thanks, then launched itself into the sky, its circling now looking more like a dance than a search. Leo's personal growth was not a sudden, dramatic change. It was a slow, steady burn, like the ember stone itself. With each story he helped uncover, he felt the lonely ache in his own heart mending. He was learning that his own kindness and his willingness to listen were his greatest strengths. He was not a warrior, but a weaver, mending the torn fabric of the hidden world with threads of empathy and understanding. He and Alara visited the field mice, who had forgotten their stories of abundant harvests because they were too busy hoarding. Leo simply shared his last piece of bread from his pocket, and in their gratitude, the stories of community and sharing flowed back. They found the ancient badger, who thought his tales of the old days were no longer of interest to anyone. Leo sat with him for an entire afternoon, listening with rapt attention, and the badger's voice grew strong and proud again. With each story, another lantern on the glimmer tree burst into radiant life. The clearing grew brighter and warmer. The oppressive chill retreated, and the musical hum of the tree grew into a confident, joyful chorus. The hidden world was waking up. Finally, the night came when every lantern was ablaze. The glimmer tree stood in its full, breathtaking glory, a beacon of countless stories shining against the night. The air was warm and sweet, filled with the sounds of singing, chirping, and storytelling from all the creatures of the wood. The mystery of the fading light was solved. The silence had been broken by friendship and a listening heart. It was time for Leo to go home. He stood with Alara under the magnificent tree, the ember stone quiet and cool in his hand, its work done. "You found what you were looking for," Alara said, her amber eyes shining not with their own light, but with the reflected glow of 1,000 stories. Leo nodded, his heart full to bursting. The ache was gone, replaced by a deep, peaceful warmth. "I think I was looking for a way to feel connected," he said. "And I found it by helping others find their voices." Alara reached up and touched the low-hanging lantern, which chimed softly. "You will always be connected, Leo. Your story is now a part of ours, woven into the eternal light of the glimmer tree. Whenever you feel a little lost, just remember the light you helped to rekindle. It burns inside you, too." She led him to the edge of the clearing, where the fog had completely vanished. A clear, starlit path led back through the wood, directly to his grandmother's cottage, where a single candle still glowed in the window. Leo walked home not with the hurried steps of one who is lost, but with the slow, measured pace of one who is found. The woods were no longer a place of fear, but a friend, whispering its nightly stories all around him. When he slipped back into his room, the fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, mirroring the warm, steady glow he now felt in his soul. He placed the ember stone back in its pouch, knowing its magic was not in the stone itself, but in what it had helped him discover. He climbed into bed, the cozy weight of the blankets a comfort. As he drifted to sleep, he could have sworn he heard a faint, chiming melody on the wind, a lullaby woven from the song of a river, the tale of a shadow, and the brave chirp of a wren. And outside, in the deep, velvety darkness of the wood, the glimmer tree shone on, a testament to the stories that connect us all, its light a promise that no one is ever truly alone in the dark. The fire crackled its agreement, and the room was filled with a profound and peaceful silence, guiding the boy and all who heard this tale toward the gentlest of dreams.